Well, good evening, everyone. This is our work session for the Douglas County School District Board of Education on February 2nd. And this is just an informal time for us to gather and have conversation about topics that are important to us. And certainly tonight is an example of one of those. We are really looking forward to really focusing on student achievement, laying some foundation as far as some of the statutory requirements around the READ Act specific to student achievement. This is also in response to one of our goal focuses this year, which is to really look at equitable access that promotes students' cognitive, physical, social, and emotional growth. And so we're going to use first name basis during work sessions. So Matt's going to kick us off by really giving us kind of an overview of this notion of READ Act. So we understand some of the statutory limitations, and that'll build as we go through the next several weeks as we continue to take a deeper dive in looking at our student performance and their equitable access to be able to perform well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and Matt is our chief financial, no. What are you, Matt? You're our chief.
I hope I'm not financial.
He's the data guy.
Curriculum instruction assessment.
Thank you. So Chief of Assessment and Instruction, and we'll turn it over to you, sir. Thanks for kicking us off tonight.
Absolutely, and thank you again for having us. I know we've tried numerous times to get this on the agenda, and I actually appreciate having this as a work session. You'll have to forgive me, it's going to be hard for me to let go of the formality, so I may not be using your first name, but we can have a conversation. So this will be a little bit, as opposed to normally how I do a presentation, you guys can interject at any point in time as we go through this. The READ Act is certainly a very interesting act, especially with the most recent revisions. But I wanted to go back and kind of talk about the original legislation. It's been updated several times. The most recent one in 2019, but it started way back in 2012. And really it's that guiding philosophy and the purpose of this legislation is really centered around the idea that we as a state, which is where the READ Act is coming from, want kids to be able to learn how to read by the time they exit third grade. So, and the research behind that is if students cannot read at that point in time, that they have difficulties later on. So they targeted that specific grade level. So when you see that language entering the fourth grade, we look at it as an exit process from third grade is where we're trying to identify where those students are at. And we will actually dive into more in detail on the specific data for third grade at our 16th meeting. We look at reading across the span. I look at data all the time, and so but the third grade is really a critical data point because it serves the purpose behind the READ Act, because you can look to see where the proficiencies are at that point. Some other things about the READ Act that I think are important. We've had conversations in here regarding the assessment component that's required. That's where we've come before you all and put forth a contract for that. That requirement stems from the READ Act. There's also the implementation of READ plans for those students who are identified as having a significant reading deficiency. That's where this comes from, of those secondary plans. These plans are general education plans, and so they're a little bit different in how they operate. We do have district reporting. That started when it was first enacted, but they've expanded that district reporting. And so that's something that we will touch on later. They significantly have increased the amount of data that we do have to report as part of their auditing process that was in the most recent revisions. Another key component of the READ Act is they did establish an early literacy fund, and attached to that was per pupil intervention funds. So the idea here is if a student is having difficulty reading and is identified as having a significant reading deficiency, the state has a pot of money that they distribute to help support those students. So if they're falling behind, they provide additional money for interventions, for services. At the time of passage, part of that money could have been used for full day kindergarten. Of course, now we have full day kindergarten. It's just a matter of practice. And so the uses for this money have changed over time, but the original design was around intervention. There's also additional accountability regarding unified improvement planning, where schools have to identify specific goals around literacy. about the students that are both identified as having a deficiency as well as those that are grade level. Again, the idea is we're trying to get more students grade level proficient by the time they're third grade. The other thing that was added is this advisory list of programming and professional development. It was embedded in that original requirement that they would create an advisory list where school districts can go to this advisory list and look and adopt programs that the state has deemed met the requirements at whatever time that that READ Act requirement was passed. Let's see. A few changes from 19. These are some pretty major changes in terms of how we operate for the READ Act. The first, which has had a huge significant impact on our staff, is that they now require for grades K through 3 teacher training. It's a different requirement. This requirement is associated with the READ Act, and it requires that all teachers who teach reading complete evidence-based training in the teaching of reading. And that's why the asterisk is on there, they just expanded this to be January of 2022. Before that expansion, it was going to be for the fall. And this is 45 hours for every one of our educators that are in that grade span. Now, we'll get into a lot more detail of what that looks like because that's been an interesting process. They have updated the Unified Improvement Plan to include a resource audit for us to be able to clearly identify what resources we're using at every school. And it's by school, by grade level, by type, between core, supplemental, intervention, and assessments by grade levels K, 1, 2, and 3. So that's something that we're implementing this year. Part of the money that they established in that fund is now going to an external evaluation. So there is where our data goes. We're submitting additional data for this external audit. Part of the reason that they passed this newer bill was they weren't seeing it's unstable, that's interesting. They weren't quite seeing the performance in students. And so they're adding this external evaluation to help dig into the data for that. Another thing that has come up is the idea of the per pupil intervention funds distribution and use. They have changed that. They've expanded some of the uses. And also, there's an audit that requires an annual budget submission. And it happens 2 times a year. One time in the spring, where we project what we're spending. And then now at this time, we have to go back and make sure that that spending was in line with what we said it was going to be. So it's really kind of a dual audit. That's really, on our side, is more of a continuous audit. We report in the spring and into the summer, and then we evaluate again. And so we're constantly looking at that along with our friends over in finance. That's also applicable to our charter schools as well. So we're tracking that spend for the per pupil revenue for them as well. I'm including some snapshots directly from CDE's training. This information comes really hot off the press as we get it, because it is really, some of these changes are coming fast and they're coming furious. And I want to spend some time on the teacher training part of it. So a few things about the training. One, it's 45 hours. That's a lot of time. And when you start adding up the other requirements that people have for licensing, that's big. It has to address specific content that's outlined in the licensure endorsement. And that's really important because many of the old programs that we had and old degree programs, people may have a degree in literacy, but it may not be applicable for this training. And so that's a different way that we're having to work with our staff. And the big change that it has to include an end of course assessment, which many of the previous trainings did not have that component, but it's required for this version of the READ Act. And so here's where it gets interesting. This requirement is for any staff that's providing literacy instruction. And so here's some examples that CDE provided. Obviously, classroom teachers who are providing reading instruction fall in this category, but also special education teachers who are providing reading instruction. Literacy interventionists are part of this group that are providing primary instruction. And really, if you expand it out, other folks, we may not be required to report them, but other folks like an EA potentially should go through the training if they're providing any sort of reading training. Now, it is kind of a prioritization list. I mean, when you think of all of our teachers, K-3, it's about 1,000 people that we're having to do this in 1 year. And it gets even trickier when you look at what options are available, which are very limited. We're going to encourage all staff, even outside the bandwidth of K-3, to take the training as necessary. So when you apply for an elementary job, you have an elementary endorsement, you may not know what grade level you're teaching. So a fourth grade teacher may not need this designation, but a third grade teacher will. So we're encouraging all people to get this training. In addition to the idea that reading doesn't just stop at third grade, that it continues on beyond there. Here is where things get a little bit dicey in terms of trying to get this accomplished. CDE has provided 7 options, but not all of the 7 options are active. In other words, they haven't gone through the process of making all 7 of these options available to all of our staff at the moment. For example, college courses. There are many courses that are out there that are associated with colleges and universities that have not been pushed through to get approved for this. And so your options are pretty limited. And this includes undergraduate programs. So we may have current students who are leaving the educational realm of university that have been trained, but their training programs have not been submitted to pass this. So we may be getting another generation of teachers who may have to do additional training on top of just the degree that they earned. Master's degree courses are also on this list that they're still in the process of reviewing. The other thing that they have here is the CDE provided training. That's really the only option that's available to us right now. And they have 2 versions of it. They have an in-person training option, and they have an asynchronous online version that's based on modules. Well, given our current state, the in-person is not really an option. So really, when you look at all of these options, the CDE online asynchronous option is the only one we have available to our teachers, which really makes it challenging to point to these other options as being viable. The endorsements are also an interesting one. CDE has a new system for tracking all of this. That new system is not available to us at the moment. It was scheduled to be released on January 5th, but has been pushed back until later this spring as a TBD. So the tracking of all of this, we're going to have to do a lot of internal tracking. CDE won't have its system up to date until later this spring. I do have an update. Over off to the side, I said there's over 660 staff currently enrolled in the training. I checked yesterday, and that number is 831. So we're getting there. People are signing up for these training. We have the option of being able to track this over time. They've given us access to the online portal for the state. Each one of our principals has their own login to track their staff. So as staff signs up and they select the school, that principal will be able to see their progress. So.
Matt, how many did you say? How many total K-3 teachers do we got?
It's around 1,000. And I say around 1,000 because we're including charters, we're including neighborhoods, and we're also including intervention specialists, and we're including other categories. Now, when you start thinking about grades 4, 5, and 6, the number gets bigger. And so that's where we're concerned, I guess would be the best way of saying it, to make sure that we get this done in 1 year.
So for the 45 hours of training that's required, how long does it typically take them? They do it in like bite-sized chunks, or is it like over a week? And how is that, that's 45 hours typically spread out?
That's a great question. We've had different people take it different. So this option became available around October, and we had people immediately jump in and do it over fall break. They did the whole thing over fall break. It's probably not the best way of doing it in terms of that much information. We have schools right now that are embedding it as part of how they do their PLC work in their building to spread it out over time. So we've created a couple of examples of what it might look like if you were to spread it across time so that you have an opportunity to take the information and actually apply it to your classroom. So more than likely, it's about a 6-month process if you were to do that and just do 1 module a month. I think that would be a reasonable time frame for doing it. Another interesting part about this, this training does not impact licensing. In other words, an elementary teacher does not need to have this endorsement or this designation only if they teach K through 3. Now, we as a district, it's our responsibility to make sure anybody that's in those job categories has the training. So it's not required for the teachers themselves, but we are required in order for us to get the funding. So that's really interesting in that, and it's really because of the direction that they went. So they're going through the READ Act to get this requirement as opposed to licensing. Had they gone through the licensing, it would have become part of the requirement that all educators have, like the 45 hours that are required for English language development training. That's required for licensing. This one is not. However, I see down the road that most districts will make this required for those positions because it makes sense. We're held accountable to it. And so by de facto, it'll be required for these positions, maybe not on their license. And yes, I talked about the system. It was supposed to go January 5th. It's not up and running yet. So here is our responsibility as a district. The biggest one, the bullet point here, is to provide guidance and information. We're navigating the storm with our teachers as new options become available. We have staff that go through and do the training and make connections between the training and some of the work that's happening in their buildings to help people make connections with that. As a district, we also have the option to submit our own training to get state approved. They're currently only evaluating 1 or 2 per month for the entire state. So we made that decision that our time is best spent elsewhere helping people as opposed to creating training options. I think a long-term solution perhaps could be a district-wide training. In addition to that, the state's training is free. And so there was a budgetary conversation as well. This has changed, that it's now not the beginning of 21-22, it's now January. We also have to report the completion of this training so that we can get the per pupil funding, not for next year, but for the year after. So for the year 22-23, we're going to be required to report the teachers that completed. Now, we're not exactly sure how this is going to work. They haven't given us the file layout or identified what system we're going through. So what we're trying to do now is create as many processes to capture the information and then adapt to whatever CDE has identified as their reporting mechanism. Charter schools also are required to meet this requirement. Our charter schools do receive per pupil funding. Our charter schools also, many of them also participate in an early literacy grant. That's also tied to this. So our charter schools are also participating in this. And when I looked at the system, I can see that we have charter school staff that are signing up through the state system. And charter school leaders also have access to look up their own staff within their system. So it's really working with them to help them understand this requirement as well. The advisory list. I know this is a question that comes up quite a bit. The advisory list was something that was created in the initial READ Act, and I quoted the language up there. And really, it's a list that districts are encouraged to use. That's really what the advisory, that's why they use the word advisory. It's, they're putting a list, they review it, they post it, they say, it's met CDE's requirement. They've changed those requirements over time as the READ Act has changed. But it's really an advisory list, and they have it split between core programming, supplemental, and intervention programming. This advisory list is only applicable for grades K through 3. So the next logical question is, well, what do we do with this advisory list, and how does it relate to our funding? Well, let me get to that. I want to skip ahead to that part, and then I'll come back to this other part. So one of the questions that has come up, and we asked this immediately when they passed the latest and greatest version, and this is actually on their frequently asked questions document, is what is required for instructional programming? And so in the new language, it says anything that you have in your school must be evidence-based or scientifically based. And it's got the different areas of phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary development, and so on. So that's the requirement that's outlined in statute, which is a little bit different because in most cases, curriculum is up to the decision-making of a local board. So this is, dipping our toe into something else other than that. So where does the accountability lie? The accountability is really about the funding. So the per pupil revenue funding that comes from the READ Act is distributed based on the number of students who are identified as having a deficiency. If you decide to use that as one of the allowable uses to purchase a core program, it has to be on the list. If you're not using the funding, you don't have to purchase something from the list. So that's where the dynamics come here, what's required and what's not required. It all goes down to the funding. The piece of accountability here for the READ Act is really about that intervention per pupil funding. So if you're utilizing that funding, that's where the audit comes to make sure that you're spending it the right way. And if you do spend it on core programs, it has to be on the list. So we encourage our schools, if they are going to purchase something, that they purchase something from that list. I've got some next steps that are down the line, but one of our next steps is we internally are going to review some of those programs on the list. If we feel that those programs are something that we might implement, we're going to bring it to you all for board approval. So that's something that we'd like to do this spring, is to make sure that we have programs on there that not only meet the requirements of the READ Act and have been on the advisory list, but if we approve them and we get feedback that these programs are something we want to use, we're going to bring it forth to you all for approval so that it becomes an option for our schools moving forward if they're going to replace one of their programs. Last year in January, there was a list of district instructional programming, some curriculum that was a purchase. Those things that were on that list are on the approved list that was put forth. So as part of that purchasing from last year, those things that were purchased are on the list, and you can see what part of those advisory lists they were part of. Like Benchmark was approved as a core program, but Wilson Foundations is a supplement. And so, each of these programs are used for different things and they're approved for different things, but those programs that were purchased last year are part of this. One system that's not on there is this READ 180 System 44. And the reason for that is for middle school and high school. The advisory list only goes up to grade 3. I'm going to stop right there to see if there are any questions before I go any further.
So Matt, typically this funding is, you typically expend this funding on materials, or is this funding also to go towards our literacy specialist and?
Yes, primarily in Douglas County, most of our money goes to staff who are directly providing intervention for students.
Okay.
We do have some schools that have purchased in the past programs, but by and large, most of our funding does go to staff. We do have some that provide, like summer school is one of the options. One of our charter schools did decide to use the money for providing summer school. But by and large, most of our funding goes to direct intervention for students, which is really what the funding is designed for. We get roughly $1 million from that based on the number of students that are identified. And when you split that across all of our schools and all of our charter schools, that dollar amount is not large enough for us to buy a full program for core programming. Those are expensive. But they are enough to offset the cost of a staff member to provide intervention. And so that's a big thing.
So if a staff member is using a different material than what's on the list, is that okay? I understand that if we're to purchase a new material, it has to be on the list. But what if you're an interventionist and you're using Lucy Calkins, for instance, as part of your intervention resource? Is that allowable? And you still can pay that intervention specialist out of these funds, or will they say that's not okay?
So right now, I would say in our system right now, we do have interventions that are in place that are not on the advisory list. I mean, we have things in our system right now that are currently being used by our interventionists. So as we are working our way through to looking at what interventions are being provided, we're encouraging people to purchase programs that are on the list. Now, we have two things going on at the same time. You have the training for staff, that 45 hours, that's going to give them the background in the evidence-based practice of literacy, and then you have programs. Well, we have typically valued people over programs. So if you're providing the training for all staff first, get people trained in the evidence-based strategies, then if they want to purchase a program, they'll have the background knowledge to be able to pick the program that meets the requirements for the training, and also the requirements that are with their student populations, because they do have some differences.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think we've heard too, balanced literacy is something our district has really raised itself on, which to me addresses all the different components of literacy that you listed up there. But I've seen in other presentations at CASB, for instance, they point blank say that balanced literacy is not considered an evidence-based program.
Well, for us, we're going to have to reevaluate every one of our programs to ensure that it meets these requirements, including balanced literacy.
Okay.
There's not just one single approach to balanced literacy. There's different approaches and there's different perspectives from different schools. And so as part of our conversation with buildings is to ensure that no matter what is implemented, we want to make sure that people have this training and that they're implementing this training in their buildings. And that's why we're really looking at that timeline for 1 year to get all of these people trained is a massive undertaking. I mean, that's a lot of people to get trained in a few options. That's really outside of our control. So most of our energy right now is spent on trying to get people trained, trying to get people, and we're asking schools, hey, unless you have a need right now to buy something, I would hold and wait until you get all your staff trained before you start making those decisions, because then your staff can help you make decisions because they've been through the training.
Other questions, you guys? Elizabeth Chantra-Shore, just seeing, are you guys have any questions out there?
Thank you. No, thank you for the information. Do we have any information, assessment information that was READ Act appropriate, like the DIBELS training or anything like that from our kids?
Yeah, we have part of our conversation on the 16th is I'm going to dive in really into specifically third grade literacy, and we're going to dive into that data in great detail. I'm also going to provide you all a snapshot for middle of the year data in between now and then. So you're going to get some data as well, looking specifically at iReady data.
Thank you.
So I do want to talk about some next steps. There are a few. Obviously, continue to support our staff in monitoring where we can support our teachers in completing that training. If you can make this really a part of an embedded staff development opportunity for a building, we think that might go a long ways. And we do have schools that are doing a very intentional approach to this training. Not just next year, but even this year in the middle of everything else that we have going on with the pandemic. We run reports to monitor staff completion. The state has provided all of our principals access to do that. We just now, about 2 weeks ago, got our middle of the year data. We've been reviewing that data as well. Schools really, in the absence of having the full report from Curriculum Associates, have really been diving into the data on their own because they can. It's real-time data for them. So that's been really fun for us to be able to support that. We're going to complete the resource audit based on CDE's requirement. That's something that we're going to be doing over the next month. That's going to be paired with our Unified Improvement Plan. We're going to be submitting that. It's going to be a very, very large spreadsheet of all of our district schools and grades K through 3 for core programs, supplemental, and intervention programming. Next week, we're going to start our review on CDE-approved programs. And we'll submit those to you all for approval if necessary after we've done our review. We're currently revising the budget submission for CDE. That's due in March. And so we're doing that first, and then we'll do the resource audit. And then we'll submit the end of the year student data. So we have really 4 months in a row where it's one report to the state after another. Because we have budget, resource audit, unified improvement planning, end of the year submission, and then budget submission for next year. And this will be our existence in the spring moving forward. There's a great deal of additional things that are going to be taxed on as part of this requirement. I do want to point out, and I included this as just part of our strategic plan work. With the focus so much on the READ Act, we really have an opportunity to marry two different things right now, which is just not the READ Act, but also looking at literacy as a whole and taking advantage of the strategic plan and looking at the strategic theme regarding professional learning communities. and utilizing the training as a component to help schools look at professional learning communities and support them in a different way. It provides a unique opportunity. I guess I'm a kind of a glass half full person. We have this requirement that's been pushed upon us, but within that requirement, we do have some options to be able to support our staff and make this really an authentic learning opportunity. And so, we're marrying the strategic plan work of professional learning communities with this idea of literacy training, which is really exciting work. And that and all will come out in, our priority student outcomes. We've really got two areas here, both achievement growth and equitable access. We'll certainly, just based on our work of getting everyone trained, doing our resource audits, looking how people spend their money, we're looking at all aspects, specifically with reading. So again, a glass kind of half full perspective here is we have an opportunity to really examine what we're doing for early literacy.
So Matt, the resource audit, do you think we will have that completed before we approve our budget for next year? Is that the target?
Yeah, our audit would be done and submitted by April 15th, so I'll have that information.
Okay.
It's broken down by grade level, by school.
Okay.
It'll be a whole lot of data that we can go through, which will be fun for me, to be able to examine that data to see where we are.
Right.
There was some purchase last year of those resources back in January,
Right.
where we're starting to fill that gap even as last year as part of our perspective to look at where are our gaps if schools have them. Historically speaking, our site-based budgeting, schools have been able to purchase their own resources. And so now we're going to take another look to see where are some supports for those schools that don't have that revenue to be able to buy those resources. So
as far as equitable access, which is our focus, our board's goal focus, we certainly already do things that really are student need driven. If we have students that need additional intervention, we pump that school up with a lot of staff that can provide interventions, correct?
yeah, and the other piece to this puzzle is the training, again being glass half full, is the training is required for every teacher out there, regardless of the demographics that they're working with or the site that they're at. So all of our students will have access to a teacher that's been trained
Right.
on the science and evidence-based reading strategies.
Yep.
So that's, an equitable access through the lens of equality. So
Right,
we're
right.
equally requiring all teachers to have it, so therefore students will have access to a teacher that's been trained.
So the assumption might be that if we get teachers trained to a place of where our universal instruction is effective for our kids, we'll have less of a need on the other end, which is the intervention specialist that are really going after the very significant student that needs more support with reading growth.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you tend to universal instruction, then your other tiers tend to get smaller. And so that's the idea, is we want to get everyone trained, not just because it's a state level requirement, but we want everyone in front of children to be trained in this specific manner.
Have any of our literacy gurus in the district looked at the state's training and weighed in on to say, yes, this evidence-based training that state's offering really aligns with what we know is best instruction for literacy?
Yeah, actually, I've had some very good conversations with members of my team and also members of some school teams to just ask that question. You've been through the training, what do you think? And by and large, the quality that they're saying this training is top-notch.
Good.
And so that's really good news for us, that it's not a check the box. And it really is a deep level of training, and it has great resources. We still think that we'll need to provide some additional support with that to say, you had this training, now how can we connect it to, how do we connect it to benchmark? How do we take this and make an explicit connection so it's easier for you to be able to implement this?
Right.
So there's some support structures that we know is going to be some significant work for us as a central office staff.
Go ahead, Christina.
Matt, will you be doing any crosswalking between how students have been able to show success with the particular programs or interventions that are offered at each school while you're doing this data gathering?
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question. We have these new programs that are out this year, and it's been an interesting process to implement a new program during a pandemic. That's been a very big challenge for us to be able to, one, make sure that people are implementing the program according to the specification that the vendor's providing. That's been very challenging because PD is in short order in terms of just people's time. When you're spending your time dealing with quarantines and you're in and out, whether it's different learning models or just your challenge with time, that has been a very interesting experience for us for this year. So long term, what we want to get to is to be able to do just that, is to be able to look at student performance, not just based on the school itself, but also what resources they have in that building.
Thank you, Matt.
So Matt, you've obviously have watched the themes of where we might have gaps or where we need improvements for many years in this district. I have my own assumption, but when you look at those literacy components, do you see an area that you think, yeah, we can really, if we really beef up phonics or phonemic awareness or whatnot, we really will see a significant difference in how our students are performing?
Yeah, you touched on it. Your very first word out of your mouth is phonics. And that's why we went with, looking at a phonics program that we can implement across the board. We noticed that was a gap. When you talk about different approaches to balanced literacy and things like that, we noticed that there was a gap in the phonics area. Our own data suggest, when you look at that phonics is one of the areas that students don't do as well as other areas. And it really is a key to other things like vocabulary.
Yeah.
So phonics is one of those areas that we know is an issue, which is why it was proposed last year to purchase those programs.
I see Nancy out there, and I'm wondering, we've done a lot of investing in the whole dyslexia work in terms of really making sure that we've got instructional programs that really feed those students with dyslexia. I'm wondering, in your study, Nancy, in terms of the training and the evidence-based programming, do you see that being a good alignment as well with the work that we've done around structural phonics and things like that?
That's a great question that I may need to do some investigation and
Sure.
follow up with additional details later. But the interventions for dyslexia, you're right, there's been a lot of work done in terms of training our staff in general about awareness and how to identify when more assistance or more evaluation is needed. And then in terms of providing structured literacy interventions, every year we do invest in training for more and more staff to become trained in that. And it's just another layer of more intensive intervention than what you're seeing here.
So some of our special education providers, have they taken the training and have we gotten feedback from them as well? I know Matt said the people he knows feels really confident about what the training is in terms of quality. Have you had special need providers give you the same feedback?
That's one piece that I would need to investigate.
Okay,
I do
sure.
know we've had a lot of special educators trained as well as some general educators.
Good, good.
Yeah.
All right. Christina, are you still, your hand is still up on your screen, and I can't do anything about that, so I don't know if that's real or fake.
No, it's not a real hand.
All right, directors, any other questions or conversation about this notion? This, again, setting the foundation for us looking at equitable access for students. And this is one way that we see that if we improve universal instruction to really, we're using evidence-based practices, then all of a sudden we can really zero in on those students that truly have deficiencies in reading. So I think there's some real positives of this, certainly, but it helps us lay the foundation for the other work we want to do. But directors, other questions or things you're wondering about? It might also help Matt as we prepare for the 16th. Are there other things that you want to have Matt delve more deeply in with us regarding data and in terms of academic performance? Go ahead, Krista.
So are you talking about just academic performance in general or just in terms of reading?
Yeah, I think, yeah, both. I think both will kind of give us a big range picture of where we want to head in terms of our work as a board to become more knowledgeable about what the needs of our students are. So is there certain data that I think we always like to see, Matt, kind of the communities that have a higher incidence of at-risk students. What kind of programming are they getting? And is there data to show that this whole equal access or equitable access is working for them? I mean, are we setting them up for success even though they may have a bigger gap to fill? So I know that disaggregated data around those students particular, I think would be of interest for us to really zero in on.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a couple of really great things happening kind of simultaneously. So with the newest SBB model, you guys have been presented information that they've changed that funding model really to identify those students. So now looking forward to next year, we have a model that's looking specifically at those students and identifying those students and applying that additional funding model to them and differentiating the funding based on that. So that's really exciting because now moving in the future from this point forward, looking into next year, you now can look at the performance which feeds into that formula, and you can look at that performance versus what's being supplied from a allocation standpoint. And so now we're able to start drawing those conclusions and start looking at, are there relationships and correlations between those students, those subgroups, and the funding that's being applied through the funding model. And that's where it really gets exciting, is to look at equitable access. On the 16th, I'm going to bring forth a draft of a type of monitoring report. I know we have some work left to do to really land on what metrics go into those. But really, we're going to be focusing on 4 data sets. And really, the purpose that I have for this monitoring report, which I'll get to you prior to the meeting so you have a chance to digest before we get to the actual meeting, is really look at what we can look at in terms of a performance and equity lens for a particular group of students. So for example, one of the data sets is 3rd grade reading. It aligns well with the READ Act. It's part of the purpose of the READ Act. It's part of the purpose of the training that we have all of these staff members going through. Another data set is 8th grade and middle school math courses that are advanced. What kind of access do our students have for particular programming from a course standpoint? Then shifting to high school, looking at AP, not only the courses, but also the assessments themselves, to see what students have access to the programming, which is the coursework, and what students have access to the assessment, and also what their performance is on that assessment, to provide that holistic picture of where are we at with equitable access. Equitable access and equity, trying to operationalize that is very interesting because many people have different ways of looking at equity. So we're going to be bringing forth one way to look at equitable access and give you an opportunity to look at that and see, I want to gauge your reaction to that data to see this lens of looking at equity and performance. Is this the type of thing that you would like to include in a formal monitoring report?
Very good. Susan, go ahead.
Thanks, Matt. This is really helpful and interesting. I think looking forward to diving into the data. I can't wait to look at the achievement data and how things are going. I think also looking at what the recommendation might be for the stimulus funds that I think we're looking at allocating to learning loss. Isn't that, I believe, what the recommendation has been? I think it's about $5 million that we're expecting. So I wonder if that might be part of even a recommendation as to how those resources should be allocated.
Yes, and this is where I would need Kate's assistant, although I would love to be the chief financial officer for this district.
You could add another letter to your name.
Yeah, to be able to look at what those specific requirements are for that money, for that next round
Oh,
to
look,
see.
she just appeared as soon as you said her name,
Perfect.
man.
That's great. So Kate, are you able to provide some background into that?
Yes, so the amount is correct. It's about $5 million in total. And you are absolutely correct, Director Meek. This type of data will absolutely filter into the design of what that programming will look like, whether it's summer interventions or really targeted interventions heading into next year.
Very good. All right, directors, anybody else? Any other questions or any thoughts in terms of it? So we continue to focus on this goal, and as Matt continues to work through monitoring reports for us in the next months to come, anything else that you would want to highlight or want to seek out in this particular goal that we're focused on? Krista, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick question. So you mentioned those 3 assessments, 3rd grade reading, 8th grade math, and the high school AP courses. Are those the only ones that you're thinking about bringing to us right now? Or I guess I'm just wondering if they are, especially I just was thinking about at the high school level, when we look at achievement that, students who may not be in those AP courses, and where we can find opportunities to help them achieve more. So I didn't know if there was any data that we were going to look at in that regard.
Yeah, and you asked a great question. So what about those students that aren't in that program? That's part of our data dive, is who are those students that aren't part of those programs? What may be the reason why they're not participating in those programs? Is it a choice? Is it the program itself? Is it interventions that they need? So that's all part of this conversation, is to look, and that's why, it's nice to start small, to go big, to start looking at a specific program, to look at, okay, here's a process that we can take to examine a program from an access standpoint and a performance standpoint, and start with that and start building success from there. I'll also be providing you guys some broader data, because one of the questions that has come up is, where are our kids now, just generally speaking? So I'm going to provide you some slides that just show where are our students at when we look at the middle of the year data. It's not the end of the year, which is typically what we like to look at, but it's the middle of the year, which gives us kind of a dipstick to see where we're at, and that's a broader spectrum. So that would be looking at specifically K through 8 in terms of reading and math, which is really a data set that I think is going to start the process and get the juices flowing and get the wheels turning.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. I understand what you're saying, and I think it'd be a good place to start, so.
All right, anything else? All right. Matt, thank you for the conversation. Set us up great for setting the tone for future work that we want to do. And anything else? You have the final word.
No, I'm just really excited. I mean, we've spent a lot of time talking about a whole bunch of different things, obviously, because of just the way that we are in terms of being in the middle of a pandemic, but it is nice to turn and talk data, specifically on the side of student growth and achievement. So I'm very excited about it, and I look forward to future conversations.
All right. I would echo it. Nice to be able to have our eyes on something different than COVID, so yay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. All right, board, so we got about 10 minutes before we convene our regular meeting. Take a break at this time. Order the board meeting for February 2nd at 6:01. We will begin with roll call. Chancho Shore.
I am here.
Yay, Graziano. Here. Hanson.
Here.
Holtzman.
Here.
Lung.
I'm physically here.
All right. Meek.
Here.
And Ray is here. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, board, next on our agenda is student and staff recognitions. Interim Superintendent Wise, good evening.
Well, good evening, everybody. First, welcome to February. And February is actually a great month, a big month with lots of value. And I want to start with this month, we are celebrating Black History Month. It's a special opportunity to focus on our teachers, students, and remember to focus on some of the extraordinary events, people, and impact on our country. And we are going through a series of opportunities in which to reflect, refine, and learn, and grow as people in this month. February is also a month of career and technical education. We're going to celebrate in the upcoming events in the next board meeting for career and technical ed. This week in February is the National School Counseling Week. We want to take a second just to recognize and say thank you to all the counselors in our school district. Yep. We think about the added counselors and during this pandemic, the need for all the services. Just want to say thank you. And later this month, the week of February 22nd through the 26th, we will be celebrating Public Schools Week. Now, this leads me to some of our best parts. And we want to focus on a student who has just really made a huge difference. And when we think about this, Miss Abiana Holmes, or Abby, she's a fifth grader at El Dorado Elementary. Abby entered a contest over the summer for a chance to have her artwork featured in J.K. Rowling's book, The Ichabod. Abby was one of 34 students out of 42,000 applicants. One of 34 students out of 42,000 to be selected to be included in this book. Abby received a signed copy of the book from J.K. Rowling, as well as $650 worth of books to go to any library of her choice. And Abby chose El Dorado's library. So on the line with us, we have Abby, along with her parents, her principal, Julie Crawford from El Dorado Elementary. And Abby, I want to ask you and your parents, what inspired you to try to achieve this? And tell me about what you've done and what you're proud of.
I've been drawing ever since I could hold a pen.
Hang on one second. We're going to turn up your volume a little bit so make sure we can hear you. So hang on for a second, Abby. We'll get you going. I think we're ready. All right, go for it, Abby.
I love to draw, and I've been drawing ever since I was very little. I love doing art projects and everything. And my friend one day told me during the summer, "Oh, Abby, there's this competition, and J.K. Rowling is coming out with a new book, and she wants kids to illustrate in her book." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's really awesome! I love Harry Potter. I really would like to enter this." So every day, me and my friend got together and we just drew together, and we just talked about the book, and we really loved the book, and we drew. I drew 23 drawings. I submitted all 23, and one of mine was selected. I was really, really excited. I really did not believe it because so many people to enter the competition, and my parents are like, "Oh, you can give it a shot," but there's so many people. I don't know if it's going to be a really big chance of you getting in. But I was so amazed, and it was really awesome.
Yeah, that's super awesome. When you have that many
I'm
people,
really glad, and I'm very happy to give that $650 worth of books to the library at El Dorado, because I feel like it'd be really fun for some of the students to pick out what books.
Abby, that's awesome. I heard you talk about how many people were in it, and it's overwhelming to think about, and you were one of 34. So not only did you get that recognition, but to take that $650 in books and make a difference at El Dorado. Your principal, Miss Julie Crawford, is on the line also. Mrs. Crawford, will you speak a little bit about just one, Abby as a whole, the impact she's made to your school with this donation, and just what she's done to inspire others?
Oh, yes. Hi, Miss Abby. We are so super proud of Miss Abby. Not only did she could have just easily just put in one submission, but to make 23 and then just keep going and going, it really shows her perseverance and her willingness to just kind of keep trying. And so it definitely paid off. We're really excited. The what's happening is J.K. Rowling or Scholastic is going to deliver us Scholastic's going to deliver us $650 worth of books that they selected. And so I cannot wait to see what they think would be awesome. Hopefully it's on the same line as Harry Potter and then the new Ichabod book, because I'm a huge Harry Potter fan too, and it's going to be awesome. Our students are going to love the books that are in the library. Our librarian, Ms. Smith, was so ecstatic. So from El Dorado, we are so thankful and we are so excited and proud of Miss Abby.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Mrs. Crawford. And Abby, I think you have your parents along with you. If you don't mind me asking to see if they can say hello and share what they're proud. I'm sure there are a lot of things they're proud about with you, but what this experience has done an impact in their pride in what you've accomplished.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. You want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about...
Yeah, that was
Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you. So introduce yourself and
I'm
share a little bit
Bud.
about that pride.
This is Kasha. Yeah, I'm Bud, and this is Kasha. We moved here from New Orleans this summer, and Abby has dedicated herself so diligently to improving her art skills. Like every day, she's working at it, and she's always like trying to make a slight improvement each day. And really, this contest is just like affirmation of what doing a little bit of work each day can lead to. And I had a speech prepared for her. You work very hard every day, but you don't always get recognition. And I was like ready for her to not get accepted in the competition, but to have this recognition is really special. And we're just incredibly grateful for all that you do, and the principals and teachers and staff. Our kids came to Colorado a little behind, and they're just like, it's unreal how fast they're at the rate that they're improving their understanding of schoolwork, but also just their social skills and self-confidence and self-esteem. We feel like El Dorado is making a huge impact on the growth of our children. We're really... Yes, we were worried a little bit to have the girls, because they haven't had experience with the public school
that much, and we're homeschooled a lot, and new place, new people, and Eldorado was so welcoming and so wonderful, and our girls are thriving, and we are just absolutely grateful, happy, and we're so just beyond grateful that we could that our girls are at the school and we're here with you in Colorado.
Wow, that's awesome to hear. Thanks for sharing so much. And Abby, congratulations. Thank you so much on behalf of the Douglas County School Board and the Douglas County School District in El Dorado. We're so proud of you, and congratulations. Next, we're going to honor Ms. Tamara Hughes, special education teacher at Arrowwood Elementary School. Ms. Hughes was recently initiated into the Alpha Gamma chapter of the Colorado Alpha Delta Kappa. This is an international honorary organization for women educators dedicated to educational excellence, altruism, and world understanding. Ms. Hughes, congratulations. I can't tell you how much of an honor it is, and if you would share a little bit about what it means to you, and I know we have Mr. Chadwick here, but Ms. Hughes, if you'll share a little bit more.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So this initiation gives me the opportunity to make a difference beyond the school level, along with fellow women educators. The Alpha Gamma chapter sponsors scholarships and offers grants for classrooms and professional development for teachers. We also participate in altruistic and community projects related to education. Our chapter is accepting new members if is anybody else out there that's interested in joining. And we want to promote strong, effective professional teachers and also to strengthen our organization and continue the altruistic work that we do. As you know, I'm a special ed teacher at Arrowwood Elementary. Paula Grimes is another member from our school, along with two retired teachers, Faye Von Tillius and Ann Hausman. We all love our school in Highlands Ranch, and we are so fortunate to serve a fabulous community of hardworking parents. Before I go, I just want to say thank you to Interim Superintendent Corey Wise and all of our dedicated school board members who have been working tirelessly to make best decisions for our students and our staff. You all inspire me to continuously go above and beyond in my profession. Lastly, thank you to the Douglas County Federation. We appreciate the support that you've given teachers and will continue to give. So the professional support that I feel starts at my school level and extends all the way to the international level with Alpha Delta Kappa women educators. I feel very blessed during these times, and thank you so much for this recognition.
Hey, congratulations. At this time, that concludes our celebrations, and I want to say congratulations to Mrs. Hughes, and Abby, thank you for everything you're doing to make a difference for the Douglas County School District and our greater community. Congratulations.
Mr. Wise, did you want to give Mrs. Chadwick a chance to
Yeah, you know
celebrate?
what? I'm sorry,
Ms.
Linda.
Hughes?
Ms. Chadwick, I'm sorry about that. Would you like to share a few words about the impact that Mrs. Hughes has in this honor?
It's okay, Corey. Thank you. Honestly, it's so nice to see teachers who are so deserving of this type of recognition. And I have to tell you, Tamara Hughes is probably the hardest working teacher in our building, inside of school hours, outside of school hours, and the impact, honestly, that she has had on our students, especially not just those that are in her classroom, but also those that she takes on, right, and takes the willingness to do that. And then also with some of her expertise, spreading that out through the staff and always being willing to help other people. And so, like she said, we would like to thank the board, you too, Corey and Ian, and everyone that supports Arrowwood Elementary. We're so proud of Mrs. Hughes, and Tamara, all I can say is well deserved, my friend. You deserve it.
Well said. Thank you, Linda. And to Arrowwood and Mrs. Hughes, congratulations one more time. And now this concludes our celebration. So again, congratulations again. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wise. All right, board, next on our agenda is to accept the agenda. Is there a motion?
I move to accept the agenda.
Second. Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Let's vote. Sean Shore.
Aye.
Chandrashore, one more time. Graziano?
Aye.
Hanson?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Long?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is back to our interim superintendent to give us some updates, but also to give us an opportunity to talk with Tri-County Health, our partner, in helping us navigate these challenging times. So, Mr. Weiss, we'll turn it back over to you.
Absolutely, thank you. Part of the superintendent reports, we're going to talk about our return and our recommendation for middle school, high school. And prior to that, we have Dr. John Douglas with Tri-County Health with us. Mark, I do believe that Dr. Douglas is available on, or is he still waiting to come on?
I don't see him in here yet, sir.
Okay. If it's okay, what I might do is start a little bit with where we are with our planning for middle school, high school. We actually start off with a little bit of where we started with our data, and they can build in Dr. Douglas, ask questions, and come back to where we are with our next steps of recommendations. Matt, I'm going to have you. So Mark, if we can pull up the slides. We've updated our information that will start off with a bit of our operational ability, and we'll come back to that also as we go. I want you to know as we start taking a look at our recommendation to return, we want to start with that operational side, which is Dr. Douglas starts to share a little bit on the Tri-County. He's looking at data across our district and others to take a look at impacts and what data could show for operational sustainability on top of those critical criteria points for health and safety. So as we start to, again, go back to, this is a little bit of a refresher going back to the last meetings. We talked about our ability to take on more and sustain over time. With the recommendation to come back February 8th with 5 weeks to spring break, our numbers look strong, and it goes back to where are we with our substitute and being able to cover if we do have quarantine cases and the ability to have sub-coverage in our buildings. So as we take a look at it, we are still averaging well into our high 90% of coverage. We have a strong base of active subs. We have a town hall coming up with all substitutes to talk a little bit more about what's working, what can we do to increase satisfaction. We're hearing information about how we can continue to answer questions on vaccinations for our subs, which we've included them in our prioritization. PPE, salary on top of then areas in which we can go. So we also have ongoing hiring. We're always looking for more substitute teachers. We have the boot camp, which helps provide training. And then we get into our support, as we said, with vaccinations within this. As we start with our data, and this will be a little more that it actually might be nice to see this first, as Dr. Douglas comes in and shares more. But Matt, I don't know if you want to also jump on with the microphone, but as you take a look at our current data, it's been continuing to trend down when you look at our incident reports per 100,000, which is a key piece that, remember, is an operational sustainability data point that we value. On top of when we take a look at our trend case rates within our school-age children. So I'm going to let Matt talk a little more on these two slides, and Matt, I can also forward the deck.
Perfect. So I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, perfect. So a few things on there. The three categories that are of note are B, D, and E. That represents our trend data. And you can see that those three categories are in the green, and they're also a negative number, which means they are trending in the downward trajectory. Our case rate, as Corey mentioned, has dropped below that 350 rate, which has put us in a different color. It's kind of hard to see on that, but it is a different color. Our positivity rate is down at 5.58, which is also trending in the right direction. Next slide, please. So here is the trend data, and this was polled as of yesterday to show that over time we have seen this massive spike, and we did have this little bit of a rebound, but we're now below this mark here, this threshold, which is 350. That's the threshold that they've established as part of the dial metrics for schools. So we are in an orange risk category, which is right there in the middle. Next slide, please. Again, this is our trend data for incidence rates, which is for youth ages 5 through 18. You can see the similar shape It is a little bit more jagged because it's not a continuous, it's more of a 2-week snapshot. But you have this large increase that happened in November and December. We did have a rebound, and now we have dropped down below again, which is why we have a negative 33.6% for that particular group over the 14-day incidence rate. One thing to note is you may have seen in the news that the state is reviewing its perspective on its dial metrics. So the way that we review this data may change depending on what they discover and what changes they make with their dial metrics. I know they've gathered feedback from that, and we'll wait to see what that means for us in terms of how we interpret this. And also, if you can go back one slide, that top category there where it says dial levels, this may have an impact on our dial level because right now we're sitting in orange. That may change based on the feedback that is going forth with CDPHE and their own dial metric system. So that'll be something that we will watch. We have seen this before in the fall where either a metric has changed or the dial itself has changed, or in the case of January where the governor just changed his colors. We have seen that change and we have to interpret the data as such. So we'll be watching that. So I'll be happy to have Dr. Douglas come on and talk about maybe that as well.
Yep, we have Dr. Douglas and Melissa Sager available to jump in. And there's a few things that we talked about looking at our local data and what we're measuring, both the sustainability on top of the age group. We also are seeing that our transmission data, as we return with our elementary schools and others, is still being very low. So I think that's a good piece that Dr. Douglas will talk about, and also have it opened up to questions, and we'll come back into this next step. Okay? Dr. Douglas and Melissa, thank you so much for being a part of this tonight, and I'm going to really kick it off to you and let you share a little more, and then we'll have a series of questions for you in which to be able to dig in a little deeper. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm sorry if I was late. I missed what looks like a great presentation that I don't know who gave it, but I want them to start doing it for us. They were very thorough. Yeah, let me just pick up on that thread that we are in a point of Douglas County and the metro area in Colorado, and actually now, thankfully, the U.S., where case trends seem to be declining. And this has been going on really since, I think our big peak from which we've never regained that altitude, thank God, was about a week before Thanksgiving. And it's a little, I think, debatable and unclear exactly what led to our decline from about November 20th through Thanksgiving, brief post-Thanksgiving bump, through Christmas, New Year's, brief post-Christmas, New Year's bump, and that trend continuing down. Douglas County, for example, has gone down about 10% in the past week. The theories are, number one, that the community got it. There was a lot of messaging and information about things are really bad. There were more people dying nationally every day than 9/11. Lots of, pictures of terrible places where coffins lined up and people couldn't get into ICUs, and look at California and this sort of thing. And I think we all like to believe that we live among smart, responsive people, and that may have played an important role. Secondly was the adjustment in the dial that was just referred to. So the dial, again, is the structure that is probably about to change again. We went from a pretty restrictive orange level before November 20th to a very restrictive red level. And if I had to bet, I'd say that one was probably more important. It was really painful, and we have lots of folks in our communities who were hurt by that. And we may be debating for decades to come whether the trade-off was worth it, but I think that's probably what helped us turn the corner. The third thing that I don't think anybody's got anything more than speculation about is whether or not, at least in certain parts of the state, enough people got infected that we actually had somewhat of a damping in the transmission chains. I mean, the whole concept of herd immunity is enough of us get immune through natural long-lasting infections or long-lasting vaccine infection. You don't have enough ways for the virus to move through the population. And I haven't heard, I don't know how we're going to prove that, but I do think we were beginning to get in certain areas up high enough that may have played a role. So the dial is about to change. I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about it. The comment period ended yesterday. What it's going to basically do is keep the same color scheme. Within each color scheme, the capacity is going to stay the same. But the big change is that the thresholds moving from one color to another are going to change. First of all, they're going to move from measures that are measured over a 14-day period to a 7-day period. And the trade-off there is that shorter is more real time. That if things are getting bad, you'll respond more quickly and make a change and restrict activities. If things are getting good and your restaurants are unduly suffering, you can make a change more quickly. The downside is that you can have more sawtoothing, more yo-yoing around the thresholds, because frankly, none of these things are stable lines. As you saw in the graphs that were just provided, they do a lot of sawtoothing. So that's the trade-off that'll provide. The second thing is that the actual thresholds have changed. And really what's happened in terms of case thresholds is that they've gotten more lenient. And so you can be in the blue color longer or at a higher case rate, even if you back translate it to the old scheme. Likewise, yellow, likewise, orange, likewise, red. Douglas County is, as of today, not only operationally in the orange level of the current dial, it is officially in the current level of the dial. And the implication of that, if you're a business person, is if you applied for something called 5-star certification for your business, where you get to have capacity at the next level down, you get to have that capacity at the next level down, the yellow level, as of tomorrow. If Douglas County were to be, if the dial as it was proposed over the weekend were to be adopted, Douglas County would actually, as an entire county, end up in the yellow level. So the current numbers that qualifies for orange, because of the change in thresholds, would qualifies for level. So whatever thinking we're doing about aligning ourselves with the dial does get changed. It's not a 2-to-1 correlation. Some of things change a little more than others. Yellow is defined as 100 to 300. Orange is defined as 300 to 500. That's not exactly a doubling of the number. So you can't just in your mind do that. And frankly, I've spent so much time thinking about the old metrics. I'm still trying to get my head around the new metrics. The last thing to point out is that the role of test positivity is also changing. And it's actually going to be more stringent, meaning that yellow is 5% or less, and orange is 7.5% or down to 5. And orange is 10 to 7.5, yellow is 7.5 to 5, and blue is less than 5. It's a little unclear how the state plans to use that from a dial perspective. I don't know that that's really relevant to your thinking, because you don't need to be slavishly adherent to what the state's doing, but there may be some times when the dial color changes based on test positivity. I think it's kind of a mess right now in terms of understanding what's going to play out. The governor said over the weekend they were going to accept feedback until 5 p.m. yesterday, and then they were going to make a change probably on Thursday. I heard him say at a press conference today, they got over 1,000 comments. It may take a few more days to give each of those comments a fair reading and to try to make a decision. So I do think that to the extent that you all have gotten used to, like many of us, to using the old dial, there will be some adjustments we have to think through. Now, what could modify the trends that we've seen right now? I think there are two things on the horizon that could modify it. One is better uptake of vaccines, and that would be a modifier in the good direction. And as I think you know, we're making good progress in vaccinating 70-plus-year-old people. In Douglas County, we think that's about 40% right now. We will be beginning the process that I know you guys are deeply interested in next week about it, vaccinating educators and licensed childcare personnel. At the same time, we're also going to be expanding the age group down to 65. So that's both good news and not exactly bad news, but complicated news. It's good news because we'd like to get everybody vaccinated. The complicated news is there won't be enough vaccine right away to vaccinate everybody, and will probably confound or compound some of the confusion that we're just beginning to get sorted out with our 70 plus year old people about where they get vaccinated. But that's all going to be to the good. So we're going to have confusion and we're going to have people unhappy because it's so confusing, but it's still going to be to the good. The bad, and it's only a theoretical bad right now, is the mutant strains of virus, which are being identified with some degree of rapidity. One in the UK identified in December, having been found to be much more transmissible, 50 to 70%. And from October to mid-December, it became the predominant strain. 80% of strains in the UK moved really fast. South African strain, which also appears to be more transmissible, and it's one of the 4 strains that we're concerned about right now that doesn't appear to respond to the vaccines as well. We know that because 2 vaccines that are not yet licensed, Novavax and Johnson & Johnson, were tested in South Africa, and they didn't perform as well there as they did in other countries. We know in the laboratory, if you take somebody's blood who's been vaccinated and you test it against the South African strain and you compare it to what we call the wild type strain, the one we've been experiencing, the level of effective, we call it neutralization, is less for the South African strain for the same drop of blood. So it's not as effective, and it's still pretty effective. J&J, for example, was 55% in South Africa and 75% in the US and 65% overall. So still pretty good, but not like the vaccines we're used to thinking about, the Pfizer and Moderna, which are 95%. Third is the Brazilian strain, and that's not yet been quite as well characterized, but there's some concern based on some cities. Manaus is a city in Amazonia in Brazil where they had a terrible outbreak in the spring. They thought they'd gotten to herd immunity through natural infection. They thought we're good to go. We don't need to worry about vaccines. The new strain hit, and over the last 6 weeks, they've experienced things even worse than they did in the spring. So tons of reinfection of naturally infected people, creating some concern as to whether that one could be less responsive to vaccines. There's not much data on that at this point. It does appear to be more transmissible. And then finally, there's a strain that doesn't really have a geographic name. It was identified in LA. It's the predominant strain in Southern California. California doesn't want it to be called the California strain, so we're seeking another name. It's got a genetic name to it, which I can never remember. We've identified, I think, now 16 variants in Colorado through our genomic sequencing surveillance. 14 are the British strain and 2 are the California strain. So the Brazilian and the South African strain have been seen in the US, but not yet in Colorado. I'll mention that nobody thinks that our genetic sequencing surveillance is good enough, and that includes Colorado. We're better than many states, maybe even better than most states, but we're only sequencing a small fraction of the strains that we see. So we don't have like a super great dashboard about how that's looking, and that gives many of us some concern. I will say that I just got off a call, that's why I was late, with the modeling team at the School of Public Health, who are trying to play with what it's going to look like if the variant strain begins to take off. And the answer is things will get worse. We'll see more cases. Those more cases will turn into more hospitalizations, and we'll probably see more deaths as well. But we don't get bad enough that the dark days of November will return when we thought we were at risk of breaching the hospital capacity, which, we've kind of gotten numb to the horror of all the people getting sick and dying, and I don't want to make light of it. So it is a concern. The quicker we all get vaccinated, by the way, the fewer chances the virus has to mutate, because this is just background coronavirus stuff that happens. And if we have fewer strains or there are fewer people infected, we'll have fewer mutations happening. Now, you guys may have talked about, and I'm sure you've been tracking, at least as closely as I have, on the school safety situation. But just to quickly touch on that, since I know it's something that's front and center for you. The data that continue to come forth from various places are very compatible with the data that we saw in Colorado in the fall and are being seen in schools that have reopened now, including Douglas County, which is that when you are able to measure, or rather maintain, not perfect measures, because there is no such thing, even the vaccines aren't perfect, by the way, but when you're able to maintain some modicum of social distancing, some modicum of reduced class size, some ideally more than a modicum, ideally very high compliance with mask wearing, intra-school transmission has through the fall remained very low. And what the big problem is, I know you guys know better than I do, for the schools was quarantines due to people getting infected in the community. And when we worked with other school districts across the metro area, it looked like in the old way of measuring things, somewhere between 500 and 600 cases per 100,000 per 14 days seemed to be the point at which we began to see enough community transmission that people were getting sick, but more importantly, from an operational perspective, they were being detected as being positive, and people around them had to be quarantined. And the adults, there weren't enough adults to run things. And I know that was the last time I joined you guys, you were talking about your recruitment of substitutes to try to help out. And I think that was, that's clearly going to be part of the equation. I'll point out, though, that when you take that 500 to 600 number and you divide it in half, 250 to 300, that is squarely in the yellow zone. That's where Douglas County is now. And if we do reduce, or rather increase, community capacity because there's a desire to help our business sector, there's a pretty good chance case rates will go back up. And so we'll have to just continue to be attentive to that.
Dr. Douglas, I don't know if you can hear us.
You will, because you guys are, and your administrative team.
Dr. Douglas, I think you froze on us for about 30 seconds or so. And you're freezing on us again. So Dr. Douglas, if you can hear us, it'd probably be a good idea to disconnect and try to reconnect to see if we can establish a better connection. But right now we don't have any sound or visual.
Yep. So we can continue a little bit. We can talk a little bit about what's been happening in our elementary schools, the successes, where we've been, and that'll hopefully get Dr. Douglas back on, finish up sharing a little bit of that data, then also allow for questions. So Mark, if you can pull up slide 8. As we looked at our Douglas County data, as you saw, we are trending in the right direction. As we go through the spring, there's going to be a lot of variables that we don't control that we're going to have to be ready for. You see the positivity and hope of vaccinations. We've done a lot of planning. Then you also see the variance and what could be. We're going to have to adjust, and that's where we talk about that consistency, that sustainability, and effectiveness in our health mitigation factors. So looking at Douglas County, we were in the fall able to go the longest of in-person at elementary and also in-person hybrid at both middle school and high school, pushing into the weeks of Thanksgiving. And then we finally had to move out based off of operational sustainability from Thanksgiving to winter break. Coming back, we were the first school district to have elementary full-time. And we look at the opportunity where we had kids in person right from the start, maximizing that time back, where our numbers dropped to a point where while we've had positive impacts and quarantines, we've had a lot of positivity and success. Mark, if you just let me know as we start going that if he is back, he is back. So as we start looking at these, I'm going to get back to the data at hand, but we quickly, just to see, we won't read through this later, but we've had more opportunities to meet with students, engage in activities. We look at our better substitute fill rates on top of all the other events that are happening. And if you go to quickly slide 9, which will go back to a little bit of his data, we've had those quarantine protocols. Those protocols.
What is stringent enough to keep things safe and what is too stringent to make things operationally challenging. It was modified once in September. It's being modified again now. We think it's going to try to simplify the guidance and try to make it probably a little more finely tailored. It's going to be relying a little more heavily on tailored quarantine so that there are situations where there's good masking and good seat assignments. The whole class does not have to be quarantined. The other thing that's really going to play into this, particularly from the teachers, is guidance the state just put out that anybody who's 2 weeks post second dose of vaccine will not have to be quarantined if exposed. Now, that couldn't happen fast enough from my perspective, but again, if we start vaccinating educators next Monday, the 8th, and we are still dealing with the constricted supply, we've had about 90,000 doses a week estimated to be coming to the state. The governor estimates we may get to 70% or so by the middle of March. That's a first dose estimate. Then you got to tack the 3 to 4 week follow-up second dose, and then you got to tack 2 weeks to achieve full immunity after that second dose. So when you run the math, that's going to be welcome, but we're still going to have a time period in which exposure can result in quarantine, which can result in folks having not to be there and potentially disruptions. I do want to say that one of the questions you guys ask, as long as I'm talking about quarantine, is why are private schools following a different set of rules? And the answer is they're not. The answer is we use the same set of rules from the state for everybody. I think in all honesty, our public school partners have been, frankly, more adherent to working with us on these guidance. There's been, certainly not all private schools, but some have been a little more disinclined to follow again, it's not a choice, but we're not really interested in closing a school down in the absence of an outbreak just because folks are not going along with what we think is the guidance from the state health department. I will say that the things that we follow, apart from the metrics that you all have outlined, from our perspective vis-a-vis public health safety, is going to be how the outbreaks are progressing. We certainly expect outbreaks to happen. You all have had a number so far since you've gone back. Whether those can be contained quickly or whether they begin to expand. The second parameter, Corey shared with me last night the data the district has been, the percent or is the attack rate, so to speak, among folks exposed in the school, which is low now, getting higher. Another question I had, as long as I'm talking quarantine, Corey, I'm sorry if I don't know if I'm doing a good job of weaving in some of, you guys asked me fantastic questions and I could be with you all night trying to answer them. But another question was, why can't we keep all quarantine kids in a room together as long as they aren't sick? And the answer is each exposed person really represents their own possible incubating infection. Now, your rates of getting infected once exposed in your schools, you're measuring at about 2%. So if I take 40 kids or adults or whatever who've been quarantined and put them in a class together, out of that number, I've got maybe one that's going to be infected. And if I put them in a class with the other 39, what I've done is create a great incubation setting with a possibly infected person and other people. So in general, we try not to have people quarantine together, even though that does create a lot of hardship for trying to manage the situation. I do want to say a few things about I got a number of really excellent questions about mental health issues. And this has been an enormous part of the equation of the pandemic. I think that when we back up and look at what's happened in mental health, the fairest thing to say is that living through a pandemic, whether you're living through a situation that's been restricted or just a situation where you know that people have gotten sick and died, is really challenging. We have been monitoring stats on various mental health parameters. You asked me about some of those. Among the ones you asked me about is the number of suicides in the county among student age people. Our team pulled that out this morning for the calendar year 20. This is provisional. Some of these results come in late. It was 14. So that's 14 suicides in school-age youth. That compares to 7 in calendar year 19. That's higher, obviously, although the numbers are small enough that that's not a statistically significant difference, but nonetheless, it's obviously higher. And it was 11 in calendar year 18. That's as far back as they were able to get that data for me. I'm sorry. We also looked at suicide attempts. We were able to take that back, and we looked at emergency room visits for both, quote, suicidal ideation as well as actual suicide attempts. I'll focus on the attempts. Compared to the previous 5 years, those have gone up. For Douglas County adolescents, there were 138 during calendar year 20, and that's probably complete data because we get that pretty real time. The highest previous year was 103. That was in 2019. And the previous years, it averaged more around the low 90s. So suicide attempts have unequivocally gone up, and actually completed suicide, although I can't say that it's a, quote, statistical reality, it certainly is apparent, a trend in the upward direction. I think one question comes up is, why is this happening? Douglas County's been on the leading edge of trying to address mental health among the counties in Colorado. There have been concerns about youth mental health for years now. I think it's fair to say the pandemic in some way, shape, or form has exacerbated that, whether it's exacerbated it because of general societal stress, because of personal loss, or 6 degrees of separation of loss, or what I think everybody wonders if is playing a role is remote learning. I don't think we have any good way to point that out, but I do think those statistics are concerning. They're certainly highly related to the pandemic, and whatever we can do to try to bring those down, I think we would all want to be part of those actions. So, Corey, I didn't get to every question, but I got to a lot of them. I don't know, maybe I could stop now and see gaps I haven't addressed, and folks can ask me questions. Would that work?
Absolutely. I think that'd be perfect. Thank you, Dr. Douglas. We'll turn over to questions from the board.
All right, very good. Thank you, Dr. Douglas, for that overview and for addressing many of the questions we asked in advance. Directors, other questions for Dr. Douglas you'd like to ask at this time? So, Dr. Douglas, one of the questions I know that comes up, and I will just represent some of our community members. One is the CDC data that talks about that incidence in terms of when we are considered highest at risk for transmission. The CDC has a very different threshold than what we do with Tri-County Health. For instance, the CDC says anything that's greater than 200 would be considered highest risk of transmission, where you talked about the 500 mark as being a mark that we want to stay below. Can you kind of reconcile that for us in terms of why there's such a discrepancy?
I think the discrepancy exists because the CDC's not updated their information, honestly. I used to work at the CDC. I have a lot of pride in the organization, but I think they've missed the ball on this one. I think data that is coming out of local jurisdictions where it's been carefully measured, as it has in Douglas County, to me is much more powerful. I would take the piece that I referred to that was published a week ago in the Journal of the American Medical Association as a likely precursor to those modified guidelines. I know CDC has got a number of different modifications in the works, and we could wait for that. But I think, frankly, the on-the-ground practical experience has shown that that sort of early threshold. And by the way, the local public health directors back in June developed our own warning lights, and we set a case rate above 100 ought to set off a red light. And honestly, that was an evidence-informed guess, and it was a guess, and it was wrong. And that's why I think that learning as we've gone on the ground is a much more, frankly, appropriate way to go in the local context.
Very good, thank you. Director Long, go ahead.
And again, Douglas, thank you very much for your leadership throughout this pandemic. I hate to be you, you probably getting a lot of pressures from both sides, and I appreciate, for your service to the community. I previously sent in questions that I don't think is being addressed. Probably tonight, we're going to hear people talking about this latest CDC report about children can return to school safely. And of course, Governor Polis also always claimed that, school is one of the safest place. So in terms of, from the health perspective, from the Tri-County, do you have any criteria to given to us to let us know that what number, when we're looking at that, is safe to have a 5 days in-person learning, and what number we're looking at, we should pretty much consider all e-learning, and of course, hybrid is being one of the options that we're also considering. Is there any some hard number from your point of view that, when we reach this number, this is the way that we should go? And given the latest CDC report, do you think that we are at the point that 5 days in person is something that we as a school district should consider? Thank you.
So a lot of really good questions. Honestly, Director, I don't think we have, we took a shot back in the summer, as I've already alluded to try to say, here's some evidence-informed guesses about guidelines about when you ought to be more careful and when things look really good. And I think they were wrong. I think at this point, it's very hard for me to say with any degree of convincingness, or frankly, being convinced myself, that these are thresholds that you got to go remote when you hit that. You can be completely fine in person when you hit that, and in between you should do hybrid. I think my own feeling has been that, again, it's the process that matters more than the absolute stuff that's going on in the communities. We don't really know, I think, at this point, how bad things can be in the outside world before schools get bad in terms of transmission. We know how bad things can be in the outside world in terms of rates until you begin to have so many exposed people that you end up with quarantines and inoperability. I think my own sense is that how you all are envisioning and doing it, which is with some degree of planfulness, a gradual approach, bringing back the lowest risk people first, and then bringing back that's the younger kids, and then bringing back the older kids. I think the question in my head is, do you plunge completely into 100%, or do you go with hybrid? And I think given the operational questions and the fact that, we're still monitoring in a gradual way those parameters of success or of safety, i.e. outbreaks and intra-school transmission, I think going to the next step, i.e. hybrid for the older kids for the next 3 to 4 weeks or so. I mean, I hesitate to give a time frame because you guys are the experts on that, but and to watch and see how those metrics play out. And then because we will hopefully be getting more teachers vaccinated over the next month, then I think if we're not seeing deleterious trends in terms of outbreaks and intra-school transmission, I think it would be quite reasonable to think about going back to full in person. What I want to underline, I think I was saying this when I fell off the radar screen. I think we all have to be mindful that the things that seem to be most associated with transmission have been teachers and adults getting together. And I think that we see our colleagues and we have the natural inclination when we want to be together. And that's actually resulted in more transmission than student to teacher, number one. Number two, the second thing is every school wants to do athletics. I'm sure you guys do too. Athletics, particularly those that involve close contact without mask. Wrestling is number one in my concern. CDC highlighted that. Basketball is number two in my concern. To the extent that you decide to include that as part of your offerings, just be aware that that's probably going to create greater risk of enhanced transmission. So I'm not giving you the answer you wanted, which is where this is the number and where I would draw the line. But that's the process by which I would sort of think through how to approach coming back, with the emphasis again being maintaining the parameters of safety and maintaining good measurements of intra-school transmission.
Very good. Other directors? Go ahead, Director Meek.
Dr. Douglas, thanks so much for being here again tonight. And as you know, last Friday, the governor announced teachers being moved up for vaccinations starting next week. I also want to thank Interim Superintendent Weiss for his advocacy on getting teachers moved up. So I think that's a really positive step. I'm just curious, what is the benefit of the first vaccination shot? Because I know it requires 2. And it takes 2 weeks after the second shot to be to see the full benefits. But are there benefits after the first shot?
Yeah, there really are. And I think we're becoming more aware of that from a couple of perspectives. First of all, the trials were never set up to look at single dose, although the Johnson & Johnson will be, by the way, as you probably know. So what you have available to you is what happened to people in the 21 or 28 days between dose 1 and 2. And the answer is that after 2 weeks in both of them, it looks like we're getting to levels of at least short-term protection of around 50% or so. And by the time you get out to about week 3 or 4, that may be going up to about 65% levels of protection. Now, again, that's short-term, and you need the second dose because that's where you're going to not only get yourself to 95, but you're also going to get, we believe, more durability. But it does appear that in the trials, you get a pretty good boost of infection, with a reminder that back in the spring, we thought if we could get a pretty effective vaccine at the 50% level, we'd be very happy. And so a first dose does get us into that range. I will mention, I just reviewed some data. We haven't had a chance to do this with our own data from Denver, and they're actually seeing already a reduction in trends in folks in their 70s and 80s in terms of new cases. I just eyeballed the Douglas County data. It looks like it's doing the same thing. And that would almost certainly be due to the largely one dose effort that we've been using in our communities, because very few folks in their 70s or even in long-term care facilities have gotten a second dose. So I think one dose does begin to provide us a lot of added value.
Very good. Director Lung?
I also sent these questions previously. I don't think that's being answered also. So for the secondary school, we actually have the middle school and a high school. And so from the health perspective, looking at the age group of the middle school student and high school student, does it make more sense to lump them together as a group? Or should we break them down into middle school and high school when we consider reopening their school for 5 days in-person learning or hybrid? Because for the middle school student, I think is more, the high school student is probably more close to the adult, which has a higher transmission rate. And the middle school student is probably not as mature to be able to cause as old as a high school student for the transmissions purpose of physiology speaking. What's the assessment, for trying to consider them as a separate group versus putting them together when we think about reopening school?
Well, I think your question is a really good one, because you're right. I think almost every way you argue it, there is some difference. We believe the difference in transmission capacity from younger to older has probably got to do more with body size and the degree of the ability to expel respiratory particles than it does anything intrinsic to the age of the kid. So the bigger the body, the more the virus can come out, number one. Number two, again, you guys know better than I do, but my gestalt would be that middle school students may have a tougher time with remote learning than high school students. Certainly that would be true of my grandkids, for example, but I don't want to overgeneralize from them. I think if you were in a situation where, from an operational perspective, you weren't quite ready to go back full 6 through 12, it certainly makes the most sense to bring the middle school kids back first. Having said that, I think if you're saying, we actually could accommodate both, I think that the strongest gradations in risk of transmission appear to happen between, it looks like around 10, 11 years of age. And therefore, I think that while there will be a gradation with the bigger the kid, I don't think it's enough of a difference that if you can operationally handle it, that I would choose to distinguish. And I think you could, with a degree of confidence, bring the 6 through 12 back together as a group. So again, there are gradations, but I think the biggest stair step is between 10, 11, and 12 and older.
Director Holtzman.
Hi. Thank you, Dr. Douglas. I appreciate your expert counsel and Tri-County's partnership with our school district. Really, my only question, after all the good information that you've provided, is in regards to the mitigation strategies that we already have in place, which, as you've said, have proven to be very effective. So I'm grateful to Tri-County for your guidance and for our staff for implementing those. But my wondering is really about if there's anything more we can do, and I think about testing. I know that Interim Superintendent Wise is probably going to give us an update later in the presentation, so I'm not sure if he would want to also weigh in on that, but just wondering what information you might have in regards to our greater access to testing. I know we already provide testing for our staff, and have recently seen information in the social media and media about more testing that might be available through the state, and just wondered if you had any recommendations about that.
Well, I think testing can be quite useful. I applaud Douglas County along with other metro districts for setting up testing opportunities for the teachers. My biggest concern all along has been adequate access to testing for symptomatic students. So if we can get a kid, and that's actually gotten accentuated for those students in quarantine, because as you guys know, I haven't mentioned it, but one thing the state did modify in terms of quarantine guidance is how long you have to be quarantined and your ability to come back with a negative test at day 5 on day 7. And so if I was going to prioritize testing beyond what you're already doing, offering for the teachers in any way, it would be to try to enhance student testing. Number one would be to help anybody who might have trouble getting early testing to reduce the duration of quarantine. And number two would be any student who's got mild symptoms and is having trouble getting testing done through their own means. It's my understanding that the COVID check sites will test students, and that may be have provided sufficient capacity for students at Douglas County. I will mention that the governor has been talking about the Binax home test. And the big advantage of the Binax home test is that the COVID check test is a PCR test that's done every couple of weeks or so. It's the most sensitive test, but it's only every couple of weeks. The Binax test is an antigen test. It's a home test. You have to do it with a telehealth oversight to be sure you're reading the results correctly. But it's arguably more convenient than having to go to a COVID test site. And you can do this on a serial basis. I think it's 5 days out of 7. The test itself is less sensitive, meaning if you have it, it's less likely to pick it up. But if you do it day after day after day, then the sensitivity gets pretty competitive with the PCR test. And if you've got teachers that say, all things being equal, I'd love to test, but it's too much of a hassle to go to the site, and I hate having that, hate having to wait in line or whatever. I do think that the Binax test option might be something that's worth considering. Again, I don't know if you've already got testing available, how much added value it would provide. I think it depends on the context and how the testing you're currently offering is actually worked out.
Thank you.
Very good. Directors, any other questions? Just a quick question, Dr. Douglas, regarding quarantining. I know we have 2 methods that we can deploy, one being the enhanced contact identification versus the targeted contact identification. My first question is, does that change at all when we move to the yellow I know that, does that become more lenient, or is there more flexibility with that? And then I have another follow-up question regarding the enhanced contact method, so.
Well, you and I are thinking on the same pathway, because when I first heard about the dial and the more lenient thresholds, I wanted to be sure the state, the right hand of the state, while the left hand was changing the dial, the right hand that was doing the school guidelines was thinking critically about how to try to make that as clunky as possible for the schools. The answer is, I don't know. I got a verbal commitment from Jill Ryan, the head of the health department, that was, oh yeah, that's really important. We'll be sure to do that. But I haven't heard details on what adjudication of the school guidelines in concert with the dial is going to look like.
Okay, very good. And then along, just a quick follow-up on the enhanced contact method. We use that 40-minute mark as when we have to take action. We have had a suggestion that why don't we just hold classes for only 35 minutes, and then we avoid that need of hitting that 40-minute threshold when we have to quarantine kids. Any thoughts about that?
Oh God, I'd hate to see you have to tie yourself in knots like that. I am a big fan of the targeted quarantine rules, and that the 40 minutes thing comes in only in extreme circumstances, including if you can't meet the targeted quarantine criteria. I'd say that if you're in a circumstance, a school, a principal, a teacher, et cetera, in which it just can't be met, and I think we really are going to have to wait and see what the new guidelines look like. The 40 minutes is, like so many of the magic measures in COVID, it's our best way of taking biologic uncertainty and trying to create some understandable metrics around it. Is 39 safer than 41? A little bit. Is it black and white? No. I think if you guys really begin to explore that, I'd love for us to talk to you, to sort of think it through with you, to understand the context. Again, it would, from the letter of the law, the way the law is currently written, 39 minutes would avoid that. Is it going to biologically matter that much? And is it going to, but maybe 1 minute doesn't mess with your curriculum either. It strikes me that it might. So I'm being equivocal.
Sure.
I'd rather see all of us get to simpler guidelines where we can do targeted quarantine, especially as our teachers begin to get protected with those first doses of vaccine.
Sure, agreed. No, thanks for that. I think you can kind of hear that quarantine is probably the thing that's the most disruptive in terms of when we do any kind of in-person. And I just think we also understand that it can also be a mitigating strategy, though, in terms of keeping positivity rates lower. But I think that whole quarantine issue continues to be something that we struggle with. So thanks for struggling with us.
Well, you're struggling with us because you're trying to work with us in a good faith way, which we really appreciate.
Sure.
Even though we know it's really challenging.
Yeah. Not seeing any other questions, Dr. Douglas, so we're going to let you off the hook unless Mr. Wise has anything he wants you to follow up with. But we, again, just are always grateful for the time you spend with us, the information you give us, and just have appreciated you being with us on this journey. So thank you very, very much for your time tonight.
Well, it's always an honor. You guys are a great board. The residents of the county are lucky to have you. Thank you for including me.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas. So if we can go back to roughly slide 10, as we start talking about where we are as a county, where we are as a school district, our data, our recommendations of our plan that we've had, that gradual return. You also have a great question of separating middle school and high school. And it comes back to operational sustainability on top of those clear factors and those risk factors of safety. And when you go back and look at our data that we've had, we're at that point where we were last fall, September, October-ish, where we were able to be hybrid at both middle school, high school, and full person at elementary. We have variables that we can't control. We are getting better with everything as we go, better with targeted quarantining and the ability to look at how we can continue to work with Tri-County to use that most effectively, better with our mitigating factors and those expectations, and better with how we provide instruction and learning, both as students, families, and teachers. So if we look at slide 13, this really gets back to now recommendation. We as a staff with our schools, we have all of our 9 middle school principals and our 9 high school principals available. They're going to speak here in a minute a little bit of the work that we have done in the past week to prepare even further for hybrid in-person 2.0. Last fall we were in-person hybrid, and it's similar to what school districts are doing right now. Both Littleton and Cherry Creek are back in an in-person hybrid model. Same schedules, similar hybrid instruction to what we were doing last fall. We've used this time to prepare leading up to this, including now this past week with even more focus. With added time, we always will work to be better. So with that time, we've had a greater focus of what we want to do. So it is our recommendation that we do look at moving middle school and high school to an in-person hybrid 2.0 on Monday, May 8th. That would be this coming Monday. When we look at planning for this, we've been working hard and spending a lot of time, but we also need to continue to build support for our teachers. That's going to be ongoing. As you hear in this, the variable is in place to be perfect, that it's an ending destination. We're going to be continuing to always work and improve and get better. Better with Tri-County and quarantining, better with our synchronous and live work, and better with all of our students and learning. So as we look at this side, we are looking at the 5th, which is a remote day, as more of an asynchronous day to allow teachers to continue to move. We haven't been back in schools for quite some time. We need to prep our rooms. We need to have that going. We still want to have the learning with students, and teachers could check in or work asynchronously, let them work independently, but build for that transition for the 1st. And that allows both the learning side and also the planning side. As we look at what we've done, what improvements have we put in place? All of our schools have put in a path, and we want students to reach out to their schools. If they don't feel comfortable, it's not going to be perfect if you aren't back in schools, because you can't replicate what you do in a school outside. It's not going to be exact. But we also want to say we have the health factors to show that we can be safe in that in-person hybrid. We have smaller class sizes. We can have social distancing. We will be wearing masks, both students and teachers, at all times. We're going to be reminding and working to make sure that we have that distance in our teacher offices, in lunchroom spaces with adults, and also trying to help students remind that we always wear our masks. Now, lunches, you know what? Just like with always, we have more space because half the students there, but with lunches and masks off, we're going to have to continue. We will have quarantines. We will have positive impacts, but we will continue to measure the transmissions within our schools and look at those factors and continue to accommodate appropriately. But we also look at that idea that we're going to be transitioning students to more live time. Each day, rather than just having asynchronous, students will be working with their classmates, with teachers. They will be checking and working in groups. We are going to build towards what we kind of call a 3.0 version. We want to work towards how we can get to the point of any seat, anywhere. But that's hard to do, and that's a big jump. But we are improving on what that synchronous and live time looks like. And lastly, we want to say, how do we deliver? We talked about the safety mitigating factors. We've also gone back to say, what do we already have and what have we done well? Our principals have worked with our teachers. We're sharing what have we already done, what worked, what didn't work very well, so we learn and don't replicate what didn't work well. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to need to build PLC time, plan time, work time as we go throughout, as part of our schedules, to allow teachers to continue to get better and more comfortable and allow more operational status for kids. So when we talk about consistency, consistency is staying true to the plan. This is the time when we have the numbers to be in person. We don't want to miss out on an opportunity to be in person while our numbers are at the point where they are. We hope they continue to stay here or go down, but we don't control that completely. So we want to maximize this time and build consistency of what we plan for that gradual return. We have the numbers and the in-person hybrid to keep those mitigating factors of distance, mask wearing, and other intangibles to keep this as safe as possible. We're consistent with other metro districts and neighboring districts. We're consistent with the access of teachers and counselors and resources at school for kids to have in person. And we know quarantines will continue to happen, but we've gotten better, we have more targeted, and you hear those ideas that we want to continue to make that even better within those practices. We also have the hope and possibility and start to see practice implementation of vaccinations for teachers. From day one, we've been advocating to get our teachers vaccinated as quickly as possible. I like the opportunity that we have. We're going to hear a little bit later that supply chain is our biggest gap right now. The amount of vaccinations coming into our state, then to our county, and then applying those to our teachers. That's what we've got to hope that those systems come in play because we're ready, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. The sustainability, that operational side. We look at those tipping point numbers, we have more subs, our sub rates are strong, and we look at the availability to keep this going and take on more. We do believe we're at that point. We have 5 weeks until spring break to continue to monitor. You see the ideas of what else can we take on, and I think we'll always continue to monitor on which to see that. We have our operational sustainability on top of our CASHA metrics. And right now, they're all favorable to be in person. We look at our effectiveness. Hybrid served a purpose. You can't replicate, and some in person is better than none. We're also going to be much better at hybrid. We're better as students in our preparation, parents that have our kids in person as much as possible, and our delivery model and access to kids. We see that we've increased going into the school year our bandwidth, so we're prepared to have more students and teachers on. We're going to have to adapt and see how it goes. Anytime you're delivering technology, both remote and now, where you'd see more live and synchronous time, there's going to be glitches in technology. So even when you want to have everyone together, there might be glitches at home, there might be glitches at school, and you have to adapt with what you're doing with the instruction and that connection. You know, we talked about also supporting the teacher's ability to be live with students both when they're in school and outside. We've identified that, we're going to continue to grow, but our availability to have live each day and connection with kids, be able to ask questions and work on together what we need, and also build more interventions going forward is going to be something we continue to target, grow, and improve. We talked about hybrid in-person 1.0. Now we're in-person hybrid 2.0. We want to continue to grow towards 3.0. How do we keep getting better at this? How do we take planning for two different things off the teachers as much as possible? And then lastly, we talked a little bit about students who don't feel comfortable. Hopefully by having Dr. Douglas on and talking about our data, we help all of our teachers, staff, and students and families feel that net that we are able to be back in school safely. We do have those factors and practices that will help us be in school. You can't replicate what happens in a classroom. So we want to encourage everyone to come back, but we also have more opportunity for students and families to reach out to those schools and work with them and partner. So as we go into slide 12, actually slide 11, I'm sorry about that. As we go into slide 11, I want to recognize that while we have all 18 principals available, we really want to have a few speak out and they'll be available for questions. So we have the principal from both Thunder Ridge and also from Cimarron, Nikki and Chris, to talk about attendance and teacher planning. If we can go to them, we can go off the sides a little bit or narrow it down or just have them speak. Mark, if possible, please.
Thanks, Corey. This is Chris, and thank you, directors, on behalf of having all 18 secondary schools here. It's been great over the last couple weeks having the time to reflect, refine, collaborate with our staffs, collaborate with our district and each other to really come up with some good refinements for our students as we talk about having them back in the buildings. And so I'll start off by talking a little bit about attendance. And we've heard a lot about consistency over the last couple months with our students, especially when it comes to the hybrid. And so when we're looking at a synchronous model, we're talking about creating more consistency with students. So for example, a student will run through their bell schedule every single day, depending on with both cohorts. And so whether they are at home or in school in their classrooms, they'll be following that same bell schedule and really being able to engage with that consistency. One of the things that we're also doing and we've been doing all year is supporting students with their attendance. We're constantly pulling reports on attendance and and having teachers and administrators and counselors reach out to parents and support those families and students as they need help with their attendance. And so by going in this direction, I feel like we, from an attendance standpoint, and there's some other areas that we're going to talk about here in a little bit, from an attendance standpoint, this really provides that consistency that we're looking for when we're talking about attendance.
Thanks, Chris. My section is on teacher planning. This is Nikki from Thunder Ridge High School. And I think that the buzzword of the evening is going to be consistency. I think that is one thing that, regardless of the changes in posture, for our students and our teachers, we're looking to try to provide as much consistency as possible. And so with our Monday through Thursday bell scheduled check-ins with students, whether they're in person or remote, one of the nice things that we've been able to do is use Fridays a little bit more in a more flexible way, so that we can engage students and teachers in office hours. We can allow for teachers to have some collaborative time to work in their departments. We can do some intervention and bring students in who are struggling, whether that be social emotional or academically. But for our teacher planning, we really want to make sure that we continue to allow that consistent weekly PLC time. And for us at Thunder Ridge, that has really been scheduled for Friday. That's really allowed us to have some good time on Fridays for our teachers to work together. Our middle school teams are a little bit more fortunate because they are able to also have weekly team planning time for their teachers to get together and look at data and look at specific kids. So as we look at moving to hybrid, we are hoping to really be able to maintain our time for teachers to get together and figure out how best to engage students. I think we do need to be mindful that potentially, as quarantines start to happen and we look at needing to quarantine students and or teachers, that can impact our planning time. I know first semester when we had multiple quarantines, our teachers were giving up their planning time to cover for their colleagues who were out. So like Corey mentioned earlier, we just need to be ready to pivot if needed, but I think we have a good plan in place to provide some consistency for teacher planning. So I am going to pass it over to Erin Kylo, the principal at Ranch View Middle School, and Greg Gochi, the principal of Chaparral High School, and they're going to talk about the next 2 bullet points.
Thanks, Nikki. This is Erin Kylo at Ranch View. I just want to thank all the board members for having the secondary principals here tonight. It's really an honor to be here and to share a little bit of our work that we've been working on. In November, Ranch View had a fair amount of quarantines, so we started practicing some of this already. So my teachers were trying synchronous learning when we were in the hybrid model to really help those that were at home who are already quarantined. So with more synchronous teaching, we were able to get through more content. Students were able to access their teachers if they had questions, and they were able to be part of the class a little bit more from home. It wasn't perfect, but we were working through the logistics of that. So recently, our teams have worked together to share ideas on all the logistics that it's going to take. We had CIPG offer some professional growth for our elective teachers on how we can engage students. And most of our PLC communities or our departments got together to work on creative ways to help engage students that were at home while still working with the students in class. As far as intervention, as any year in regards to intervention, our schools work with the teachers, the learning specialists, mental health professionals, administration, district leadership, community resources to intervene and provide the supports that are needed for our struggling students, both academically and emotionally. You've heard consistency a lot. That's going to be the word of the night. And so we know students thrive when there's that structure and routine. And so the middle school students, like Chris had mentioned, will follow their bell schedule regardless if they're at school or at home. And synchronous teaching and core classes, I think, will help the instruction, the connectedness, the relationships, and that consistency piece. For some of our classes, we know it just doesn't make sense and it won't work perfectly. For example, PE or family consumer, or when we have a science lab, we're not going to have our students at home watch their peers run track or bake cookies or participate in a science lab. So our teachers are ready to have some alternative plans on those days for our students, and we'll work through that as a system. As a mom and a principal, I know there's no perfect system for every single student. However, I know that my colleagues were all committed to continuous improvement, and we've learned throughout this whole pandemic, and we've become masters at shifting and pivoting. So, I think that we're ready to collectively return to hybrid. We've set some commitments that we're all working towards for this transition to remote learning in this 2.0 robust model that we're looking forward to having our kids start back up on Monday.
Thanks, Aaron. We're going to turn over to Rex Score, principal of Cassview, and Brian
Oh,
Symington.
I think Greg's going to share
Oh,
something.
that's right. That's right. Greg's up. I'm sorry. Yep. Thank you.
So Greg Gochi, if you think you're talking, we don't hear you. So Greg Gochi, are you still there?
I thought, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Okay, go for it.
Maybe I could do a commercial or something. Anyway, I was going to say, leave it to a former legend guy to stick it to the Shap. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of, first of all, I want to thank you. And Director Long, you had pointed out that Dr. Douglas was in a tough spot, but we all recognize that you as our board are also in that same tough spot, in that in this time of during the pandemic, that it seems like there's no easy decision, that, no matter what, about half of the people will want one way and half of the people will want another. And we're struggling through that. And then second of all, I do want to celebrate with Abby and Ms. Hughes, all of our teachers, because they have built, evaluated, and refined this hybrid model at each of our buildings. And, and without a lot of experience with doing hybrid, right? So I want to celebrate them. And then kind of tag teaming on or adding on to what Aaron was saying, at Shap, we have nearly 2,300 students taking over 350 different courses being taught by 136 different teachers. So anything that I talk about today with regard to instruction, intervention, grading, and student engagement is certainly going to be at the framework level. And each individual classes are going to have to adjust and do those things. So at the framework level, similar to what everybody's talking about, high schools are very interested in getting to a place where the only difference between being in person, being remote, or being an e-learner at Shap anyway, is your seat. So if you're going to be, if you're sitting at home, you're doing that. But with regard to some of those things, there's, especially with intervention and grading, as the former educators that are on the board can attest to, there's a lot of informal formative assessment that occurs in watching student body language, and it's much, much more difficult to do through a screen than on in person. So some of those intervention pieces are much more difficult to do. So one of the things that we have to improve on is in communication, right, with our students and our students with their teachers, so that they can express through the screen, their needs and that sort of stuff. So, and again, with the grading and instruction, certainly we're not quite as efficient as we were when we were full in person, but it's been a pretty interesting and good thing that we've started to see our teachers start to evaluate, some of the more important things. As an example, I taught mostly physics and chemistry for a number of years, say 15 years. And so over 1,000 students, I taught those two subjects, and I could probably count on one hand the number of physicists and chemists that came out of that group. And so I spent a lot of my time trying to teach kids physics and chemistry. And oh, by the way, they might learn problem solving and perspective and evaluation. And I should have been teaching those things. And oh, by the way, they might have learned some physics and chemistry. So I think we're getting to a point where we're having to evaluate that sort of thing. And finally, just wanted to talk about student engagement. And, we've all heard the the adage, or at least maybe I'm dating myself by saying that, but the saying that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And student engagement for sure is a partnership that we have to develop with our students, and our teachers do incredible work trying to develop and create a culture of inquiry, so that kids are engaged in their learning and taking ownership of their learning. But when there's so many distractions in their environment, particularly at home, so complexity to it, and there's so many things that I want you to know and understand and feel, and more importantly, there's things that I want our community to know and understand, but I'm afraid I would take up all of the time. So I think given that, I will stop there and pass the baton on to Rex and Brian. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gochi. I thank you, board, and Mr. Wise for having us on the meeting this evening. It's great to join you all. What I will share is spent 14 years as a high school theater teacher. I had even less physicists and chemists come out of my classes than Greg did. And so that's just a reality for me. I have the opportunity, and if we could jump on to the next slide, please, to speak to a little bit of the daily and weekly schedule conversation. And I think that has been a great opportunity for some collaboration, really from all of our stakeholder groups. And it's been working through some of the constraints where we are in remote. You face less constraints. Transportation isn't as big an obstacle or a constraint for developing a schedule. As we head back into hybrid, some of those things become realities again. And so we've had some pretty careful conversations with our teacher leaders, with our teachers, and really trying to pull everything through the lens of what's going to work best for the students we serve. And so we've been able to utilize some of our previous survey data, what has really worked well in the remote posture that we've been in, and try to identify those aspects of that schedule and pull those into what Mr. Wise has called hybrid 2.0. I think we have adopted the philosophy that maybe hybrid in its first iteration was not a great fit for all. And we certainly saw that from a number of different data points and have had those conversations. And so we're trying to answer collectively the question, how might we? And so where from the high school lens with Open Campus, I think there are some different things available to us that we've been able to reel in on. But I know some of my colleagues have adopted a rotating block schedule. Some have gone to a 7-period-a-day schedule. Castleview, with its unique 4x4, we have maintained and been able to maintain seeing our students in every class every day. And I think that's been a priority that's been established both by our teachers and our students, and has led to higher levels of engagement and higher levels of success. I think that we have identified in this most recent remote period the need for some individual instruction and individual connection time with our teachers and students, but also our counselors and students, our mental health and students, interventionists, and right across the board. And so what we've developed is some time at the end of each day that we're referring to as student support and connection time. And that has given teachers that additional time to really connect, to reteach, to have some of that level of in-depth connection that doesn't happen as easily through the computer screen. And that'll be available as we shift back into hybrid for both in-person students and those joining virtually. And so by being able to partner with our teachers, by being able to build the feedback loop through with our school accountability committee and our parents, I think that scheduling piece is coming a little more clear, and we are continuing to iterate and try to find the most successful path forward. Mr. Singleton, I don't want to speak to on the middle school side of things. Brian, do you want to pick up there?
Yes, thank you very much. And again, board, thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you today. I'd like to start out by hoping everybody is enjoying celebrating Black History Month. We're off to a good start, something positive out there. The other thing I'd like to say is I'd like to acknowledge the Mountain Ridge Middle School staff for all the work that they have put in the last 2 weeks. This work really began much earlier in this year when we decided to bring our SSN kids back 4 days a week. And so we kind of made some modifications to our schedule at Mountain Ridge where we created in our remote schedule 2 opportunities in the day, one before lunch and one before the end of the day for student access, because we were running into the problem of having to pull kids out of the virtual classroom to provide services. And so we were able to create a 45-minute time before lunch and another 20-minute session at the end of the day so that special service providers had the accessibility to students, for classroom teachers to have the ability to meet with individuals or small groups, to look into why kids aren't attending class or missing assignments and things like that. And so as we were moving forward and thinking about heading back into hybrid and ultimately, hopefully, back to full in-person, we wanted to create something that created accessibility across the board, whether you're in person or at home in a quarantine situation. And I think a lot of the middle school principals also recognize that as something we needed to focus on. So I know all of our middle school principals have instituted that sort of time somewhere in their schedule to provide that additional support for students. And to be honest with you, nobody's good at this model. Nobody never necessarily thrives outside of the classroom. So I kind of consider the entire population of Douglas County as somewhat vulnerable. And so what we're trying to do is create an opportunity so that the kids that need supported, we have access to them. Our ability to reach out to parents and to students, we continue to make that a focus of what we're doing. Instead of just looking at it as a problem, we're looking at how to address that. And I know all of my colleagues have taken it on as a personal kind of drive to make sure that we are in connection with our students, especially our special and vulnerable population. So this work has been going on for several months now, and we as a middle school group have just intensified it in anticipation of bringing the kids back. And to be honest with you, we are excited to move on to the next step, which I guess we are calling 2.0. So again, I hope this helps a little bit. And to be honest with you guys, I don't remember who's next. So I'm going to turn it over to whoever's next.
Hey, Brian, thank you. This time I will jump in the right time. So we have Tony Kappas, Tony Jakowski from both Mesa and Douglas County High School.
Good evening, Board of Directors. Again, this is Tony Jakowski, the proud principal at Mesa Middle School. We appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you here tonight. Our students and staff have really done an amazing job following the health and safety protocols. It's really become second nature in the building. The mitigation strategies of wearing a mask, social distancing, hand washing, disinfecting, and the other procedures will continue to follow that to make sure that we ensure student and staff safety as we move forward. And of course, this information is routinely reviewed so that teachers, staff, and parents are aware of the most up-to-date practices so we can ensure that safety. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Kappas.
Good evening, directors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. As Mr. Jakowski said, the safety and health measures are imperative. Outlined health safety measures will continue as they've been put into place earlier in the year. I want to emphasize face coverings and how important it is. Face coverings over the nose and mouth are required indoors, including and during in-person instruction, and while other adults, including faculty, lounges. Students are required also. Cloth face coverings over the nose and mouth are required for all students except during outdoor recess. I know that's not from middle school, high school. And exercise activities where appropriate, distancing can be maintained. A couple other things mentioned. Social distancing is important, especially in the classroom. 6 feet whenever possible. And obviously, as what Dr. Douglas mentioned, is targeting is very important. So we want to put the safety of not only the students, but also the faculty members. And with that being said, seating charts will be created and students will be assigned seats throughout the day as possible. And these are just the most important as far as face covering, distancing, disinfecting, and hand washing so that we can return back to the hybrid. And back to you, Mr. Weiss.
Hey, thank you, Tony. As I start to conclude a little bit, I just want to take a second to show the appreciation that the middle school and high school principals and all of their staff have been really working hard, spending extra time hours with an increased focus. That planning and preparation was always there. The work and the detail of how we get better is always there and will continue. But the focus and extra time and spending the time tonight, some collective commitments together to share best practice, to say where can we be consistent, but also then start to understand that it's not going to be perfect. We're going to be growing, we're going to be improving. We're going to be finding what's next, because even when you have a well laid out plan, you find adjustments that you're going to have to make. But I just want to say thank you for their professionalism, their time, their work together. They're working to make this better and using this opportunity to maximize it. So to all 18 of you and all of your staff, your teachers, everyone, I just want to say thank you. It means a lot. It's great for our students. It's great for our district, so thank you. With that being said, I want to go back to recommending our return to in-person hybrid 2.0 for February 8th. I believe we're in a better spot and we are ready to take this on for all the points: sustainability, consistency, effectiveness, and safety. I think in these things you've heard, we have better plans to have live and work with kids, to give kids access to their resources, to their teachers, to their instruction and questions. We also see the need of that transitioning those students who don't feel as comfortable to work on plans of how can we. Hopefully through this, we see that we do have a good system of safety, and we'd like to encourage everyone to come back. We've increased the opportunity for transportation ridership also, as we're going to hear a little bit later, to try to build this not only in our full in-person elementary, but the addition of our middle school and high school returning to in-person. And lastly, I think, those needs of technology. We've done a lot of work. You've heard of schools that already started to practice some of this in the past, sharing those ideas and how we build out there. We're going to continue to find those ways and next steps of how we need to get better to work to 3.0, how we work to having more synchronous all the time for kids and everywhere. But there's work to be done, and that continuous effort is always going to be there. So again, I'm going to say to put to you for later tonight into decision, our recommendation to return to in-person, and that work to continue to evaluate our data, to look at our quarantine and transmission sustainability, to look at our incident rates, to look at our vaccinations of what's going to happen, to continue to monitor our next steps for the rest of the semester. I think being in person is the right thing to do. It's needed. It's not going to be perfect for everybody. We're going to work with everybody, but it's the right thing to do at this time. I'm going to turn this over for questions and let you have time with our principals, myself, or our staff, as we have all of cabinet, our EDOS, and our secondary principals available to answer your questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wise. And I wonder if we can bring up our 18 amazing leaders again, but would certainly echo what Mr. Wise said on behalf of all the board to all of you. We are just so grateful that all of you are leading the way through these tumultuous times, that you're figuring out the path when there has never been a path laid before. So just want to express our true, sincere gratitude for what you're doing for our kids. And I would just say too, very quickly, that delighted to see that the 2 weeks that we gave you to do some additional work on moving to this 2.0 version, you did some great, amazing things. And the word consistency came up a lot, and I think that was certainly what this board was really listening for, is that consistency across all our feeder areas. And certainly it does my heart well to see all of you together on the screen and collectively working together to really make those commitments, to say that no matter which roof our kids are under, there's some guarantees and commitments that we're going to make to them about what this next stage of learning looks like for them. So hats off to you. Thank you very much. Directors, we have just a few minutes for quick questions. This is our information only time. I'll remind you of that. So quick questions, Director Graziano and then Director Long.
Well, we have here, I think I may have mentioned this, but we have here in front of us a little cheat sheet in case we always forget what we have to do while we're up here. And one of them is, it says we will avoid overanalyzing. So I don't have any questions. So I just really want to comment and just bring to light a couple of things that were said that I think bear repeating. The first thing was around level of complexity of the items that have been reviewing in the refined hybrid 2.0 model. And I think it really bears mentioning the level of detail that I'm sure all of you went through to come up with the detail that you presented tonight and that what you have to accomplish going forward. I also just wanted to highlight a comment that you made that was made around, despite all of the complexity and all of that level of detail that you're going to go through and will always go through, nothing will be perfect. And so I think that is, while the intention will be to make everything great, we realize that everything that we've been doing is always going to be imperfect, unfortunately, just given the path we're on. But I truly appreciate that announcement. But the last thing that really, to me moves me, and I think will move us going forward, was the comment was said once, but it's probably said multiple times in different ways, around the commitment to keep doing things better. And I think that's the key here. Nothing will be perfect, but there is the commitment. And to me, the sooner we let the folks like yourselves, the leaders who are in the buildings with our kids, with our teachers, to do the work, I think the better off we'll be. So for that, I just want to thank you all for everything that you do on a regular basis. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Graziano. Director Long.
Well, piggyback on what Director Graziano said, one of the things that we say to avoid is showing a lack of trust. And you guys are awesome. You guys are wonderful. And we put interim superintendents wise to be a leader. And I think we should trust him. And if he does not deliver, then we can hold him responsible. And I think he tells us loud and clear. And for all of you, wonderful principal who tell us that you are ready. And I want to hold up what we write in here, which is avoid showing a lack of trust, because I trust you. And for that, when the decision's time is come, I'm going to propose, to support interim superintendent's recommendations to reopen school. I do have one question. Our teacher in the 1.0 versions, they are working way above what they are doing it, not only doing their jobs, doing planning, grading, responsible email, they're also doing a lot of substitutions. So now our substitution situations is so much better. I'm just wondering, can we give them a promise? Because I know that before they could lead to substitute several times a week. So knowing that they're not only teach, they also do a lot of other things, and substitution is better. Can we avoid having our teacher to do so many sub? Maybe we can have them to do it maybe once in 2 weeks, once in 3 weeks. I mean, several times a week, I think is too many. And I do feel for our teacher that dedicate their life and their service for our student. Could we do something better?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer it. One, we always need to look out for the time in which our teachers are spending. With increased substitutes in our district, we hope not to have to cover classes. To put a promise towards predictability where we can't control what we're going to face, I think we need to put a promise to awareness, a promise to looking as our principals working with our staff to say, we need everyone at times to cover a class. Some people want to and they choose to. Others we go to because we know they will step up, that we need to put in place how can everyone do a little bit so it's not sometimes the few doing so much. So I think that's a collective piece of working with all of our staff to look at how we spread that out if we have to. how we try to cover classes and prepare, but also be acknowledgement of we're doing it an awful lot and we're getting to those tipping points. So I think that's our continued work together in our level meetings in looking at assessing how are we doing, what are our tipping points. That's probably that operational side, Director Lung, that we can evaluate and monitor and address as we go. So I think that promise of awareness, of intentionality, and trying to do that and maintain planning time, PLC time is going to be important. And principals, I don't know if you want to expand on that at all, if I covered that well. It's a respect your perspective.
Looks like you're getting the full 18 nod there. Actually, I saw Mr. Zimmerman unmute though. Mr. Zimmerman, go for it.
I was just going to echo a little bit what Corey said, but we also have a lot of our classified that has stepped up and got their sub-license as well. I know 3 or 4 of my office staff has applied and is willing to step up to take some of that burden off. And so I appreciate educators because they're always willing to step in and help. And that's one of the great qualities that we have as working with educators. And so definitely needing to your point, balance it out and make sure that we're monitoring our teachers' mental health as well and their capacities as we move forward.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Are there other questions for our principals? Oh, thank you, Mr. Wise. Yes, Ms. Director Chancho Shore.
Yes, I'm just going to take 30 seconds, one, to appreciate you guys and to acknowledge that this new rhythm of the work really does take some time and some effort in looking at what that looks like. Just want to take 30 seconds to appreciate the work that you did in the last couple weeks. Thank you for answering our questions.
One quick question I have, and I know we have our Chief Technology Officer in the room too, Mr. Wise, you may feel comfortable with, but we've certainly heard that technology, I know that there's been a lot of evaluation done and we're getting equipment. We've heard that bandwidth and internet connectivity is a concern at times. And then if we're adding this component of additional synchronous learning, are we in a good place in terms of having that many students potentially synchronized learning from their homes while also in the classroom? And this is Mr. Blair, our Chief Technology Officer. Mr. Blair, welcome.
Great. Thank you for the question. Yes, in this past school year, we've increased the bandwidth for our middle schools and high schools by a factor of 10. So the outbound pipe and the inbound pipe for those schools is much greater capacity than it ever has been. And we may have some areas within individual classrooms that we might have to tweak and address, but our team is ready to work on that. And I've been working with the networking team and the Director of Infrastructure to address those challenges as they come up.
Very good. Good news. All right. Thank you for that.
You know, I want to also say, with all the work that IT's done in even schools to address what we need for technology, what do we have, what's working, what else will we need, and bandwidth, you try to prepare, but with technology, we depend on it daily. It's part of our daily life. And it's a great thing that I don't know what I would do without it. However, it also can be very frustrating. There's going to be failures. That's not all due to our infrastructure, but due to, at times, being at home, Wi-Fi, other outages. So just know that in all of this that we've said, that idea that we'll be addressing it, we'll be improving it, but we also have to acknowledge it is not going to be perfect. But we are improving, we are focused, and we're going to continue to always problem solve and find those solutions.
Very good. All right, last call, directors, for any questions you may have. All right, seeing none. Again, I think, Mr. Wise, you've accomplished the goal that we asked you to. More synchronous learning, more timely access to teachers, allowing more side-by-side learning with students, reducing the excessive planning for teachers. So thank you for hearing that and moving forward and making those commitments to the board and to our community, to our students. And we're looking forward to moving forward. So with that, we'll call this agenda item to a close. Directors, I'm thinking we should take a break. And before we start, student comment in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Thanks again to all the principals and teachers as we go. So
thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, very good. All right. All right, good evening. We're going to head and reconvene our meeting at 8:05, and Mr. Wise is going to wrap us up with his final superintendent updates. Go ahead, Mr. Wise.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We're going to jump quick into athletics activities update from our district athletics and activities director, Mr. Derek Cheney. Derek?
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, directors, for having me. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Cheney.
Hey, just a few really more informative for you, just an update on the athletics and activities front. Just want you to know the graduation planning is happening. We feel like we're ahead of the game on that, which is good. We have, I guess, a plan A and a plan B, if you will. The plan A, the DU, the Red Rocks, the Echo Park that we always like to do. And then, of course, we have a blueprint for plan B that we used last year. And so met with principals today, in fact, and we could have those all at Echo Park. So just wanted to kind of give you an update. In fact, we met with the principals today on that and made some progress. So feel good about that. And just, a lot of these, I work hand in hand, and a lot, of course, we all do with Tri-County. So we probably talk 3 or 4 times a week, either email, text, and conversation. So know that on the athletics and activities front, we are working close with our local health department and obviously with our state organization of CHASA and CDPHE following guidance. So second bullet there, activities update. We're trying to plan things for the spring. Schools are working together. We had some fun activities for our kids in the fall. We're trying to plan some of those same ones and work with Tri-County again. Student governments are working together to come up with a plan A, B, and C for proms and the such. And so just know that those are on our radar and we're looking at those. Trying to support our performing arts folks as well and getting them back. And right now they follow the level orange guidance, but you heard Dr. Douglas mention that may go away or go, even give them some more flexibility. So know that we are supporting the performing arts and activities as well and trying to get them opportunities. And then the last bullet, just an FYI, I'm sure you're aware that CHASA Season B is underway. We've started with the indoor sports. Our typical winter sports are happening as we speak. We have a few challenges. Obviously, the quarantine, and you guys mentioned that earlier in your conversations. It's a little more challenging with athletic quarantines. With student athletes, they have to do the standard of 14-day. They don't allow the modified quarantine because of the extra exposure to other and the physical exertion. So we just found out recently that we do have to do the 14-day quarantine day with student athletes. So not an option for them. And then just the last FYI, we are having spectators at our games. We were able to work with Tri-County and CDPHE and 50 spectators. Basically, we get 2 per player. It's basically family members. It's still less than 5% capacity of our gyms, and we social distance and mask up and all that good stuff too. So definitely, if you have any more questions, I can go in a lot more detail on what's going on with athletics and activities, but just kind of want to give you an overview of what's happening on that front.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. We're going to move into transportation update with COO Rich Cosgrove.
Thank you, directors. It's a pleasure to recommend return to normal loading of buses for transportation. This would provide more access for students to schools. It aligns with ongoing discussions staff has had with Tri-County Health Department and Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. It better supports full in-person at elementaries and in-person hybrid, and someday full in-person at middle and high schools. And it can be implemented with the use of seating charts, just like we do in schools, to manage quarantines. These routes would basically reduce the transportation zone from the current 2.5 miles to 1.5 miles for elementary schools, from the current 5 miles to 3 miles for middle and high schools. And the reason we're not able to achieve the 1 mile for elementary and the 2 mile for middle and high is because of the budget cuts we sustained last year. So instead of cutting any general education routes, we're simply adjusting those radiuses. We surveyed and received responses from over 9,000 of our community members, 1,500 of which are currently using busing. And the bottom line is we ask, if the capacity of the buses were increased to accommodate more students, would you use busing? And we wanted to see the difference between those that use transportation now at 1 student per seat at the 2.5 and 5 mile, and those that are not eligible or do not use it for other reasons. And for those that use it, it was a little over 90% said that they would continue to use it. and those that aren't eligible or don't use it, it's pretty much split. So we will definitely be able to honor those that have been using transportation in the most part, and also add ridership for those that currently cannot or do not use it. We would communicate to schools and families. Basically, this week, we would start inviting families to sign up for SmartTag using these new routes. We would be able to issue these tags and start implementing the routes on February 17th. And this is the same process we used in August to invite the eligible families that attend their home schools, and then we would have the routes able to accommodate them. And even when we go full in person for middle and high, these routes are established to provide that transportation. So we feel good about this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Very good.
And a few things, as Mr. Cosgrove states, you look at increased driving to schools, traffic, safety, the ability to get more ridership and decrease some of the cars coming to schools, and that safety issue is an increased piece, traffic, start times and everything else. So Mr. Cosgrove, thank you very much. We're going to finish with a little bit of an update on vaccinations and testing. Obviously, with Governor's report to increase the availability starting the 8th, our work that we've already started, what we've started to not only partner, create plans for, but also the supply piece, as you heard from Dr. Douglas, is probably the biggest variable that we've got to work with. So Nancy Ingalls is here to talk more with our vaccination update.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Wise. I am happy to update you on the work that we've done with vaccinations after the announcement on Friday. It's been a deep dive working with our county and Tri-County and multiple providers to try to plan and guesstimate who's going to have enough supply to help us out with our large number of staff. So we're currently working with Kaiser Permanente, UC Health, Children's Hospital, and Stride Community Health. And the plan is that we will need to use all of these providers to get through our large number of staff. Their supply is somewhat unpredictable, and it's difficult for them to gauge what they think they are going to get. They certainly can request a certain number from the state, but there's no guarantee that they're going to get what they're asking for. And so we will be working through the logistics with them to plan to get access for all of our staff. We believe the more providers we use, we can try to get more staff through concurrently. But as Dr. Douglas mentioned, it's going to take some time to get everybody through their first shot.
And I want to speak directly, from the day that we heard from the governor about this potential, we as a staff have started the planning, reaching out to other districts, all of our healthcare providers, trying to get mass vaccination sites, even within our own district. The problem that we're finding is the lack of vaccinations available and the predictability of how many and when. If we have that increase in vaccinations and know that planning date, we can work with them to coordinate. But the governor has put it back to us to work with our providers. They have that frustration, and therefore we're working with them to find how can we help them in those processes. We've created our spreadsheets, we've shared those priorities, and we'll do everything we can to get people started vaccinated Monday. But we also are dependent on the providers, and the supply chain is the concern.
Wonderful. Next, moving on to COVID testing. Our staff and our families continue to have access to free testing in Douglas County. We're very fortunate in this county that we do have multiple free testing sites that are open to everybody. And we've never had a report of a student having any difficulty getting testing, nor our staff members. We still have our relationship with COVID Check Colorado to test our staff. Since we've been working with them, I think that's been since September, they've done nearly 8,000 tests for just our staff alone. So that's going very well. We have been getting all of the information and looking into the Binax Now at-home test option that the state is making available. And we're waiting for information from the state on what that cost share will be, because this is something that you would plan to use for the remainder of the semester. This is routine, repetitive testing, primarily for staff. The cost of that is $157 per person per month. And so it's important for us to understand what the financial obligation would be before we can make a commitment to what degree we would use it.
And some of the restrictions at times are number of students at a lower percentage. And so we're really evaluating the value and the impact, especially when we have our partnerships with Colorado COVID Check, Mako, and others, and the accessibility for both students and staff to get tested multiple times. So with that, those are the updates to vaccination and testing. Unless you have questions on any of these, we will continue with the agenda.
Go ahead, Director Meek.
Thanks. I wasn't sure if I heard, the vaccinations are for student-facing teachers and employees, correct? Or for all employees?
So it's student-facing, and when you look at those employees that are in schools at any point, are part of those who can receive the early vaccinations. We are going to prioritize teachers, staff in schools, bus drivers, all those direct impacts, and try to get them going as quickly as possible. And it's all going to be determined on amount of vaccinations and how quickly with large numbers. But we have our prioritization of student-facing, but it's really going back to everyone that can be in schools to increase our effectiveness with vaccinations and what that opens up for our district.
So you're saying we are going to make sure we're prioritizing that it's the student-facing staff and teachers, especially with the shortage of vaccine potentially being available?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then the Binax Now tests, are they not free for the first month?
Yes, they are free for the first month. We are learning more to know if you can just use the first month and evaluate its effectiveness before moving forward, or if you have to commit to longer. We're also looking at the research of who can use these, the effectiveness of them. There seems, the detail and information that we're getting back and the follow-through has been the issue at hand. So we're going to continue to research, learn more, and see what we can do to increase testing and remind what we have available to increase our testing that we already have available.
All right, directors, any other questions? Again, Ms. Weiss, lots of great work. Thank you for the updates. We really appreciate that. And we're going to move on to student comment tonight, which is our favorite time of the night to be able to listen to our student voices. And we have several students that have signed on to speak. And students, we just ask that you would also help us with our time because we've got lots of commenters tonight. So if you would keep your comments to less than 3 minutes as well, that'd be great. We're going to start out with Jacob Hall, who is one of the leaders of our student advisory group. And Mr. Hall, it's good to see you again, and we'll let you take it from there.
Thank you. As always, thank you for having me here. My name is Jacob, and I'm a senior at Castleview. And as Director Ray said, I'm also one of the presidents of Student Advisory Group. So to start off, last week we had a Student Advisory Group meeting where we were really starting to see some progress on our subgroups and them coming to policy proposals by the end of the year. So that's something that we're really excited about, and we're working on collaboration between the groups. At that meeting, we also had the ability to talk to Marcia Alston, who came to us with the idea for a student leadership summit. And that's something that Emma, Jenna, and I really liked. So we've had meetings since then with her to plan this leadership summit. And this event would be happening sometime in early March. But basically the concept is that we will be bringing groups together like Student Advisory Group and some of the teen courts, along with other organizations throughout the district for a summit in which we will be building connections amongst students, as well as hopefully collaborating on some project ideas between the groups. So that's something that we're really excited about. Emma, Jenna, and I are really passionate about student outreach this year. That's something that we really want to work on, and we think that this is a great way to continue that. Next up, I believe a few meetings ago, Director Meek had asked us a question about student town halls and whether those were something that were happening. And I'm happy to say that we just completed our second student town hall last week. We think that these are a big success. It's a great opportunity to talk to Interim Superintendent Wise in that format. And this is something that, again, with those student outreach goals, we really want to continue throughout the year and hopefully carry that on into next year's as well. The last thing I have to talk about is student surveys. So after the last board meeting, we had noticed that there were surveys being referenced about stakeholders in the community and their opinions on return to full hybrid learning or staying in person. Sorry, staying online. And we thought that as stakeholders in the community, students' opinions would be very useful in that decision. So last week we talked to Directors Ray and Lung about implementing a student survey that would ask questions about students' thoughts on return to in-person. We are really excited about this, and we were able to collaborate with Mr. Reynolds on creating a survey that we were actually able to send out to all of the high schools and middle schools in the district today at about 1 o'clock. And we did that by reaching out to all of the principals of those schools. And we are really excited about the response that we've gotten already. The last time I checked, we had almost 4,000 responses, and we had just sent out the survey today. So that engagement is really encouraging. And we do have some results to share, but I would like to preface this and be very clear that the survey will be open till Friday. So these are more trends that we have seen so far in the data, but we do think it would be important to share. Again, sorry on the timing with that short notice for creating the survey. The timing isn't ideal, but we would like to share some of those things. So last time I checked, and we had 2 questions. The first question, we wanted to keep it simple, and it asks, which learning model would you prefer most? And the options were hybrid or remote, since at this board meeting, that's what's being discussed. The last time I checked, approximately 54% of the students who answered would like to stay full online, and 46 would like to go back to the hybrid model. One thing to mention is that this does include both middle and high schoolers, and as mentioned earlier by Director Long, there might be differences in how a return would look for those groups. So in the future, we might want to possibly separate them to see how the response differs. And then the second question was a free response question that asks if you had any immediate concerns, comments, or questions about a return to in-person. And we actually got a lot more responses on this than we thought we would. We have over 2,000 so far, so I've spent a lot of time trying to read through them. I have not gotten through all of them yet, but just some trends I would like to mention is that there seems to be a lot of similar categories between people who voted for either hybrid or staying online. Those who voted for hybrid seem to have a strong focus on socialization and mental health, and how going back to a hybrid schedule would increase the mental health of those students. I know that's something that's been brought up by parents and students a lot as a concern. So that was one of the categories. There was also concern about focus from being on a device for that long each day, which is another reason why some people wanted to return to that hybrid. And then for the argument for staying online, I know that it's been talked about a lot in this meeting, but we're really seeing a lot of echoes about consistency and a concern about consistency when returning to a hybrid model, whether it be from quarantines or just going to school every other day and not seeing the full class like we are online. And another big category within that group was safety. I know that a lot of students were worried about bringing the virus back to their families, and also the concern for teachers who would be returning in person as well without vaccinations possibly. So those were some of the things that we had seen from the survey. Again, sorry about the timing. I don't know how much this would be used to influence the decision tonight. However, we are really encouraged by this response, and implementing these student surveys is something that we would request is continued throughout the year as decisions are made about a possible return to full in-person or maybe a possible return to full online. We think that this is a great way to increase student voice and outreach in the district, and we're really happy about that. So that's about all I had tonight. If there's any questions.
Very good. Jacob, thank you so much. What a great way to start us off. And I will say that we were kind of joking when we said, geez, you think you guys can really survey all these thousands of students in a very short amount of time? And you guys took the ball and ran with it. And it was strictly a student generated survey, student written, student distributed. And we appreciate the early results of just some trends that you're seeing that really certainly will help us as we continue to process. And we'll certainly look at forward to Friday when you guys have some final results to share with us as well. But thank you to you. I know Emma and Jenna worked tirelessly as well on making that happen, as well as Mr. Reynolds, who you guys consulted with. So thank you so much for that. And I would tell you that every one of us on the dais believes student voice is absolutely critical. That's why we start with you in these meetings. And that's why we certainly want to continue the efforts of continuing to have that feedback loop to hear from you. So thank you so much for that. Any other questions for Jacob before we let him go? All right, Jacob, great job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we have several students who have signed up to speak, and I'll call the first three so that they can be ready. Caitlin Clancy, Mackenzie Golden, and Tyler Sousa. So we'll start with Caitlin Clancy. Are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Caitlin, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Katie, and I'm a student in the Douglas County School District. Last year, before COVID essentially ruined my life, I participated in a variety of fun events. Let's start with DECA. I competed in my first ever invitational and placed third. I played a long competitive season of high school volleyball, making the varsity team as a freshman. I remember looking at the crowd of all my friends and fellow high schoolers cheering my first "She's a Freshman" cheer after I aced our rivals. I went to homecoming with my best friends and danced the night away. I went to football games and met new people and new friends. I received the highest rank in my class with all A's for the semester. But most of all, I went to school. Boy, did I take that for granted. Oh, how I wish I could go back and soak it all in just a little more. Almost seems like I'm an adult looking back on the old high school days. But I'm not. I'm 16. I'm a sophomore and I sit at home all day, every day. No DECA, no sports, no friends, no learning. Yes, the teachers may think that we sit behind that screen and soak up everything they say, but newsflash, we don't. Half of us aren't even awake during first period. Most spend their time scrolling through Instagram, playing video games, and maybe one or two students actually sit there and try to listen. No one even turns on their camera. I don't see my friends. All I see is a black screen. Take it from me. Students aren't learning anything. Even if we think we are, we aren't. It's not the same. My main question is, how did this happen? At what point did we lose the right to go to school? When did we lose our choice to learn? When did they ask us, the students, what we wanted, or how badly we want to go to school? When did we let random people determine our future? Because that is what they're doing. They already had the chance to go to high school. They never once had it taken away. They got to go to dances and football games and meet new friends. They had the full high school experience, and now they have the memories too, where we have none of the above. So I guess that's why they don't truly realize what they are taking away from us. I want the choice back. I want to be able to go to dances. I want to be in student sections cheering on the basketball team. I want to learn right next to my classmates. I want to compete in DECA and high school volleyball. I want it all, but I'm willing to put it all aside for one thing, the chance to go to school. 5 days a week, nothing more. Give us the choice. Because there are too many students sitting at home wishing they were making memories. There are too many students just like me letting other people take our life away. Sure, there are those of us who would rather play video games behind a screen and watch TV in between classes, but they can stay home. Let the rest of us experience high school for ourselves. After all, it is us who this is all affecting. It's us who are falling behind in academics. It's us who will lack social skills later in life. It's us who sit at home 8 hours a day. It's us who won't score high on the ACTs and SATs. It's us who won't know what it's like to dance at prom. It's us, it's all us, and we don't get a say. So I'm here today speaking on behalf of those of us who want and need to go back to school to tell you that it's time to let us back into reality, back into the real world, because any longer and there won't be anything left to go back to. Please, board members, I ask you to consider putting us, the students you are changing the lives of, first for once. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Mackenzie Golden is next, Tyler Sousa, and then Abigail Mayberry. Mackenzie, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Hi, Mackenzie. Please go ahead.
Hi. Okay, so like you said, my name is Mackenzie Golden. I am a sophomore at Douglas County High School. And one of my main things that I am worried about right now, so me personally, I have a tutor and I am still failing geometry. The way that our school is set up is you can take 2 math classes at a time. So next year, if I do end up failing geometry for the year, I will have to take that and another class just if I want to be eligible for certain colleges. Because most Ivy League schools such as Harvard, Brown, schools that I look forward to going to and wanting to apply to, I won't even be eligible for because I have to have 4 years of math. And when I was in school, I was doing a lot better because I have attention deficit disorder. And so it is really hard for me to pay attention. And I've noticed with the hybrid schedule that we did that I was a lot more in focus in a classroom setting because I knew like this is what we're supposed to be doing right now. Instead of like being in my room where there's a TV, a computer, my phone, where I'm distracted, where there's more structure at school. We're not getting any social interaction. And I have a friend actually that was going to speak tonight, but then didn't. And she's really struggling because of the not being able to see a lot of her friends. And me personally, I hang out with my friends in my neighborhood, but it's not the same. Talking to someone through a screen is not the same. And our teachers are overworked. I know for one, my teachers, I'm not going to say which ones, but they're constantly reaching out, asking us like, please turn your work in on time because it's too much for us when you're all turning it in at the end. And that's what kids are doing is no one's doing their actual work during school. Kids are often sleeping during class. Multiple times my teachers have had to call on people to turn on their cameras or call their name to never get a response. And I noticed that at the last board meeting, there was a parent who said he would like to stay online because his son has a 4.0 GPA. And I don't think that it was fair to compare one person who's excelling in or out of school to the rest of us students who can be majorly struggling, not to mention the kids that don't have a good home life and school is the only escape for them. And that was once me until I was into a better family. And so I think about those kind of things, and maybe you all don't because you've never had those problems, or maybe you do, but it's something to definitely consider.
Very good. Thank you, Mackenzie. Tyler Sousa is next, Abigail Mayberry, and then Alani Paramo. And I failed, before we hear from Tyler, I failed to announce students that if you signed up tonight using your district student email, we know that you're a student and we would have categorized you in the student section. If you did not use your student email, you will need to, if you can, as soon as possible, email Mrs. Marsh, and she's the email that gave you the link to tonight's meeting. Please email her right now and make sure she knows that you're a student. Again, that's if you did not use your district student mail. All right, Tyler Sousa, are you there? I don't hear Tyler Sousa. Abigail Mayberry is next, Alani Paramo, and then Mackenzie Johnson. Abigail, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Abigail. There's a little bit of an echo, though.
Good. Listen to what I'm saying. I spoke last meeting, and I'm back because this matters to me. This year plays a role in the rest of my life. I'm a freshman at Castleview High School right now, and in 3 years, when I'm a senior and I'm applying to colleges, my grades will matter. The grades I get this year will play a role in the college I'll get into, and that'll determine the jobs I get when the time comes. With that in mind, I beg you to consider not sending us back to hybrid. Synchronous hybrid, in theory, is a really good model. In theory. I know the school's bandwidth has been improved, but can it handle 200 plus simultaneous Zooms? Even if it could, which I doubt, I know for a fact there are places in the school in which it is nearly impossible to connect to the internet. Can that be fixed in a week? How can I excel in those classes? Last semester, I barely passed some of my classes. That's a big deal to me. Tying into that, Synchronous is addressing one issue, social and emotional health. While I agree that, of course, those are important, A, there's so many problems that are being totally ignored. B, mental health issues because of COVID aren't fixed because of Synchronous, they're being changed. One cause of mental health issues is isolation, sure, but other factors are stress and frustration, which can come from isolation, but also uncertainty, concern about one's health, and grades. We'll come back to a few of those soon. What used to be me just being a worrywart and has turned into full-on anxiety. This semester, I haven't had one school-related anxiety attack. Last semester, I can't tell you how many times I couldn't sleep or would hold myself up into my closet, hyperventilating into a paper bag because of my anxiety over school. If any of you have ever had an anxiety attack, you know that isn't even all of it. An anxiety attack can last for hours. It's like a wave slowly building in your chest. You can feel it coming like a storm, but at that point, there's not much you can do to stop it. The worst part doesn't even come until the wave crests and comes crashing down, drowning you. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to suffer. I don't want my future to suffer because of that. After this year, you all can move on with your lives. Teachers will still have their jobs. But when the time comes, colleges will be looking at my grades and determining whether or not they want me. You can't teach students at home the same way that they are taught when they're in school. Last semester, I had 2 teachers who tried synchronous. They had a Zoom meeting running throughout their class. But here's the thing, the students online were often ignored. It would be hard to hear and see what was happening. Then half of our in-person day would be spent reviewing what we did the day before. By the way, there was a survey that went out today about whether or not people wanted to stay remote or go synchronous. While I appreciate that, how is sending out an email 3 hours before this meeting useful? This could have been a really great resource, but we all know email isn't efficient, so instead it's just another survey that was too little, too late. I doubt that any of you have had to deal with that or really go to school under these circumstances at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Superintendent, but you don't have to go to school like I do. I'm sorry, Mr. Superintendent, but you don't know what I'm going through. And I'm sorry, Mr. Superintendent, but hoping things will get better and willing things to change won't change the situation. The fact is that any of your opinions are not the most important thing right now. Listen to what has been said, listen to what I'm saying, and what will be said tonight, especially by high school students. Make your decisions based on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Alani Paramo is next, Mackenzie Johnson, and then Braden Sheesby. Alani, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Alani, please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Ilani Parmo, and I'm a senior at Legend High School. And I would like to talk to you about the safety of our staff and students. I think that so far we've acknowledged the socialization and the mental health of our students, but I think we're forgetting to note the health of our staff. I think a lot of us recognize that our staff is significantly older than our students. Students, they don't have to worry about catching COVID-19 as much as our teachers do. Our teachers are doing us an honor by teaching us every day and, you know, doing all these things almost by volunteering, and this is an honorable job to do. And I think it's only right to tell our teachers that we love them and that they deserve to be treated like humans just as much as we do. And I think going back to hybrid does the exact opposite of that. I know from a lot of the teachers I've spoken to that they get confused with hybrid learning. They mix up their schedules. It's so much more work for them to do hybrid because they have to schedule 2 different classes at a time and worry about their students at the same time and worry about their scheduling and all of their things that they have to care about. And on top of the staff having to take on all these extra responsibilities, we have our students. This year, I was a student tutor. And one of the things that a lot of the students I was tutoring this year, they kept asking me on how to stay organized this year. I'm usually a very organized person. Being organized is not hard for me. But this year I told them I didn't know because I myself did not get organized this year when we were in hybrid. In hybrid, I had 2 separate planners. I had a hard copy planner and a digital planner to keep track of all of my different assignments. But do you know how hard it is to keep track of your assignments? Have to constantly be switching back between an in-person class and a class that's online. It's so much easier just to have all your things on one place, on your laptop, on your tablet. It's just so much easier to have everything there for you, not just for students, but just for teachers too. And something that I did was I calculated the percent of students who have stayed remote this entire time. I took into consideration the days we were not in person, asynchronous days for hybrid. And we've already spent 71.6% of the year online. And by the end of this year, we will have spent 65.6% of this year if we go back to hybrid online. And I think at this point, what is the point in going back to school if we know it's not going to be safe for us yet? If we've already gone this far online, what is the difference? What difference does it make to go back to school in person those 40% of those days? I think at this point, we've been online for so long that this consistency is necessary for students to actually flourish, just to be able to promote themselves furthermore in their education. Thank you.
Oops. Mackenzie Johnson, Braden Sheesby, and then Eleanor Evelyn and William DeWeese. Mackenzie Johnson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, please go ahead, Mackenzie.
Greetings. My name is Mackenzie Johnson, and I'm a sixth grader at Cimarron Middle School. I am desperate to go back to school. Since November, I had to sit in front of a computer screen from 7:30 to 2:45, which is on average 8 hours a day. According to teachers, I am engaged, although I'm not. Behind the camera, I have to help my mom with our dog when our dog jumps the fence or eats
Mackenzie, we have lost you. Okay, Mackenzie, we're going to skip you for now. We'll come back to you. If you get a better connection, you might disconnect and try to reconnect with the link. Oops, Mackenzie, is that you? Okay. Braden Sheesby is next, and then the DeWeeses, and then Rowan Tritley. Braden, are you there?
What?
Yes, I am there.
Okay, Braden, please go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak in front of you today. I've never done this before, and I'm honored to have the opportunity. Hello, my name is Braden Sheesby. I'm a freshman at Castleview High School. Before I get into the reason why I was asked to speak today, I want to thank all of you for your leadership during this time. I cannot imagine what it is like to try to lead our district during this crazy and confusing period of our lives. I hope that you hear my heart and understand that nothing that I say is a criticism of you or your leadership. It is only a glimpse into what me and my classmates have felt since we moved into online learning. So what I've noticed more than ever in these past few months are the things that make the school environment truly special. I believe that the key to learning is the texture of the school environment and the texture of life, the way that my senses are stimulated throughout the day, and the way that all of our experiences feel real and authentic, something that sadly Zoom cannot replicate. With online learning, we don't get the same feeling during the day as we do with in-person learning. Everything feels, for lack of a better word, flat. It all feels like we're trying to fill the void that COVID has created by manufacturing those experiences. And as you all well know, it just isn't the same. While Zoom is a good compromise while we are stuck at home, we don't get the experiences that make me want to come back to school every single day. I miss getting to see my friends, my teachers, and other people. Part of what makes school so great is that become well-rounded people, and we develop valuable social skills that are hard to get anywhere else. We learn how to interact with other people, and for guys like me, we learn how to interact with girls, which sets us up for relationships down the road. When learning doesn't have texture and feeling, it loses some of its meaning. It's like a cracked foundation. Nothing feels as stable or as sturdy when we don't have experiences to tie with what we have learned. I miss the feeling of being there, fully immersed in the world of being a teenager. With Zoom, it is so easy to check out and not put effort into what we are doing. I know that you're in a tough spot, but the world is changing for the better. We are learning more about COVID every day, and we are getting closer to having vaccines for everyone. Now may not be the right time, but I think that we must seize every opportunity that we have and cherish every second that we have in person, because there's nothing like it. After talking to the people that I know who have felt the same thing, I think that many of us students feel the same way. We wish we had more time together in person. I realize that everyone is learning and no one has the answers, but I hope that my perspective has helped you all see what the students are feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Braden. Next is the DeWeese children, and we have Eleanor, Evelyn, William. I understand there's one person that's going to speak on behalf of all three of you. Then we have Rowan Tritley and Ethan Reed. So DeWeese students, are you there?
Yes, we are here. Can you hear us?
Yes, and who's speaking?
Eleanor DeWeese.
Okay, Eleanor, please go ahead.
Okay. We are students of Cimarron Middle School, and we would like to offer our opinion about the decision to move back into hybrid. We believe that it would be beneficial if we didn't go back to hybrid. Since the start of online school, the COVID-19 cases have been declining. But recently, there has been a small increase of cases that we believe is due to some schools going back to in-person learning. If this is true, and we went back to hybrid, the cases would only increase due to more contact. We also feel as though students are not as careful as they should be considering the amount of deaths COVID-19 has caused.
We have asked around, and it seems that most students share the idea that online learning is much less stressful than hybrid. In online learning, we have more access to help from teachers and can schedule meetings anytime. In hybrid, on online days, you can only contact your teachers via email, and during in-person days, you only have a set amount of time for when you can meet with your teacher. Also, it feels less stressful and less to have a weekly routine rather than just switching back and forth between in-person and online. In conclusion, we believe that the best course of action would be to wait till more vaccines have been distributed so we are sure it is safe. If this doesn't sway you to go online again, then instead it would be beneficial if you could not force kids to go back to the hybrid model if they feel unsafe and let them stay online. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Eleanor. So I understand we may have Mackenzie back. Mackenzie Johnson, and we'll go to Rowan after Mackenzie. Mackenzie, are you there? Still not hearing.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there she is. Yes, Mackenzie. Sorry, go ahead. So Mackenzie, we still don't hear your full voice yet. We're going to put Mackenzie on hold one more time, and then let's see, Rowan Tritley, Ethan Reed, and then Anelli Hyman. Rowan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rowan, thanks. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rowan Tritley. I am currently a junior at Ponderosa High School. I am a part of the varsity Ponderosa Palms team, a Link crew member, and an NHS member. Last year, my dance team won a state championship. We were actually recognized in the very room where you all sit tonight for our accomplishment. It saddens me to watch this meeting through a screen, knowing I will most likely never see the inside of that building again. And I'm worried I might graduate without stepping foot into my high school again. I'd like to advocate for an in-person choice for the rest of the school year. I am very empathetic towards students and teachers who are nervous to return to school in person, but I feel that students and faculty should have a choice to go back to school. Online school is extremely taxing, frustrating, and lacks consistency. As a high-achieving student with multiple AP classes, I am extremely anxious about fully digesting what I need to learn for my AP tests and future in college. With online learning, I'm just not getting it. I can confidently say that the majority of high school students that I know are struggling with staring at a screen 8 hours a day, 4 to 5 days a week. Missing out on important high school experiences like Spirit Weeks, even lunch and prom is a punishment for high school students across the country. As the least vulnerable group to this illness, we ask that you please stop punishing us and allow us to appear back at school for full in-person learning as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowan. Ethan Reed is next, Anelli Allman, and then Connor McGehee. Ethan Reed, are you there?
Hi there, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ethan, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, Board of Education and Superintendent Wise. My name is Ethan Reed, and I am a senior at Legend High School in Parker, and I would like to share my concerns as a high school student about going back to an in-person learning model. Board, I share my concerns with you as I have seen many of the issues firsthand, and primarily with how quarantines occur for students. In the state of Colorado, we have already seen several Denver metro area school districts reopen into a in-person model of sorts, and yet we have continuously seen the hundreds and hundreds of students and staff being quarantined every week in those districts. If we open back up, we are going to see these quarantines, and if the quarantines are going to be the same as we had seen last semester before we closed, I definitely just want to stay remote. I was quarantined before during last semester, as well as hundreds of my peers across the community, and what I had seen during that time was no sort of interactions or engagement for the quarantined students and their classes. Instead, I was met with 2 full weeks of staying in my bedroom with no option to log into a Zoom for any of my classes, which made me have no interactions or abilities to speak with teachers if I had any questions on anything and such. And so it was just a big problem because I eventually saw my grades start to fall during my quarantine because I had no ability to log into my class that weren't quarantined. And so I missed those interaction aspects. And however, I would also like to add that if we do stay remote, which I am really much in favor of, then I believe the school district should follow the steps of what my high school is doing currently, which is that we have a designated independent workday for students, which ours is on a Wednesday, but it basically allows time for students to meet with counselors or teachers for support and help during these times. And I've seen it firsthand for myself that doing something like this works. And it also provides a day for students to even have the in-person interactions with a counselor. And that way, it even more so reduces the possibility of spread of COVID-19, which is not only good for the community, but for our small business owners right now who have been struggling. Lastly, I would like to share that a group of students, including myself, have been working on a letter that we had sent to you all, urging you guys to keep us remote until further notice. It definitely gained traction, as we have recorded more than 380 plus signatures from students across the school district and community members alike. I'm proud to say that hundreds of students support the effort to stay remote, and I'm so proud of just this work to make this all student-led. Anyways, I would like to again urge this board to keep us remote for the time being, as we shouldn't be planning ahead to in person when our teachers and staff aren't even vaccinated yet. Thank you for taking the time to hear, to listen to me, and have a nice evening.
Very good. Thank you, Ethan. Annalie Allman, Connor McGehee, and then we'll try to get Mackenzie back on. Annalie, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Annalie, and I'm a senior at Legend High School. I would just like to speak on why I believe that trying to get back in person learning would be the most beneficial. We are learning little to nothing online. It's not necessarily the teacher's fault. I know they're doing the best that they can with the conditions, but at some point we have to say this is enough. My days are spent slumping over the screen, being fed information that I almost immediately forget. Staying engaged every single day for 5 days a week is very difficult. I have little to no motivation to do anything school-related, and I'm a 4.0 student. School was my passion. I'm a senior, and these are my last months. I didn't work this hard for 4 years just to sit in my room and stare at my screen for 8 hours. I've already been stripped of every single thing promised to me. Every fun social event, athletic event, dance, club, everything is gone. I'll never get that back. So please, think back to your students and your own children. Am I going to have to stay at home for the rest of this quarter, this year? We've been at home for too long, and we've been doing this for too long. How much longer are we going to give in to this? You're telling me that I can go to a mall with hundreds of people, but I can't sit in a socially distanced classroom? With the new hybrid that you guys proposed, I'll be able to go in and ask my teachers for help. I understand the difficulties that we faced with the hybrid before. However, with this newer idea where teachers aren't necessarily teaching the same lesson 2 days in a row, and we're all doing the same lesson, whether it be in home or in person on the same day, would significantly increase the amount that we're learning. Moreover, if you keep students at home, every single day feels the same. At this point, my generation's mental health is presenting more issues than COVID is for us. We need to just go back to school. I know that most believe that keeping students at home is making it safer for all of us. But if I'm being honest, many students are going to friends' houses to log on to Zooms now that we don't have to go in person. We're seeing the same amount of people in school than we are at home. Keeping us at home is not necessarily keeping us away from other people. We also see so many other districts and private schools getting their students back in person, so I don't understand why we're any different. I also understand other issues is the teacher safety and staff safety. That is why I think the remote learning option is still a great choice for those who don't feel safe enough to return. I was in a math class when we were still doing hybrid, and the teacher zoomed into class even though the students were in person. It still worked pretty well because I was at least around other students who I could learn and work with, even though my teacher was the one online. I'd also like to address other students from this district are talking about staying completely remote. And I know that they have some really valid points, but I think that you've really only heard their side of the story for the most part up to this point. I truly believe that the fully remote option is great for those who wish to stay at home, but you need to also have an option for those who wish to go back in person. Overall, I think that remote learning doesn't really work. We're not learning nearly as much, and the stuff we are learning, it's at surface level. Our mental health is struggling, so please let us go back to school. I never thought I had to convince the school board of all people to let me go to school, but here we are. In-person learning is the best kind of learning. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Annalie. Connor McGehee, and then we'll be cycling back to Mackenzie. Connor, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Connor, please go ahead.
All right. I have something prepared. Hello, my name is Connor McGehee. The most logical choice for this school district would be to proceed into this semester with full synchronous hybrid learning. This is because from my experience, working from home makes learning more difficult than learning in a school environment. It's because at home, there's so many separate distractions. And I think that all kids have that to some extent, but especially for ADHD kids such as myself, distractions are terrible for learning. Along with that, being at home, being at full online learning makes it so that we can't have some of the things that we need. Like for me, example, I need speech therapy, which just isn't the same whenever you're looking at it through a video camera on your phone. On top of that, having a teacher there to answer your questions whenever you're in the classroom is just a resource that's one of the best possible things for learning. Any question, any curiosity that you might have about the class, you could have answered immediately. Whereas Google, well, sometimes it'll give you the right answers. Sometimes it'll give you just a wall of text that you have to read through. And sometimes, in rare cases, it'll even give you the complete wrong answer. Whenever I was in, before this year and the year prior to that, I had all good grades. I was nearly a complete A student. Now I'm struggling to get a lot of my assignments done. I'm struggling to keep my stuff in order. I need the support of my teachers, and I need the support of the school, the thing that's designed to support me. I need that support to help me to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Mackenzie, are you there? Mackenzie Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mackenzie. Let's see if we can do this time. Go for it.
Greetings. My name is Mackenzie Johnson, and I'm a 6th grader at Cimarron Middle School. I am desperate to go back to school. Since November, I have to sit in front of a computer.
Oh, darn it, Mackenzie, we lost you again. So Mackenzie, if you can hear me, please send what you've written to the board. Send it back to Sandy Marsh, who sent you the link for tonight, and she will make sure we get your written statement. So thank you for trying and persevering. Whoops, Mackenzie, one more, is that?
Hello, can you hear her?
I can hear you.
Okay, can I speak for Mackenzie Johnson? I'm her mama.
You betcha. Ms. Johnson, please go ahead.
I'm going to quickly speak for her. So she is in middle school at Cimarron in 6th grade, and she's a hot mess right now, so we're going to get through it. She is having a hard time because when I am teaching my students or working with my students, she has to move rooms, and we don't have a printer, and so she can't print out materials that her teachers require, which then means that she has to spend extra time copying down information that she does not have. And this is her requiring time to catch up to class, and these distractions happen all the time, and she is exhausted. If she were at school, she would not have these issues because her dog would be at home. I would be at work. Her classroom would not be our living room, her bedroom, my sewing room, our kitchen table, and tech issues like printing would be solved immediately. I know we have to stay at home because of COVID, and she knows that. We talk about it. But she wants the same choice to decide what schooling looks like we give e-learners. She wants to interact with her friends. She wants easy access to help. She wants to experience middle school in a classroom and not in front of a screen. She wants the district to promise her what they promised her in spring when she registered for classes. This year, she was told that she had to wash her hands, keep her distance, wear a mask, and attend school. She is doing that and has been doing that. So is her friends and her teachers. So she does not understand why the few who can't follow these rules, who are afraid of COVID, are still preventing her from going to school. These students and teachers should and do have the choice to stay home and e-learn. Mr. Wise made that clear tonight. As a hybrid, she doesn't have these choices. She has to wait until these few feel comfortable enough to return to school. While she is comfortable going to school and she is angry, she is tired, she is devastated, she is crying in the corner right now because her choice and voice continues to not matter. She matters. It is time to open the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and please let her know that her voice has indeed been heard.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to bring to a close our student comment session. We are now moving on to our public comment. The board values hearing diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout our community, specifically those things that are on our agenda tonight and that impact the educational needs of our students. Two policies guide how public comment to the board is received: Board Policy KE, Public Complaints, and Board Policy BEDH, Public Participation at Board Meetings. Policy BDEH explains that since the board's responsibility is setting policy for the school district, members of the public should direct their comments to policy matters. Board Policy KE further outlines the process for responding to grievances and complaints, believing that these are best handled and resolved as close to the origin of concern as possible. Therefore, we encourage the proper channeling of concerns. For example, concerns that involve a child should begin with the teacher, then the building administrator, then the director of schools, assistant superintendent, and superintendent before appealing to the Board of Education. As has always been our practice, those wanting to make public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to 3 o'clock of the meeting. Those who were signed up by this time received an email with directions for calling in. Once you're called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. You will be able to listen to the meeting by your phone, but you will not be able to speak. Please make sure that you are not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. Keep in mind that the meeting broadcasted on YouTube is slightly delayed, so it is best to only listen to the meeting through your phone. Once I call your name, please state your name and ask if you can be heard, and I will respond for you to continue. I would also remind commenters that we want to continue to maintain a decorum of mutual respect and would ask that speakers refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. The board follows Robert's Rules of Order to guide it in participating in an orderly and fairly conducted meeting. Under those rules, if a director calls for a point of order, all discussions and comments should stop so that a determination can be made as to whether a procedural rule or board policy has been violated. Therefore, if a point of order is made while public comments are made, or if I interrupt, the speaker should pause until otherwise directed to continue. The speaker's phone will be muted until asked to continue. Each speaker tonight is allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. You will hear a tone signaling the end of this time. Out of respect for other commenters and the fact that tonight we have many, many commenters, please complete your comments within this 3-minute time frame. Given the number of speakers tonight, it is certainly also acceptable to simply indicate agreement with a previous commenter as opposed to repeating the same message. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. However, your comments will certainly be considered as the board continues its work tonight. We will now begin with public comment. Our first callers, let me just check. Okay, looks like our first two are not online yet, so we're going to jump to the next three are James Davis, Julie Lamb, and Rochelle Wood. Mr. Davis, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Davis, thank you. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I love the slogan that you have, learn today, lead tomorrow. And that's what we're doing with our children. We are leading today. I'm directing this to the board now. You're leading, typically closing the schools. And to me, this is a very big negative because we're teaching the children how to lead. And then I don't want you to take this too negative, but it's kind of a stupid move. And then we're getting stupider by not teaching them in school. And it's incredible. I mean, a half a century ago, I had a top secret clearance. I did encryption. I knew everything about technology. Now, if you could see me now, I'm holding up a cell phone in my hand. And it's interesting. I like to ask children, I work a lot with teenagers. I like to ask children, most of you will know the answer to this question, but they don't know the answer to it. They say, what's your question? I said, I want you to tell me where Superman changed his clothes. They don't know. The cell phone has gotten rid of the phone booth. Technology keeps changing. And I am an old man. I call her the boss of 55 years. You know who I'm talking about. We have 4 children by birth. We couldn't have any more. We went into foster care. We've had over 20, 6 months to a year, 2 foreign exchange students for a year each. And then our 3 adopted children are of different nationalities, each one of them, and different races. So she and I know a lot of, hopefully, something about children. And I encourage you as best as you can, get the schools open. You heard from everybody today. It was interesting. There was 1 male and 1 female that kind of agreed with the schools being closed, but everybody else, over 80%, wanted the schools open. So please get the schools open so the children can come back and they can learn today and then be leaders tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Davis. I understand that Mr. Ryman is actually on, so I'll go to Mr. Ryman. If you're there, then Julie Lamb, and then Rochelle Wood. Mr. Ryman, are you there? There's a different Ryman? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, is this B. Ryman?
No, it's Chris.
I apologize, Chris. We actually have you later in our list, so we'll come back to you. We thought you were the first Ryman on our list. I apologize. Okay, Julie Lamb, Rochelle Wood, and then Ricardo Leal. Julie Lamb, are you there?
I am. I emailed a link to a video that's 2 minutes, and it's a video created by a student. I'm understanding that you can't or won't play it. Is that correct? Yes or no?
We're just hearing spoken word tonight, but we will certainly look at the video.
So there's a difference in a video that's meaningful. Okay. So I'm not here to speak again about return to school or not. I'm here to share my disappointment with empty promises once again. I've always said if you expect success from students and you respect them, they'll deliver it. Protect the students, believe in them all, care about all, support all, not just some. That is what this board promised. I was going to close my public comment with an absolutely beautiful short video created by a student, which shows the beauty and abilities that children can demonstrate if they are provided with a safe environment and have their confidence built, not destroyed. But this board has denied my request to play it, apparently censoring public comments, which are completely appropriate and non-offensive, is acceptable on top of everything else. Again, continued disappointment.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamb. Rochelle Wood is next, Ricardo Leal, and Tim Noble. Rochelle Wood, are you there?
Hi, my name is Rochelle Wood. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rochelle, thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, I have 2 students who are in elementary school, and this has by far been the worst year of school that we've ever experienced. And this is coming from 2 kids who love school, who have never had any sort of issue. And the issues that we've experienced are not from COVID. They're from the decisions that the school board and the superintendent have imposed upon our students. Number one, why did we need to go further than the state mandate of wearing a mask for kids younger than 11 years old? My 7-year-old has to wear a mask for 7 hours straight, including PE, where she tells me her teacher forces them to run and she cannot breathe. The least you guys could have done was stick with the mandate from the state. This has been horrible for my students. Our elementary school previously has made so much progress with all of the parent involvement. I volunteered twice every single week to be in my kids' classroom, to know what's going on. They also started a program for the fathers to come in and sort of do security and be involved. And all of this has been taken away. And we're talking about, we're doing all of this because of COVID, because of a pandemic. But what about the other side of it? Have we talked to Tri-County Healthcare about what happens when a child wears a cloth mask for 7 hours? What are the repercussions of that? Because I know for me personally, one of my children, each time that we went back to school this year, had an upper respiratory infection within the first week because of having to wear a mask. My other child, my daughter, the 7-year-old, has been bullied twice. And I believe that this is a direct result of me not being able to come into the school and get to know what's going on in her classroom. The bullies feel a lot more comfortable bullying other children when, hey, there's no parents allowed in the school at all. I don't necessarily feel that my comments will make any impact on your decisions. So I do want to address other parents and children who are listening. And I want to say that each school gets so many thousands of dollars for your student going there. And if the school board will not listen to us, I encourage you to withdraw your student and send them elsewhere. I know Littleton went back way earlier than we did, and some of the other districts will require a mask in common areas, but not have to wear it the entire day when they're in their desk. I personally am absolutely withdrawing both of my children, and we are done with Douglas County. I will stay involved with this though and make sure the right thing is being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Ricardo Leal is next, Tim Noble, and then Jeff Kiefer. Ricardo, are you there? Ricardo, one more call for you. Are you there? Moving on to Tim Noble, Jeff Kiefer, and then Kathy Adams. Tim Noble, are you there? One more call for Tim Noble. Moving on to Jeff Kiefer, Kathy Adams, and then Jason Mayberry. Jeff Kiefer, are you there? One more call for Jeff Kiefer. Next is Kathy Adams, Jason Mayberry, and then Becca Welty. Kathy Adams, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Ray. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kathy, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Kathy Adams, and I have a sophomore daughter at Mountain Vista High School. I want to start out just by sending a heartfelt thank you to all of our dedicated teachers, administration, and staff at Mountain Vista High School. You've truly been wonderful this year. You have been able to pivot, you've been flexible, you've been all smiles with these kids, and you've had positive attitudes all along. This is my first year in the district, and I will tell you that part of the reason we chose this district is because there was so much anger and divisiveness in my old district. I also sat in on several board meetings before I chose this district and was highly impressed with all the preparation that happened over the summer. The board has always delivered on what it said it was going to do. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't say I was dismayed and surprised 2 weeks ago at the board meeting. I felt really like there was almost an ambush of people, a small group of people from largely a couple of schools who somehow swayed the board despite Mr. Wise's suggestion and recommendation that we go back on January 25th. In fact, you could tell by watching, if you weren't in the room, that he was really quite blindsided by this. And he tried several times to say, our schools are prepared. Could we be more prepared in a week or 2 weeks? We could, but we're prepared now. And I can tell you that our teachers at Mountain Vista were all very prepared. In fact, the next morning, I went on my daughter's classes to watch, which were, as usual, a lot of black screens with only a few people appearing in person with their cameras on. And her first 2 classes, her teachers didn't even know. They were still talking about them coming back to school on Monday and how happy they were about it. So I would like to just share my family's view and the view of several of our friends at school that we would like to return to hybrid learning and to in-person as soon as possible. There are 2 reasons for this. One is the social and mental well-being of our students. You can read articles all over the place about this issue. The CDC, the New York Times, the San Diego Union Tribune, Psychology Today, and on multiple private psychologist websites. People are very concerned about both the short and the long-term effects of kids not being able to interact in any normal way. My daughter being new to the district, thank goodness for running because she knows all the kids on the running team, but she's only met a few people in school and she was starting to make friends, and now for 3 months has been out of school again. She can't interact with those kids. So thank goodness for the Vista Nation. On the academic side, I have to tell you first of all that my daughter didn't get that survey today, and that several students have struggled completely. They are sad, and the teachers don't think they can interact with the kids because they're staring at a bunch of black squares. So my time is up, I apologize. But we would like to go back to hybrid, and I speak for several members of the Mountain Vista parent and student community when I say that.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Adams. Jason Mayberry, Becca Welty, and Darcy Dayano. Jason Mayberry, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Mayberry, please go ahead.
Thank you. I also spoke at the last board meeting as one of the many teachers and parents who strongly opposed the return to hybrid. I speak again with the same purpose, but from a very different place. In the last board meeting, I gave you a glimpse of the struggles my daughter experienced last semester as an example of one of the ways that hybrid failed us. But that night and into the next day, I had a conversation with one of my best friends whose daughter looks to a return to in-person learning in any form as a potential source of relief from her struggles. Filled with anxiety for both of our daughters, I felt a desperate need for a compromise that could just make it better. And I began to think that maybe, just maybe, a synchronous model could be it. Thus, hear me as a person who sincerely wanted the shift to synchronous hybrid to work. Nonetheless, I come to you today truly wrought with sadness because I have to tell my friend that it will not. In spite of the idealistic presentations and discussion about preparation for the so-called hybrid 2.0, I'm here to tell you that the plan has never truly been to have teachers prepared to run synchronous schedules on Monday. In the town hall hosted by interim superintendent, though veiled in a monologue about how our return to hybrid each classroom would look different, it was abundantly clear that not only would it be impossible to provide the tools necessary for all teachers to run synchronous classrooms, it honestly appeared that he never intended to try. Accordingly, I have seen no real efforts to implement a new model of synchronous learning. Many teachers I talked to today are poised to return to some version of hybrid that we had last semester. Some are planning to try synchronous learning, but still don't know how to do so and have serious, well-reasoned misgivings about doing so. Not only have we failed to be prepared or united by our leadership, there is now more frustration, confusion, anger, division among the teachers than I have seen since the pandemic began. We are actually less prepared now than we were 2 weeks ago to attempt any form of hybrid. No matter how well planned, without sufficient time to actually implement any model, giving the go-ahead will burden teachers beyond reason, throw students into academic stress and emotional chaos, worse than what we experienced last semester. It is false that some in-person is better than none. Neither data nor experience support this notion. There is absolutely zero academic benefit of hybrid learning. In fact, my students' grades indicate that hybrid is worse. And you cannot solve the mental health issues caused by this pandemic by shifting to hybrid. I will also add that operational stability means zero when students are suffering under the failed hybrid model. 2 or 3.0 makes no difference. So here is what I propose. 1, please stop setting dates. Let us plan to stay remote until the end of the year, thus providing students with the predictability and consistency they deserve. Despite the assertion to the contrary, we can fully avoid the disastrous effects of quarantines and school shifts between hybrid and remote by simply remaining in remote. Faced with the realities of the past year and the uncertain future of this pandemic, moving to hybrid now, no matter how well-intentioned, creates uncertainty and robs our children the predictability and consistency they need. 2, let us evaluate on an ongoing basis the potential return to full-time in-person or not at all. 3, can we stop trying to get students back to a normal experience? That ship has sailed. And instead, let's provide different experiences that will serve their social and emotional needs, give them memories that will make this time meaningful, and give teachers and administrators an opportunity to take care of them. Here is one suggestion. Let us dedicate one night each week for students at each grade level in each building to gather at the schools, meet in small groups and with teachers and have a club night. Some groups could do homework, watch TV, play games, or just talk. I will end by telling you I will pledge 2 nights a week for 2 hours each week to do so. Please make the right decision for our children.
Thank you, Dr. Mayberry. Becca Welty is next, Darcy Diano, and then Carrie Tritley. Becca Welty, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Becca, please go ahead.
Respected members of the board and interim superintendent Wise. My name is Becca Welty and I am a teacher at Castleview High School. I want to start by thanking you for the candid discussion and collaboration in your previous sessions. As a teacher, it felt like one of the first times in a long while, teacher voices were both heard and considered. I had the pleasure of beginning my teaching career by student teaching in this district. Over the past 9 years, my colleagues have been incredible mentors, confidants, and friends. We have the absolute best teachers around. Even more so, we have amazing students, and our teachers love and care for them in the greatest capacity possible. What has been most disappointing in these conversations is the increasing divide between our district and the community. There are concerns on all sides about students getting what they need, whether in a remote posture, hybrid, or full in-person learning. The only way to best address these issues is going to be together. While hybrid certainly is not the best option at this moment in time, it has been formulated as the only option. Why aren't we seeking out more ideas? If COVID has done anything positive over the past year, it has exposed weaknesses in systems. We, being a district of innovation and personalization, should capitalize on this opportunity. Let's rethink the system. Let's get kids connected. Let's address issues in a safe and sustainable manner. Right now, the decision to return to hybrid is rushed and the cries are becoming louder. At the center of this chaos lie children who are scared, strong, anxious, resilient, broken, and beautifully wonderful. We owe it to them to show them a community that can come together and make decisions that truly put their well-being at the center. Additionally, our teachers are really at a breaking point. I have the privilege of leading my department and serving my colleagues as a building representative. I know how exhausted they are. DCSD calls our teachers superheroes, and in May of 2020, I think many of us felt that way. Now, almost a year later, solutions have been less than impressive, and the cry to teachers has been, shut up and teach. Our silence as teachers is not the answer. And I'd even go as far to say that teachers truly need official representation in this district, as many of the neighboring districts that have returned in person have a seat at the table, and we still do not. Please don't mistake my request for a voice as silencing the community, because that is not the answer either. To the board, my colleagues, my students, the parents, and community members, I ask that we delay a return to in-person learning as we know it and take the time to make sustainable decisions as a collective to best serve our students. I know many people who would be willing to do the hard work to come up with these solutions. The leadership has done what they can to devise a plan, but it is in a way that fits an old system that is not possible in the current state of the world. Let me be very clear about where we as teachers landed on the idea of hybrid learning. Divided instruction will be less effective. We've thought through this as creatively as possible given the time and resources. Now is the time to work collectively and patiently in order to get it right. I'll leave you with a quote from Youth Poet Laureate Amanda Gorman's inaugural poem. We did not feel prepared to be heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So while we once asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Welty. Darcy Diano is next, Carrie Tritley, and then Josh Jenkins. Darcy, are you there? Okay, one more call for Darcy Diano. Okay, Darcy, I think you're online, they say, but we just need to get you unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Darcy, yay, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
It's that tech problem I have.
I understand.
I believe the hybrid schedule is impossible, literally impossible to be successful. The hybrid schedule is like asking us teachers to aim for a bullseye with a dull pencil while riding a bucking bronco and drinking coffee. It is a joke. Please trust our teachers. Hybrid is impossible for us. I personally believe Douglas County schools should remain online until teachers are vaccinated. Receiving the vaccination will help me and many other teachers feel safe. I thought safety was Douglas County's main priority. Us teachers in Douglas County schools should be vaccinated to feel safe. Let's talk less about the improvement of bandwidth and more about teachers getting vaccinated. This will make us feel safe. We are unable to hit that bullseye you are asking us to hit every day while on hybrid. Tonight, there were fancy slides, big words of synchronized learning, and people talking about what they think hybrid will look like this time. That was disturbing to me because most of the people who just spoke tonight have not taught in the hybrid model. Teachers are the only people who truly know what the hybrid day feels like. I heard the words trust many times tonight. Please trust that teachers know how the hybrid day looks. Please join me in a day in my shoes and listen to how it feels for teachers every day. I am trying to start my online Zoom call while making sure my in-person students have washed their hands. Next, I need to make sure my in-person students are in their assigned seats, which must be 6 feet apart from one another. I am required to have seating charts for each class in case the nurse has to do a required COVID tracing. Then I am needed back online with the students who cannot log into my meeting. I continue to take attendance, but my students enter my classroom late, so I have to take attendance again. While I'm still taking attendance for my online students, my in-person students are tired of waiting for help. I start to give directions to both groups of students. My full attention should be on the faces in my classroom. Keep in mind, this is only the first 10 minutes of my hybrid day. I have not even started teaching. It makes my head spin. What would the board members or Chris Wise or the community do in this tug of war situation called hybrid? Teachers are trying to do our best to accommodate all students involved, but we are not really satisfying anyone. This is only examples. This is what teachers are facing every day. Although I would like to be a superwoman, I am not. I do not have the superpowers to accommodate everyone. Like most of us listening tonight, I believe the decision has already been made to go back to school on Monday. I wonder if my words will even make a difference. But I am speaking for teachers who want to feel safe. Please trust my words as a teacher that hybrid is not safe until vaccines are administered to teachers. Teachers' voices should be critical in this hybrid decisions. Teachers matter. Who would teach the students if we were not teachers? I have a question. I am disappointed that tonight's board meeting agenda was changed last minute. I am wondering why. I believe the community comments are more important than the superintendent's slides. I would really like an answer about that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diano. Carrie Tritley is next, Josh Jenkins, and then Nate Ormond. Carrie Tritley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Carrie, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carrie Tritley, and I have been a parent in DCSD since my oldest child began kindergarten 11 years ago. I currently serve as the chair of the Ponderosa School Accountability Committee and served on the SACs at both the elementary and middle schools my kids attended. I was a licensed teacher in Colorado for 20 years, teaching and subbing in grades pre-K through 12, and my family has volunteered hundreds of hours to support our schools. We put a high value on education in our family. We have been so fortunate that Douglas County is a district of choice. We have taken advantage of that choice since kindergarten to meet the educational needs of our 2 current high schoolers. But now their choices have been reduced down to 1. We all know education is not a one-size-fits-all. What works for one student might be a detriment to another. Our kids deserve a diverse education program where students with different strengths can be successful. Our current situation reminds me of a quote by Albert Einstein. It's about judging a fish by its ability to climb a tree. And most of us have probably seen the cartoon that reflects that quote, with a menagerie of animals lined up with a tall tree behind them. They are being told that for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam, which is to climb the tree. It's obvious, right? The bird and the monkey will pass the test. The dog might clear a few branches. The elephant, penguin, and seal can at least get to the trunk, and the fish has no chance. There are students successfully climbing the tree, and they want to keep climbing, and I'm glad the choice of remote learning will remain available to meet their needs. My kids are probably most like the dog in the cartoon scenario. They've scratched their way up and are clinging to lower branches, but are not experiencing the success or confidence they have during in-person learning. Fatigue is overcoming them because they aren't built to learn remotely all day, every day. They are looking around at other districts and states and wondering why they are still stuck in this tree. Unfortunately, I've heard from many families whose kids are the fish out of water when it comes to remote learning. Whether it's the disconnect of learning from a screen or the mental toll the isolation is taking, they are failing and being left behind. No matter how much longer you force them to try, they will never be able to climb that tree. With thousands of secondary students in this district, it's easy to see that remote learning as a one-size-fits-all solution is not as effective as in-person learning. Therefore, I implore you to bring back choice. At the beginning of the school year, over 80% of families asked for in-person learning versus remote learning. The majority of teachers surveyed in January were ready to get back to in-person learning on January 25th. When the parents involved in my school SAC were recently asked, 85% of them prefer hybrid learning over remote. In just the last 5 days, over 1,200 parents, students, staff members, and community members have signed a letter to this board asking for in-person learning, and signatures are constantly being added. Our district has a menagerie of students with a wide range of strengths and diverse learning styles. These students deserve more than a one-size-fits-all approach to education. Please allow those families that so desperately need and want the choice to get back to in-person learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tritley. Josh Jenkins, Nate Ormond, and then Kate Muss. Josh Jenkins, are you there? One more call for Josh Jenkins. Okay, Nate Ormond is next, Kate Muss, and then Robert Shaw. Nate Ormond, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ormond, please go ahead.
All right. Good evening. First, I'd like to thank the staff at Mesa Middle, where my daughter goes, for their efforts this year. It's been very challenging. I appreciate what they've done. As I've stated before, I think this board is not clear or consistent on the vision for DCSD, both during and coming out of the pandemic. But I have one, and here it is. I'm proposing a road to recovery, which includes the following: full-time in-person option now for students and parents that want it, with remote learning for those that want to remain remote full-time. Summer plans for an education boost to support re-entry in the fall so that we can continue the plan to catch up and accelerate the learning of our students as they've fallen behind. We need to make sure that our sophomores and our juniors are not at the competitive disadvantage for our careers, for their careers in colleges that this board has caused for our seniors this year. I want us to be the best district. When I moved here 20 years ago, we were ranked #1 in the state. We should be that again. We should be accredited with distinction. A transcript from Douglas County should mean something nationally. We should be a destination district for families and teachers. We need to innovate and create plans that will launch our kids ahead for their careers and for college. How are we going to do this? Through strong, courageous, kids-first leadership. We need to advocate for our district. We need to start acting like we're the 3rd largest district in the state. We need to empower our staff. We need to hire and empower the best people, starting with the next superintendent. We need to provide a vision for what DCS can be, and we need to commit to deliver on the promise. Why? Because we do have a commitment to our kids, to our teachers and staff, to our parents, and to the broader community. If you support my vision, go to roadtorecall.org and join my weekly town hall this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ormond. Kate Muss is next, Robert Shaw, and then Chris Ryman. Kate Muss, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kate, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a parent of 2 elementary school students in Douglas County. I am a high school teacher in Douglas County. I am a graduate of Douglas County High School and have lived in Castle Rock for 20 years. This community has helped foster my own upbringing, and I am now allowing it to help my own children grow into bright young men. I couldn't be more proud to be a public school teacher or a public school graduate. It's often said that it takes a village to raise a child. I agree with this. We are all part of this village and community, and our children are listening. I will not use my public comment to give advice about what I think should be done in public schools when it comes back to in-person, hybrid, or staying online. I will not be commenting on it because I feel that while our voices are being heard and taken into consideration, it ultimately doesn't matter. That may sound crass, but this is what I mean. I know that my colleagues and I, teachers, have and will continue to do whatever it takes to have our students learn in whatever environment you decide is best for them. Like you, and by that I mean the school board, we have the best interest of our students in mind. We work tirelessly to provide an engaging and meaningful education for our students. We cannot please everyone. We can only do our best with what we have, and that lesson is not lost on our students. Again, our students are watching. They are hearing how we treat each other. And
Ms. Muss, I think we have lost your audio.
I'm back.
Okay,
Where did I lose you?
Please go ahead and finish.
Okay. Again, our students are watching. They're hearing how we treat each other. And while we can say as a community we care about their mental health and their stress, we need to work together to help alleviate that stress. The vitriolic words that have been thrown around by the community that we live in is far more damaging than we think. As a sponsor of Sources of Strength, a suicide prevention program, I often talk to my students about mental health. This morning, when discussing an article about mental health and going back to school in person, students came to the conclusion that even though some would love to come back to school in person, going back in any capacity would be merely placing a Band-Aid on the growing mental health concerns happening in Douglas County. I would like to advocate for more discussion about mental health supports for students, teachers, DCSD staff, and community members. So if we do go back next week, we can't just call it good. We can't merely put a Band-Aid on this wound. We must do more for our kids and our community. Douglas County's motto is learn today, lead tomorrow. I hope we can teach our children to be resilient through this crazy time. We can be kind to ourselves and each other. We can provide grace to one another and realize that it truly takes a village to raise our children, and they are listening and they are watching.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Muss.
Thank you to the board for your work in this highly contentious and unprecedented time. We look to you for answers when there's no playbook. You are in a volunteer position that has taken a beating, and it's not right or fair. We all make missteps, but as we say in school, I have faith that we will fail forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Shaw, Chris Ryman, and Jamie Pines. Robert Shaw, are you there? One more call for Robert Shaw. Chris Ryman is next, Jamie Pines, and then Allison Pines. Chris Ryman, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Ryman.
Thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to encourage you to open all the schools in person 5 days a week as soon as possible. We've been bending over backwards to help students and faculty who don't want to go in person. And it's not fair to parents and grandparents. It's not fair to our teachers. And most importantly, it's not fair to our students. I also wanted to mention that I support the roadtorecall.org because our children's education is of the utmost importance and time is of the essence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryman. Jamie Pines, Allison Pines, and Douglas Pines. Jamie Pines, are you there? One more call for Jamie Pines. I assume that this is the Pines family. So Allison Pines, are you there? Or Douglas Pines? Okay, our next three will be Kate Welch, Cindy Pritchard, and Kristen Spagnoletti. Kate Welch, are you there? One more call for Kate Welch. Okay, Cindy Pritchard, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Cindy, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Cynthia Pritchard, and I have been a teacher in Douglas County since 2004. I am a straightforward person, and I have questions and obviously comments. How do you plan on taking the burden off of teachers in regards to the two-tier system or the hybrid 2.0 that is going to start on Monday? What does that look like? You mentioned it, but it was not answered. I can only imagine what first-year teachers feel like at this time. Now, here we are being moved up in the vaccine line, and now you're wanting to put the cart before the horse. Can we not have some consistency? You keep mentioning consistency, but that is not what is being provided should we move forward to a new hybrid model. Can teachers not get vaccinated before we transition back to school? We are so close to the finish line and have done really well. And why can't we keep being safe for our students and our fellow teachers? I truly do not understand the disconnect, as a lot of us have underlying conditions. We do not have enough subs to handle the load that may fall upon us so close to the finish line. You say we have more subs, but exactly what is that number? As you can probably tell, I'm very frustrated with this new 2.0 system, but I really want you to consider what I have mentioned moving forward on such short notice. There is no perfect answer to this situation, but safety should not just be a talking point, even though it sounds as if you have made up your mind and we will be going back on Monday. After spring break is a much safer option when more teachers have been vaccinated. Please, please take into consideration teachers. We have spoken and we want to be with our kids, but we want to be safe in the process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pritchard. Kristen Spagnoletti, Terry Hamilton, and Holly Osborne Horn. Kristen Spagnoletti, are you there? One more call for Kristen Spagnoletti. Okay, Terry Hamilton, Holly Osborne Horn, and then Carol Walsh. Terry Hamilton, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of a return to in-person learning. I believe the science supports the return to a full schedule, and even a hybrid schedule is better than the current distance learning model. My son is a junior at Rock Canyon High School. He gets at most 3 hours a day of instruction, much less when his teachers do not teach the entire time allotted, which happens too frequently. He's also enrolled in a fire science program, which is a 3-credit block. This course requires in-person learning and has been on hold since the November closure. He's not receiving the education he deserves or needs. I'm not going to rehash statistics or other arguments regarding the need to return our students to in-person learning immediately. We all know what they are. I'm mystified why there's even a discussion when the president, the CDC, Dr. Fauci, Governor Polis, and other leaders say it's safe to return and should be our #1 priority. In-person learning is the model our education system is based on and should be the default. I'm also mystified why the discussion at the board meeting 2 weeks ago determined that there was not an adequate plan to return. And the teacher that just spoke as well, this is not a surprise. We've been moving towards this for a long time. We knew last March that we weren't in school and needed a plan. We knew last summer, we knew in November. So depending on how you count, our district leadership has either had 10 months, 7 months, or 3 months to figure this out. We as parents have the right and duty to hold you all accountable for not having an acceptable plan to this point. Interim Superintendent Wise, I thank you for this new plan. It addresses the obvious issue that perfection cannot be obtained, and we need to get kids in school now and improve as we go. Krista Gilstrap from the DCSD Parents for In-Person Learning sent you a letter today from our group requesting you reopen our middle and high schools. Over 1,200 parents, students, teachers, and mental health professionals, among others, signed that letter in a matter of a few days. We believe we are not in the minority, rather the majority. We believe you have not listened to our voices. Members of the Douglas County School Board, I implore you to return our students to in-person learning immediately. Even if the plan presented here tonight isn't perfect, it should be enough. Get them back in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Holly Osborne Horn, and then Carol Welsh and Michelle Ellis. Holly Osborne Horn, are you there? One more call for Holly Osborne Horn.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, there she is. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, directors. I'm speaking tonight as a mother of Southridge Elementary, Mesa Middle, and Douglas County High School students, one of which you have heard from tonight. Because of this, I've experienced the negative effects of online learning on kids who want so badly to be in school at all levels. From my children this year, I have witnessed tears, frustration, devastation, isolation, depression, and even regression. I've had one child need to spend time in a mental health facility, one have to go on medication, and just last week, as my youngest child's class was quarantined, had to fight back tears as I sat on a Zoom meeting with the school intervention team about having him evaluated for special education and an IEP. He was making great progress the first part of the school year, and that progress is not as marked anymore. I've spoken to many of my kids' peers, and they desperately want to be in school immediately. Some have said they just want to give up because they don't understand the point anymore. Though I feel most of our teachers are doing their very best to reach their students, the online learning model is in no way a replacement for what can be gained with in-person instruction. I have listened intently to every board meeting since last March, as all of the COVID guidelines, restrictions, and procedures have been discussed. At the meeting in January, I listened as Superintendent Wise told you, the directors, he and his staff felt we were ready for our secondary students to return to hybrid on January 25th, as our students were told by the teachers would be the return date. I then watched as you directors offered him an additional week to prepare, and he repeated that the district was ready to return on 1/25. That wasn't acceptable to the board, and we watched as one useless motion was made after the other, voted down, and then we were given no real reason we would not be returning to in-person learning. Governor Polis, who has had COVID himself, the Center for Disease Control, and the American Association of Pediatrics have all said kids need to return to school in person. All the districts around us have determined their students needed to return to school in person and have done so. Why do you, the DCSD board, feel you know better than scientists and associations that are dedicated to making these kinds of determinations? Each and every day, our secondary students spend in isolation at home. Learning on a computer is another day you, the board, are failing our kids. If kids can thrive in an online learning environment, then by all means, let them stay at home and tune into their classes virtually. But not offering a model for kids who aren't successful online to be able to learn in person is a failure. Please send our students back to school now. Don't let another day go by where we are failing these children. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne Horn. Carol Walsh is next, Michelle Ellis, and then Jesse Socklin. Carol Walsh, are you there? Okay, one more time for Carol Walsh.
Yes, this is Carol Walsh.
Hi, Carol, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Carol Walsh, and I'm a parent to two boys attending Crest Hill Middle School. I'm in support of having the kids return to in-person learning. As elected members of the Douglas County Board of Education and representatives of the parents and students, we are counting on you to base your decision today on fact and not fear. I would like to direct your attention to a study released January 4th of this year, conducted by the National Center for Research for Education Access on the effects of school reopenings on COVID hospitalizations. I sent you all an email this afternoon with the link to that study. They found no evidence based off of the raw data reported by county health departments that reopening schools in person or in a hybrid form increased COVID hospitalizations in 75% of counties across the United States that had low COVID hospitalization rates during the summer prior to reopening schools. The results suggest that it is safe to reopen schools when there is no more than 36 to 44 total new COVID hospitalizations per 100 people per week. Douglas County's hospitalization numbers from July to present time fall within the acceptable range to send kids back to school in person. Most recent update on the study on January 22nd reflects that Douglas County is at 6.6 total new COVID hospitalizations per 100,000 people per week, well below the standard to send kids back to school. Other districts in the state of Colorado have taken the recommendations from the CDC to return their kids to in-person learning due to finding little evidence of COVID spread caused from kids attending school in person. Cherry Creek is a good example, despite the challenges they face with their COVID levels within their county. Arapahoe County has 58% more COVID cases in comparison to Douglas County. 3 times the number of COVID deaths, 4 times the number of COVID hospitalizations. Grandview High School is the 3rd largest high school in Colorado with 2,851 students. Cherry Creek has their school open for in-person learning. As a parent, I cannot wrap my mind around how the 3rd largest school located in a county with the higher COVID cases can accomplish getting their kids back to school with an asynchronous model built into the hybrid option. But we can't justify doing the same. Bottom line is our students need to be back in school for a laundry list of reasons. They are not getting access to their full education from their bedrooms. Please take the 20 steps back and base your decisions on facts and not fear. There are tons of facts that support in-person learning, and it's time to return to the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Michelle Ellis is next, and then Jessie Socklin and Denise Shore. Michelle Ellis, are you there?
I am. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I want to first thank Interim Superintendent Wise and all of the members of the board for the work that you are doing during this incredibly challenging time. I have a 7th grade student at Crest Hill Middle School and a sophomore at Highlands Ranch High School. While I have a moment, I also need to thank the administrators, the staff, and the teachers at both of those schools for doing everything they can to ensure that my children are continuing to get an education. I want to talk a little bit about hybrid versus online. I will say that my family, we are quite distraught that hybrid is currently not an option for us. That was provided to us as an option at the beginning of the school year. And there were a lot of people who chose not to go that route because of their own personal concerns with the virus. I understand and I absolutely respect the decisions that they made, both students, teachers, and staff. I completely understand us having to go to an online model because of rates increasing. I have had children on quarantine. It has not been ideal, but it has worked out. There's no reason for our kids to not be in school right now. I don't need to repeat the statistics. Carol just shared quite a few with us. There is no reason why our children should not have returned. I listened to the board meeting 2 weeks ago, and I was pretty astonished that the board could not choose to even postpone by a week. I thought that was a good option. That's fine. Let's meet in the middle. It's a pandemic. But now we're 2 weeks later, and our children need to return to school. If people are not comfortable having their kids do so, they have had that option. I would implore the school district to maybe find other options for them. But where is our option?
We don't have a choice here to give our kids in-person schooling, not even 2 days a week. I would prefer 5 days. We don't have that option. And the excuses I keep hearing is that it isn't consistent. It's impossible to do hybrid. This won't work. Those are just excuses. The real answer is people are scared and fear is driving these decisions. We need to set that aside. The statistics are out there to show that it is safe for our children to return at this point in time. And I implore you to please make that decision in the best interest of our children. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Jesse Socklin is next, Denise Shore, and then Laura Jorgensen. Jesse, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me,
Yes,
Mr. Ray?
please. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to give the headset to my son, a middle schooler, to speak for a second first.
Hello, I am Gavin Socklin. I am a 7th grader at Crest Hill Middle School. I have been in remote learning for so long. It is not successful. In fact, it is impossible. I haven't learned anything. My computer mostly lags and loads. I cannot keep up with the curriculum at all. Being on Google Meet 7 hours a day with possible lagging is wrong. I beg to go back to hybrid. I hope that you understand, Mr. Wise. Thank you.
Thanks, Gavin.
Okay, I'm going to speak now. Basically, I feel like this board is ignoring the numbers of the community. They're ignoring the science that is presented to them. They're ignoring the presentations that are given to them by Mr. Weiss, and they're ignoring the surveys of the parents that say they need to have their kids back in schools. This board just keeps going around and getting into the weeds on everything. They need to look at the information they have and just accept what's going on and move forward. They have the information, they're just choosing to ignore it. We have students that have moderate needs who are stuck online. They're not able to get into the classroom when they need it. They are suffering. This 2-week delay that we just had at middle school was a huge setback. If you have to have delays, please consider separating middle and high schools. We need to treat the middle schools differently than high schools in priority of having kids back, because middle schools kids are not as independent as high schools. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, board.
Thank you, Mr. Socklin. Denise Shore, Laura Jorgensen, and then Caitlin Frazier. Denise Shore, are you there? One more call for Denise Shore. Laura Jorgensen is next, Caitlin Frazier, and then Kim Lee. Laura Jorgensen, are you there? One more call for Laura Jorgensen. Caitlin Frazier is next, Kim Lee, and then Jenny Edelman. Caitlin Frazier, are you there?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Caitlin, please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I am a teacher at Castleview High School. I know I can speak for both myself and my colleagues when I say this school year has not been an easy one. I also recognize with the major decisions resting squarely on your shoulders, this year has not been an easy one for you either. Thank you for taking the time to listen and address our concerns. I understand that the board is trying to fix some of the issues brought forth at the last meeting by implementing a more synchronous hybrid schedule. However, this new schedule may create more problems than it solves. Today, I would like to speak to some of these issues in hopes that the board addresses them before making the decision to return to hybrid learning. One of the core complaints of the hybrid schedule brought before the board 2 weeks ago was lack of access to teachers for students at home. The board has attempted to rectify this by live streaming students into the classroom, but I am concerned that this will merely mean that neither the students at home nor the students in the classroom will get the individualized attention they deserve. It would be important for the board to analyze how this decision could disproportionately impact vulnerable students and families. Furthermore, how will we support providers How will support providers adequately help students to the level they need and in some cases is required by law when they are asked to teach 2 or sometimes 3 separate groups of students simultaneously? Again, I urge the board to analyze how this will impact students who most need this support. And finally, there will be groups of students who elect to self-quarantine. This adds a third group of students that teachers would be responsible for teaching simultaneously with the other 2 groups. The planning for multiple groups creates additional challenges for teachers without time built into the schedule to adequately address them. I would like to provide an example from my own classroom to illustrate what I'm talking about. In the fall, I taught my students about proteins. This tends to be a difficult topic for students to grasp because proteins are very tiny and something they cannot see. So I created a lesson where students built giant proteins that they could see and manipulate. In the hybrid model from the fall, cohort A students did the activity on Monday, while cohort B students did the alternate lesson, then the following day they swapped. In this new model, cohort B students would be live streaming and therefore will not be afforded this hands-on opportunity because they are at home. This means students will lose out on learning opportunities. Furthermore, we will have the addition of students who opt to self-quarantine and not come into school at all. This requires an entirely new lesson plan to accommodate students who we never get to see in person. I would like the board to consider how this will impact teachers' ability to provide the same access to experiences and content for students who never step foot in the classroom. Additionally, please consider the additional burden this places on teachers to create additional lesson plans for a single day of learning. The added variable of synchronous learning for remote, in-person, and self-quarantine students will absolutely not reduce the planning time for teachers, contrary to what you have heard this evening. In fact, we've added a complex and unpredictable element into the classroom that will result in increased planning and less effective instruction for students. Despite what you've heard from building leaders tonight, questions remain about the feasibility of this schedule. To the extent that they believe these questions have been addressed, I have not heard those answers tonight. Please understand that I want to be a team player, but I am not alone in knowing that these are important questions that require answers before we can successfully implement this new hybrid model. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Kim Lee, Jenny Edelman, and Chuck Bradley are the next 3. Kim Lee, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kim, please go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent Wise and all administration and teachers for Hybrid 2.0. I appreciate the time and dedication you put into it. I'm hoping never to see 3.0 because we'll be in school full-time learning. Thank you, board, for hearing me out. Although these plans sound so much better than previous plans, there is still so much our kids have missed. My biggest concern is the mental health of students. As Dr. Douglas said, suicide and attempted suicide rates have gone up during the pandemic. I also worry about the education they are losing from clubs, concerts, plays, on-hand education like PE, art, and music. Where is my junior in his college preparedness? We know our kids are behind or else the grading scale would never have been adjusted. How are we going to get them caught up? I asked the board tonight to allow these kids to go back to school and get on with education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Jenny Edelman, Chuck Bradley, and then Brandy Bradley. Jenny Edelman, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jenny, please go ahead.
Quote unquote, let's return once we know it's safe. So what does safe mean? The definition of the word safe is free from harm or risk, unhurt. Will we ever be totally free from harm or risk? What if? What if there's a COVID outbreak during hybrid? What if there isn't? There probably will be. Is that going to be a surprise? What if the vaccines offset these feared concerns? What if they don't? What if quarantines help? What if they don't? Should we live on what ifs? COVID is most likely here for a very long time, and quarantines, vaccines, and masks are helpful, yet aren't the magical end-all answer. But everyone keeps throwing out the idea of return once we know it's safe. Is our only goal to keep kids safe from COVID? Because second definition of safe also says to secure from threat or danger of themselves. Can we do that? Well, yes, this we can do because we can give these kids their lives back. And then maybe we won't have suicide number 15. And yes, that's a substantial amount, period. We will never be able to keep our kids safe 100% from all viruses, no more than keeping them safe from shootings, drug use, bullying, or unplanned pregnancies. So what do? Well, we do our best and we put our kids first. Now, clearly that means different things to different people, but that's why we live in America. We are blessed to have a voice and a choice. Teachers who don't feel safe to go back full-time should stay home and teach those teach online, and those children who also don't feel safe, they can stay home and do remote learning. Parents do the parenting, teachers do the teaching, and the school board and the district needs to ensure the right of every student to a free public education in the least restrictive environment. If there was a unanimous, unquestionable answer to any of this, our country wouldn't be divided like it is, which is why we see some districts open and others closed. So clearly, it all seems to just depend on what side of the COVID or political fence one sits on, and possibly how one views facts, science, vaccinations, or individual values. Second note, since you all keep thinking substitutes are now going to be your answer, you might be a little disappointed because there was a bit of a bait and switch offering, subs $200 a day to lure us in around early December. And then I took the bait and I wanted to help. And after 5 to 6 weeks of going through the process, it's then told to me that those extra funds expired on December 31st. So 3 weeks after I got my official ID to begin to sub. So only those subs already in the system actually benefited. So now it's back to a shameful $100 a day for 7.5 hours of work. So clearly this shows an awareness to me why there was a shortage in the first place. Last tidbit, and I'll close out. Principals and teachers, Katie Clancy, Annalai, Mackenzie's mom, they nailed it on so many levels. So yes, if you think for a single second, online learning is giving these kids anything of substance or value, you're sorely mistaken. And that is not a dog on the teacher's efforts. It is human nature. These kids are not getting it. Access to teachers, yeah, they need to see them face to face, period. I've yet to meet a kid who feels that they're benefiting. Keyword is benefiting in any way, which isn't to be confused with those who prefer online. So even online kids wanting to stay home due to fear of COVID, they're still failing. So 5 days live in person is the only way to salvage your 1.0 failure and brace for the same possible outcome for 2.0 hybrid is better than nothing. At least they'll get 2 days of in-person learning, but it's not enough. We don't have time to perfect the method of hybrid. Nothing is impossible. And to suggest we stay online for an entire year is shameful. These kids need hybrid at a minimum, and grown adult teachers can and will adapt to this chaos. We are the adults that need to lead our kids. And now we should focus on going back full-time in person, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edelman. Chuck Bradley, Brandy Bradley, and then Mandy Oster. Chuck Bradley, are you there?
This is Chuck Bradley. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Bradley, please go ahead.
So thanks for allowing me the opportunity to talk again tonight. I want to just make a couple of quick notes and then I'm going to hit the punchline. So people mentioned a study about hospitalizations earlier. In the 5 minutes of research I've done on that particular study, it has not been peer reviewed. It's not in a medical journal. It was funded by an organization that is for school choice and advocates against public education. So just keep that in mind. I don't think that study is necessarily very credible. I didn't even have time to see if they had an actual epidemiologist on the study. I think it was a bunch of economists or something. So anyway, just keep that in mind. Do your research on that. So CDC versus the Tri-County cut lines. So I tend to agree with Dr. Douglas. I do believe him that the CDC is probably going to modify their back to school safety guidelines. But if you go back and look at the fall when they came out with them in September, you can compare the CDC safe school guidelines to the Tri-County cut lines at that time. And the CDC cut lines were definitely more stringent. Now, the Tri-County cut lines are based on the state's dial metric framework. That metric framework is not created for schools. It's created for larger society, restaurants, gyms, hotels, things of that nature. And for those particular contexts, I think the COVID dial for the state of Colorado is actually pretty good. But you have to remember the CDC numbers are specifically geared at K through 12 schools. They're not geared at gyms. They're not geared at restaurants and things of that nature. So while I do think the CDC will probably update their guidelines, I seriously doubt they're going to get much less stringent than they are now. And again, you can sort of do that comparison of where they both were last fall and realize that the CDC school safe reopening guidelines, somebody said, Fauci said we should open schools earlier. Yeah, he did. He said we should open them when we can do so safely. And then the CDC put out the metric indicators for what would indicate safe. We are currently not within those indicators. So as far as I'm concerned, none of the Douglas County schools should be open right now because they can't do so safely. Now, one last point, y'all mentioned something earlier about hybrid 2.0 learning model. And you said that, I'm reading from the slide, which I screen capped, a student is marked present whether they attend in person or remotely on their designated in-person cohort day. So that leads me to believe that even if a person has an in-person cohort day, they can attend remotely and still be marked present. If that's really true, you guys completely buried the lead on that. Otherwise, it could be a mistake in the slide. But if that's really true, that basically gives everybody a choice. So you could return everybody to hybrid and then give them a choice to learn synchronously, either fully in person, or they can choose to stay home. And you would make 80% of the district thrilled because they can make a choice of their own. Think about this. There are other states that are doing exactly this with a synchronous teaching model. They're doing the exact same thing that is suggested by that slide. I'm not sure that slide is correct, but please clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Brandy Bradley, Mandy Oster, and then Stephanie Geiger. Brandy Bradley, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Awesome. So my name is Brandy Bradley, and I have 4 boys in Dudco schools, 3 at Stone Mountain, 1 in Branchview. Want to commend all the teachers and faculty. I think they're awesome. I think they have done extremely well during this tumultuous time. I'm also a physical therapist who has worked safely through this entire pandemic, inches away from my patients' faces, up to 20 a day. Each of you ran on the platform to put kids first, to put their needs first. I campaigned, believed, and voted for each of you, regretfully, because you have not put our kids first, and you continue to fail them. We're the only county in the surrounding counties to not even offer in-person or hybrid learning. Adams, Aurora, Boulder Valley, Cherry Creek, DPS, Greeley, Jeffco, Littleton, Poudre, Sheraton, and Westminster school districts are all back in school, either hybrid or in person for the last 2 to 4 weeks. Tell me why. Initially, it was a COVID excuse, and you each said you based the decision to stay remote based on science and facts. You can't use that excuse anymore. The CDC, Dr. Phone Governor, said that schools are safe. Governor Polis stated that we think that schools are one of the safest places during this pandemic, and that's what the evidence to date shows us. So much for blaming the science and facts. Is it the lack of planning? You've had nearly a year to plan, move high-risk teachers to remote learning, hire extra teachers and substitutes, and install necessary technology. Douglas County is the 4th richest county in Colorado, so it can't be a lack of funds keeping kids out of school. 82% of parents initially voted for an in-person learning option. So you had the ratio of what the parents and their students wanted from the beginning. Yet you have decided to listen to the minority who have and always had the choice to opt for remote. So why are you even listening to them? They should be taken out of the equation. Teachers were also given the choice to teach in person or move to remote if they didn't feel safe. Teachers also have the ability to teach in person while live streaming to remote learners through Google Meets. And kids can record the lessons so that 82% of us Dudco parents who actually work can review with them when we get home and start our second job as a teacher. So that can't be the excuse. 40% of parents in Colorado report that their child has received a D or an F this year. Our school board's response to that? Let's drop the passing grade to a ridiculous 53%. So now you have kids who don't care, aren't willing to try, and are willing to accept failing as passing. Not to mention that this deepens the divide between upper middle class and lower income kids. Does anyone on the board have a clue how many McKinney-Vento kids there are currently in Douglas County? Over 267 kids that are living displaced. Yes, not all kids have a stay-at-home parent pushing them in school or live in a bubble. Did you know that there has been a significant increase in ER visits resulting in hospitalization for child abuse? You have taken away their safety net. You have taken away their ability to confide in teachers, counselors, and their peers. Not to mention you have taken away the only meals they can count on. You have taken away their right to an education while treating it as a privilege. Our students are sad, anxious, depressed, cutting, drinking, drugging, and some are suicidal. You have taken away the love for education and created screen-dependent zombies with a complete lack of coping skills and kids who now despise learning. Do any of you sitting on the board know that Highlands Ranch is the suicide attempt capital of the country? Do you know where I heard this statistic? Sitting at a great friend of mine's funeral on Thursday. She had been fighting for her 2 kids to get back in school, a freshman and a senior. She was overwhelmed with excitement that they were finally going back on January 5th, and her guilt as a single working mom versus being at home helping her boys with school would finally be alleviated. And then with one flippant decision to satisfy the minority of parents and students, you pulled the rug out from under parents and students alike and postponed return to in-person learning. That poor and intolerable decision took the wind from her sails and ended her life. I am scared to death sometimes to even check on my 13-year-old son for fear that he won't be alive. You have destroyed the mental, social, and emotional well-being of 75% of kids. So I ask you to stop continuing to put fear and feelings before science and facts. Start treating in-person learning as our students' right, not privilege. Stop listening to the minority and start fighting for our kids to go back to school and finally put the needs of our students first. Reopen our schools full time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Mandy Oster, Stephanie Geiger, and then Paul Geiger. Mandy Oster, are you there? One more call for Mandy Oster. Okay, thank you. Ms. Oster, I believe you're muted and we're waiting for you to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Oster, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Oops, Ms. Oster, we've lost you again. Ms. Oster? Okay, we will catch up with her later. Stephanie Geiger, Paul Geiger, and then Andrew Tritley. Stephanie Geiger, are you there? One more call for Stephanie Geiger and Pierre.
If it had not been for an arbitrary fight over a full-time date we probably cannot hit anyway, our children would have returned this week. If I had been a member of the board, I would have been ashamed. All individuals in the hybrid model chose that option and could have chosen remote at check-in if they were uncomfortable. To date, these meetings have primarily consisted of a loud minority fighting against the choice they made. That survey gave us each a voice and was loud and clear. Parents, students, and staff in majority want to return to school. Consistency is important to me, just as it is to other parents and educators, and it seems this board as well. This board has sold remote learning on the premise of consistency with sustainable substitute availability. I would like to note that last semester, out of 5 children, I had 1 child on quarantine one time other than the whole school shutting down. My children, like many others, have faced the negative impact of mental health issues in remote learning. My children did not feel a lack of consistency in hybrid. They were simply happy to be there with the other kids. In preparation for this speech, I asked each of my children how they felt, what they wanted, and what they were experiencing. This board may be surprised to find that remote learning has left my children feeling less consistent than hybrid. Our elementary school child has not faced a quarantine since the return in January, despite it being full-time and full class capacity. Our 2 middle school students have the most consistent remote learning experience. Their teachers show up most days and are always available to them. Our high schoolers are suffering truly from unacceptable situations. Status quo for MVHS is 2 synchronous days, 2 asynchronous days, and a half day for check-ins, leaving at best 2 learning periods per week per class. They're currently facing teachers that take personal days, shorten or cancel classes, and assign work, then become absent for the remainder of the class, leaving them without even a 2-session per week minimum. At the last board meeting, I attempted to follow the normal channels by emailing our principal with these concerns. It has not improved, and I received no response. Lastly, I feel the board took the interim superintendent's comments out of context last meeting as a means of support to vote down the return to school. I felt the superintendent was trying to convey there will always be room for improvement, no matter how long we wait. That was true for January 25th and will be true for the 21-22 school year. There will be room for improvement no matter how long we wait. The one consistency my high school students have received from their teachers is their readiness for them to return. They have a plan, and they are confident in their ability to support the students' return. There are now multiple studies worldwide showing the low risk of spread in schools. Please allow our students to return to school next Monday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Geiger. Paul Geiger, are you there? Okay, Andrew Tritley is next, Joseph Elliott, and then Katrina Gamble. Oh, Paul Geiger, I'm sorry. Hang on, Andrew. Paul Geiger, are you there? Paul Geiger, we're waiting for you to be unmuted.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, Mr. Geiger, please go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to speak about students first. They are a priority here, and everyone from parents, teachers, to board members are here to give them the best that we can. I feel we have failed. I've heard so much about safety. Let's put it in perspective. It's far more dangerous for my children to be driven to and from school than dying of COVID. In 2018, 2,500 teens died on the road. 285,000 were treated for injuries per the CDC. We can't get rid of all risks. We have to be realistic. This isn't just about death and illness either. Our kids being able to thrive is worth the risk. I personally have tried locating kids that no one's heard of or seen. I've gone looking for students that have been AB students to not participating at all and are not going to graduate. Due to the lower danger to our kids from the disease, we need to be honest with ourselves. This isn't about kids. This is about our teachers, a profession that I hold in high regard. However, bluntly, it's time to get back in the building. I would have always said that teachers are essential workers. We're not seeing this right now. How's this possible? Have you been to Costco? Those workers are being exposed at far greater scale than what we're seeing in our school buildings. Massive amounts of people of all ages moving through these stores. They're at work. They've risked themselves so our society can continue to function. I haven't seen them at the top of the vaccine list. I doubt they're making what our teachers are making, but yet they're there the whole time. A bunch of them have lost jobs. Our teachers haven't lost jobs, thankfully. Teachers, social distance, wear masks, get in the classroom for our students. You all offer an amazing service, and I'm calling on you to do it. Remote learning is not doing that. So many risk exposure every day. You are essential. Your skills are valuable. I call on you. Use them. To the board, we also need to look at the reality here. Our focus is students. Most students are not getting vaccinated. Pfizer has 16 years old and up. Moderna, 18. It's going to be a very long time until most of our students are eligible for a vaccine. We need entire new trials and distribution. Are we really willing to deal with remote or hybrid for another year, year and a half? Teachers can get vaccinated, but let's be real, our students won't be. How many years of high school are we going to ask the kids to miss? Look back at what you remember from your teens. Cutting out years of school, sports, dating, learning how to properly socialize. This disease isn't going away. Thankfully, it isn't affecting our kids as much as it is other age groups. Lastly, I thank the board for their service. What happened in the last meeting was a failure. That can't happen again. Your failure to act has greatly affected our community. If you can't make hard decisions, please respectfully step aside. I know plenty of parents who can do that. And don't be shocked if you see them step up and try to take that place. Please get our students back in class. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Quick announcement. Those of you that are waiting in our host room, none of the numbers that we have currently match the numbers that were given to Sandy Marsh. So if any of you that are waiting, if you would make sure that you would reply to Sandy Marsh's email with your number that you're currently on or currently calling in on and your name so that we can identify you. All right, next we have Andrew Tritley, Joseph Elliott, and Katrina Gamble. Andrew Tritley, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Tritley, please go ahead.
Good evening. First, I want to say that I am both a parent of 2 high school age children in the district, as well as a coach. And so although I'm not in the building full time, I do spend quite a bit of time in and around one of the high school campuses. I also serve on several boards, perhaps none with the same scope and authority as the Douglas County School District Board of Education, but I do know firsthand that it's a difficult job and oftentimes a thankless one, and I do appreciate your service. I support in-person learning, and the CDC study that was released last week has a couple of important notes, as I'm sure you've seen. On the CDC website, it says, quote, "It is critical for schools to open as safely and as quickly as possible for in-person learning," end quote. The CDC researchers who published their work last week in the Journal of the American Medical Association said, quote, "There has been little evidence that schools have contributed meaningfully to increased community transmission," end quote. And so with that in mind, I do want to acknowledge that there's been a fair number of points made this evening that hybrid is imperfect. Well, the interim superintendent, Corey Wise, and many others have already admitted that. We know that hybrid might be imperfect, but it is better than full remote. And although I know the board is taking up the consideration to return to hybrid for the time being, it is my position that we are best served to move to full in-person as quickly as possible. And so grinding on all of the potential disadvantages of hybrid is a bit of a red herring as it relates to moving to full in-person. Those disadvantages can be minimized, at least in terms of the time frame that teachers, students, and other stakeholders have to battle through the challenges of hybrid. But to be clear, I do support hybrid immediately. In-person does not remove the choice to remain remote for those who are unwilling or unprepared to return to in-person. All of the advocates of hybrid learning have repeated this evening that we are supporters of choice. Douglas County School District has always stood for choice. It's one of the hallmarks of our success. And again, it's important to note, nothing has been proposed to remove that choice to remain remote from those who are unwilling or unprepared to return to in-person. Statistics have been difficult during this time, but I do want to point out a few things. As best I can count on tally marks of the adults who have spoken, it's 14. Now I make 15-2 in favor of returning to hybrid. Of the teachers who have spoke, 5 so far have spoke out of 4,500. A previous survey made it pretty clear that a large majority of teachers felt they were prepared to return to hybrid learning 2 weeks ago. And as far as students go, 9 out of 13 spoke in favor of returning to hybrid immediately. That's 70%. Now, again, small sample set out of 63,000 students. In closing, the past 2 weeks may seem like a small increment to the board, but that was 5.6% of the school year that was, again, taken away from middle and high school students. If that was a pay cut or an increase to your mortgage payment, you would have acted urgently. So I would encourage you, no more delays. No longer let the tail wag the dog. Please reopen the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tritley. Joseph Elliott is next, Krista Gilstrap, and then Catherine Noel Newsel. Joseph Elliott, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes, Mr. Elliott, please go ahead.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for letting us come in here and speak our opinions on this. I'll start off with saying my name is Joseph Elliott. I'm a student at Ponderosa High School. I'm involved in a couple of clubs such as DECA. I happen to be the president of the Ponderosa DECA chapter, as well as an off-season lieutenant for the Ponderosa lacrosse team. And personally, typically in school, before all of this happened, I was a 3.6 to a 3.8 student. I'm taking many AP classes as well as advanced classes. And school has always been pretty important to me, like the academic side of it. I see it as really a great way to shape my future, I guess you could say. And recently with this full online learning, it's been a real pain for me just to be motivated and to get everything done. Typically, people would kind of see me as a really motivated person, always getting my work done, never having a late assignment, never having missings. But now, since we are fully online, it's just been really hard for me to get all of that done and to find the motivation to do that. The way I see it is it's a choice for everybody to go back. I think if we had the hybrid option available, if the risks outweigh the want to go back, then that's all right for them to stay home. They can keep doing what they've been doing. But for those who are in the similar situation as me, I believe that the want to go back outweigh the risk. I believe the risk isn't really that strong to what we're looking at right now, but that's just the way I see it. This is really up to you guys, but I believe we not only owe it to the students to get their full learning experience, but we owe it to the teachers, because I've seen all of my teachers putting extra hours at work just to make to switch over their lesson plans over to online. So I think with their tireless effort and unconstrained work motivation, that we owe it to everybody to go back to hybrid.
Very good. Thank you, Joseph. Krista Gilstrap, Catherine Noel Newsel, and Amy Smith. Krista, are you there? One One more call for Krista Gilstrap. Catherine Noel Newsell, Amy Smith, and Amanda Cushing. Catherine Noel Newsell, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Catherine Knazel. As a junior at Castleview High School, I feel that what we need is stability and continuity. Going back to a hybrid model is confusing and disrupts the rhythm that we've been in. One of my main concerns is that if classes have both in-person and online students at the same time, the online learners will be paid less attention to. One of my teachers has already admitted that this will be the case in her class. Questions will go unanswered and may not get answered in time the next day. This pandemic has been a stressful time for us all. In an attempt to lessen stress, I ask that we keep the online model. It gives us consistency, blocked off time for getting help and doing work, and keeps us safer from the virus until the vaccine is more distributed. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Amy Smith is next, Amanda Cushing, and Jeannie Johnson. Amy Smith, are you there? One more. I'm sorry, Amy Smith, is that you? Amanda Cushing is next, Jeannie Johnson, and Gidget Turnett. Amanda Cushing, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Amanda, please go ahead.
Good evening, directors. My name is Amanda Cushing. I have two daughters in the DCSC school system. One in third grade and the older one is a freshman in high school. The freshmen have been excited about high school since the start of the sixth grade. She is taking 4 honors classes virtually. I am so incredibly proud of her. But last night, she told me that she hated school and that she hated everyone. I have never heard her say anything like that. She has not been in school in person since September. This is due to the lack of your leadership, and for that reason, I am supporting the Road to Recall, roadtorecall.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cushing. Jeannie Johnson, Gidget Turnett, and Lisa Haynes. Jeannie Johnson, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Jeannie, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Dear board members, after the last board meeting, I was real deep in my feelings for days, but after some time and too many Diet Cokes and laps around the block, I identified my frustrations. I am frustrated that we continue to allow fear-mongering to dismiss the inequalities of remote learning. Yes, we have students and teachers thriving in this platform. Remote learning is their jam. It fits their personality. It's their learning styles. It is what they need to feel successful. But for the vast majority of students and teachers like tonight, remote learning is disastrous. We have students without internet or strong Wi-Fi connections, making engagement nearly impossible to sustain, let alone maintain. We have struggling students with strong internet, like my baby girl, Mackenzie Johnson, who cannot developmentally fix issues out of their control without first losing their minds and therefore shutting down. For that is the easiest and the only way they know how to cope with stressful situations. We have students completely dependent on their teachers to problem solve all things remote, including independence in technology, making self-care an afterthought. We have households so rich with distraction and adult responsibility that academic success feels unattainable. We have high school students who still don't know how to download documents, share documents, or know where to find documents in Canvas or Drive, yet are being told that remote learning is their best and only platform. It is not. We have students battling and burying depression, eating disorders, and thoughts of suicide because the isolation of remote learning is too great and the possibility of hybrid completely uncertain. We have students so disengaged that they are failing years of high school, that no matter the intervention, time is not on their sides. We have students who cannot access curriculum, even though it is their protected right under federal law, because office hours are enough accommodation for some teachers. We have teachers so desperate to return to the classroom that they have to force themselves out of bed and to the computers each day. We have students so desperate for human interaction and connection that they are willing to endure the uncertainty of hybrid. Pre-COVID, these high-risk populations and struggling teachers had a seat at the table and were the topics of professional development and intervention. Now they play second fiddle to engagement, as though engagement is the only and sole key to academic success. But as science says, before students can engage, they must first have their basic needs met. Remote learning has denied these students their fundamental needs. In fact, the board in the last meeting sacrificed these needs and the equity needed to solve the above inequities because of possible inconveniences with returning to a hybrid model. I beseech you to open the schools and let those who need to be there exist without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Gidget Turnett, Lisa Haynes, and Shannon Callis. Gidget, are you there?
Yes, this is Gidget Trene. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Turnett, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you for allowing all the public comment tonight. I have attended every single board meeting since July. I've listened to all the comments, and today is the first time that I've ever wanted to make a public comment myself. And the reason is that at the last board meeting, I didn't feel like the comments were not representative of me or my family and what we have experienced. And I had a prepared statement that I wanted to read, but I'm a little shook from the last presenter because we too have that going on in our family as well. And so it hits me pretty hard. So instead of reading my public comment, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about our experience. I have a son who is a ninth grader at our neighborhood school. He, hybrid is not ideal for everybody, especially when you're a new student going to a new school. He hadn't attended our neighborhood schools prior, but he was able to learn in that environment. And at the end of the semester, he had 5 A's and 2 B's. Since we've transitioned to a full online learning model, however, with 4 synchronous days and 1 asynchronous day, where he still has to attend and check in on the asynchronous day, my son has become less engaged with school, and he's constantly stressed, and he is experiencing extreme anxiety. The last time I pulled his grades, he had F's, D's, and C's. He's a smart student. He's a gifted student. And he's no longer signing into all of his classes. So and I believe that the grades that he's getting now is just directly connected to the struggle that he's having with the 5-day remote learning model. After the last meeting, I talked to him, and I just want, we kind of check in to make sure that the parents are really thinking what the students are. And I asked him if he felt that he was more engaged with his teachers now that he was seeing them at least 4 days online. And he said that he is seeing them more often, but he's feeling less engaged. He says he has a hard time engaging with the screen. He has a hard time focusing. And so we talked about it, and I asked him if he would be willing to call in to the board meeting, but it's incredibly hard when you're struggling to call into a board meeting. I am just so proud of Mackenzie for, with the obvious difficulty she's having, that she was able to do that. So just to end, I guess I'd just like to say, I wanted to say a few things that I heard some of the students say. Exhausted, devastated, slumped over the screen. Every day feels the same. Need to have an option. Crying. Mental health of my friends. Working at home is harder. Sad. Checking out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ternay. Lisa Haynes, Shannon Callis, and then Catherine Hausman. Lisa Haynes, are you there? One more time for Lisa Haynes. Shannon Callis, Catherine Hausman, and Jami Shavatal. Shannon Callis, are you there?
This is Shannon. Can you hear me?
Yes, Shannon, please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you, everyone, for giving me the time to speak tonight. I'm a Denver native, or Colorado native, rather, and we have 2 children in the Douglas County School District. We actually moved to this district because it was so sought after, and moved our children to this district, rather, because it was so sought after, one of the best districts in the state. Needless to say, I'm very disappointed in things that have occurred most recently, and obviously we're all navigating this difficult time in our lives. No one is immune to that. I do want to mention a few things. I had a written statement as well, but so many other people have read my mind, so to speak. And I just want to remind everyone one more time that we really need to pay very close attention to our children and how this is impacting them. The mental health portion of it especially is very concerning. I have children who, or students, I should say, who are both in high school who are begging me to go back to school every day. One of our students is not the one who loves school the most, but he is begging me to go back. That should say something right there. This is going to have a long-term impact, obviously, on adults and children alike, but it's our children who we need to pay the closest attention to. It's disappointing to see all the chaos that's going on in our district right now. I wish there was more transparency, and I encourage and employ our district and the board to get our children back in school. I will mirror what other people have said already, and that is it is a choice for those who are not feeling prepared to go back or don't feel comfortable. Give those who are the ability to do so. The long-term effects are going to be way more detrimental than the short term. I do also support the road to recall, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Callis. Catherine Hausman, Jami Chavatal, and Shane McNulty. Catherine Hausman, are you there? One more call for Catherine Hausman. Jami Chavatal, Shane McNulty, and Meredith Jacob. Jami, are you there? Moving on then to Shane McNulty, Meredith Jacob, and Joel Chambers. Shane McNulty, are you there? Shane, we see you online, waiting for you to unmute. One more call for Shane McNulty, and then we'll put him on hold. Meredith Jacob is next, Joel Chambers, and Jessica Olson. Meredith, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Meredith, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Meredith Jacob. I am the parent of 3 students in the district. I have written emails to the board, posted on social media, and attended protests, and it seems that no one is listening to the parents. I have 3 quick points to make tonight. The first is this: simply the high school and middle school students must return to 100% in person 5 days a week immediately. The charade has gone on for too long. You are holding our students hostage for what reason I cannot even begin to know. Study after study have shown that transmission of the virus is extremely rare in schools. Transmission of the virus from student to teacher is even rarer. So why do you continue to require online learning for all secondary students? Second, you have reported that one of the problems with returning to in-person learning is the massive quarantines. Are the schools following best practices for how to deal with positive cases? I know many schools, small private schools and charter schools, have become creative in dealing with this issue. They have made class time shorter, they use actual contact tracing, seating charts, and they do not shut down the entire class just because of one positive case. You have stated that you need more substitute teachers. Well, through the presentation tonight, the call to the community has been met, and currently there is not a shortage of subs. So that excuse is no longer valid. Third and lastly, the school board has unfortunately failed the students of Douglas County. Our students are victims of a heated political atmosphere and fear-based society that is using our youth as pawns in their political games. What you are doing to our students is wrong. You're playing with their lives academically, emotionally, and ethically. You're teaching the students to cower in fear to something they should not be afraid of. You're teaching them to be lazy with little to no accountability. You're teaching them not to care about their futures. The students cannot take much more of this. Their mental stamina is drained. The depression and lack of motivation is taking a toll, and they're becoming more depressed. My 11th grade daughter, who is a 3.9 GPA today, was railing about saying how much she hates school. She hates school. I'm in this house all the time. She feels trapped. We are at a tipping point. You've got to make the right decision. The decision is stop talking about it, stop thinking about it, and do it. Send the kids back to school. Hybrid is not good enough. We need 100% in person 5 days a week. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jacob. Joelle Chambers, Jessica Olson, and Amanda Santiago. Joelle, are you there? One more call for Joelle Chambers. Okay, Joelle, we see you online, but you are currently muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Joelle, please go ahead.
Good evening again. I hesitated to stay on this evening, but I know you guys all have put your time in too. And each week when I have spoke to you, I've had dozens of people respond to me saying, thank you for speaking for us. So that's why I'm here tonight at this late hour with you guys too. The main thing that I want to point out after listening to so many people talk tonight is that you guys don't have to make a choice of who to listen to tonight. There's already been fabulous accommodations for anyone who wants to stay home. What you've heard over and over tonight is that kids need to be back in school. So that's the only thing left for you guys to do. You don't have to choose between one or the other. You just need to open our schools so that our kids can go back, because anyone who doesn't want to be there has great options not to be. Hearing our children taking on the burden of their teachers' health is an atrocity that the board members are responsible for and should be ashamed of. Hearing these teachers talk that the kids are coming into the schools and are going to make them sick is just a burden that should never be put on our kids. And it makes me ashamed that these people would say that, and that just makes me sad. We don't need to be innovative. We don't need to recreate the wheel. Look around you. Look at the school up the street, the private school that's right next to your public school, the district next door, the state next door, the states across the country. There are examples all over of people back in school. We don't need to recreate this. Send our kids back to school. Let them go. Those that don't want to be there don't have to be. So you don't have to decide. And sadly, the vaccine and all the other things, that's not the answer. We're going to be living with this virus for a very long time. And if it's not this one, it's a mutation of this one, or if it's a new one. So we need to figure out how to accommodate the people that need to be in school and accommodate those that don't want to be. And I think you guys have done a great job of that. So tonight, I know it's late and I know you guys are going to talk about this, but as you go back, 100% in person is still an option, and it is a doable thing that you guys could implement today. Why we don't have school on Fridays anymore is beyond me. These kids need 5 days a week. One of the guys tonight brought up the idea of going into the summer. Our kids have been robbed of days and days of their education. Kids have gone a handful of days. Give them the chance to go back to school and learn and catch up on all the stuff they've missed. I would appreciate you guys really looking into this. You've heard from so many parents tonight, and I'm not sure how many more you have to listen to, but if you haven't heard anything, here, the kids need to go back to school, and that's who you guys are here to serve. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Jessica Olson is next, Amanda Santiago, and Cameron Krantz. Jessica, are you there? One more call for Jessica Olson. Amanda Santiago is next, Cameron Krantz, and then Steve Santiago. Amanda Santiago, are you there? Last call for Amanda Santiago. Cameron Krantz, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Cameron, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cameron Krantz, and there's probably not many people listening to this call that can say that the last time I spoke at a board meeting here was 10 years ago in favor of funding for art programs and support of transparent negotiations for teachers. I can't tell you how much of a smile it brings to my face when I look at these board members and how much joy it brings to me knowing that there are more educators and public servants as members than there are oil moguls and real estate agents. I'm in full of support of the vote you guys made on the 25th to continue online education. And the sentiment that I find from both parents and students that I interact with in my scout troop is that they would prefer a consistent experience over the threat of getting themselves or their loved ones sick. I have a long history with DCSD as I've been here my entire life. I went to Cantrell Preschool, Rockridge Elementary, Castle Rock Middle School. I got my IB diploma from Douglas County High School. My Eagle Scout project was making and donating 150 footstools for the DCSD Special Education Department. And I wish I could tell you that I was surprised that the school district rushed and chose to outsource their online education to Edgenuity. And I wish even more that I could tell you I was surprised that it was a mistake. Unfortunately, neither of these things come to a surprise to anybody who has gone through the DCSD system, as we have long preferred the cheapest and easiest option rather than putting in the money and work in for our students and especially our educators. This is not a new problem for Douglas County. When I graduated high school, I watched every one of my teachers retire or move to other districts because they saw the writing on the wall. Back then, DCSD did not care about their students and they cared even less about their teachers. But I don't believe that to be the case anymore. Sure, it was a mistake to outsource online education instead of adding a stipend to teachers' salaries to create their own online lessons like Cherry Creek did. But we are not the only school district that made that mistake. These kind of mistakes will be repeated over and over again if we are opposed to listening to and taking care of the teachers in this district. In the same vein that outsourcing online lessons was a rushed, misinformed decision, so would be recalling these board members, who are specifically the ones I so thanked at the beginning of this. And I suspect we're probably against outsourcing as well. I hear other community members calling for their recall, and I am disgraced by their rash thinking and poor reasoning. This is not an effort for the children. This is a group of people that only recently started paying attention to local politics, thinking that they can bribe the Board of Education to do their bidding. They don't know the difference between schooling and education, and I challenge these members to do their own research, talk with their children, reach out to their teachers, find out what they would have done differently instead of placing your own confirmation bias on them. Do you know what $100,000 for the district could have done in the beginning of all of this? PPE donations, subscriptions for better real-time learning software, more assets for students that didn't have access to internet at home, maybe even funding a facility for students who don't have space at home to study, as suggested by a few here today. This would have had a much larger impact on the community than punitively attempting to recall board members. And if you think the road to recall is about anything more than wanting a babysitter for your children, then you got played. Real policy change will not begin with recalling our board members. It begins with listening to our children, our community, and our educators. I do not support the road to recall, and I do not support trying to murder more community members with the return to in-person learning, especially with vaccines so close in reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krantz. Steve Santiago is next, Hannah Nunn, and then Lillian Adams. Steve Santiago, are you there? Hannah Nunn, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Hannah, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Nunn, and I'm speaking tonight as a middle school teacher, a parent, and a Douglas County taxpayer and voter. I'm here to plead with you as a frustrated teacher, asking you to please stop this game of yo-yo you have put us through as employees. You give us a date and tell us to prepare. We spent hours planning for the new transition to find out 5 days before that you changed your mind. This means we now have to replan our lessons to fit the model we are currently in. It isn't fair and it's getting tiresome. Now, enough of the games teachers are living through. Let's think about our students. After all, they're the reasons I do what I do. They are the ones being so negatively impacted by your decisions. We are doing the best we can with what we are dealt. However, remote learning is not the same as in person. The gaps being formed in these secondary students is detrimental to their future, with less time for future teachers to close the gaps. While I'm ecstatic that my elementary children are in person, there's still time to close those gaps. For high school students, this is not that time. There is not that time. Despite my efforts, I will be sending math students to high school who are not prepared for high school math because of the choices you have made to keep us hybrid and then remote. We are losing students whose parents are not at home to supervise. They either don't log on or they log on for attendance and leave the room. Just last week, I had a student accidentally unmute as he was playing a video game. He had no clue what was happening in class. He has some consequences, one of which is now that he has to come into the building. Today, he thanked me and told me he was glad it happened because now he gets to come to school. These kids want to be back in school. You have even witnessed tonight the technical issues that we deal with. These students that couldn't even speak because of the technology issues that they face, the engagement that is then ruined just because of those technical issues. Parents who want their students at home for e-learning have that option and that opportunity. Teachers had an opportunity to sign up for e-learning as well if they were fearful of coming into the school. Stop robbing those of us that chose in-person learning the opportunity to be in person. Give these students the opportunity. Give these students the opportunity to be in person for learning. If not 5 days a week, which they should be, then at least hybrid. If it's social distancing space, I beg you to go to the malls, the ballparks, the skate parks, the ski slopes. They're not social distancing in their free time. We can do our best, but they need an education. This virus is already mutating, just like the flu. We need to learn to live with it and move on educating the kids. They are our future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nunn. Lillian Adams, Tiffany Norton, and Jenny Riley. Lillian Adams, are you there?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Adams, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to say thank you for listening to me today. I just want to point out a couple of things that I heard over the course of the meeting. I did try to listen to Dr. Douglas for a little bit. Unfortunately, his explanation of what's going on with the dial is very confusing. He did admit that he was not following the CDC recommendations, which is very concerning. I did hear the concern of elementary school mother that is talking about their child attending school 7 hours with a mask on, having respiratory problems. That is unacceptable. I will say that at this time, I have not heard any solutions to the concerns that we're all bringing up. I did hear Nate Orman talking about some solutions. I heard some of these kids talking about how they are lagging behind. And he offered solutions to boost a summer boost program for these kids to come back from having a lag in their learning right now. That is a solution. Also, there was an offering of, offer full in person, also online learning. That's a good solution. I just want to say I am 100% for in-person learning, and I also support the road to recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Tiffany Norton and Jenny Riley. Tiffany Norton, are you there? Jenny Riley, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Is this Tiffany or Jenny?
Jenny Riley.
All right, Jenny Riley, please go ahead.
Hi, so I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think my daughter would like to speak as well, but I have just a few things to say. I know we're getting late. If you have an idea of how many people are left to speak, I think the people that are listening would love to know that so they know how to plan the rest of their evening. And I, A, support the road to recall, B, support 100% in-person learning. And it was extremely refreshing to hear a teacher a few speakers ago state those two facts as well. I think that there are plenty of opportunities
Ms. Riley, evidently we have lost you. I don't know if you have disconnected or
Yeah.
Ms. Riley.
Am I back?
Oh, there, now you're back. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And this is a perfect example of what the kids go through all day, every day, what the teachers have to go through all day, every day. Let them back in the classroom. I think my daughter would like to say a couple of things, please.
Hi there. I am not sure who I'm speaking to. Is that Director Ray?
Yes, it is.
I don't know if you would recognize my name, but I am a part of the student advisory group, and I've tried to have my voice heard in those. However, it doesn't seem to be coming through clear enough. So I was hoping in front of adults it might be heard a little bit better. I feel like I've really tried to voice my stance on this, and overall, it just comes down to the facts that being online has not only affected me mentally for the worse, but plenty of my friends, plenty of my acquaintances and peers. And I've tried to make it more evident to the Board of Education that students' mental health right now needs to be much more focused on than our physical health. Obviously, our physical health is important, but I've said it plenty of times at meetings, and I was getting ready to give up. So I'm glad to be given another chance to voice, not only for myself, but for my peers and anyone else who is facing these challenges along with me. And when I have attended student advisory group meetings, I have tried to explain that with our physical health, there are precautions that you guys have taken. For example, mandating that we wear masks in school, social distancing, having cohorts, and now at this point, not even going to school. And it really frustrates me to know that there have been so many precautions taken to help our physical health, yet seemingly nothing to help our mental health, which is being absolutely deteriorated by our lack of social interaction, our lack of ability to form connections with not only our peers, but our teachers, which are so imperative, these memories that are being stripped from us viciously. And it's just, I'll finish up. But the point is, I feel like there's been a total lack of attention to mental health, and getting us back in person would allow us to kind of fix that wound, along with all these physical health that you have been paying attention to, more so than mental health. So thank you for letting me speak here.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I understand we have Josh Jenkins and Shannon McNulty, and also B. Ryman is waiting. So let's start out with Josh Jenkins. Are you there? Mr. Jenkins, you need to unmute if you're trying to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Yes, Mr. Jenkins, please go ahead.
Hey there, I appreciate you all allowing me to publicly speak here, and I appreciate everyone who's on the call and has endured for the last few hours. I was going to start by going into a loud rant about how you guys need to figure it out and how the garbage man is a hero, like the gentleman did in West Virginia or wherever that was. But honestly, based on what I've heard in the last few hours, it seems like you guys mostly have figured it out. And in all seriousness, it is encouraging that everyone is recommending going back to hybrid, and the principals seem mostly prepared for that transition. I'm hopeful that schools will be back to normal in full capacity, hopefully by spring break, especially if the first rounds of vaccines are supposed to be distributed. And I'm an advocate for never returning to full remote. It has been the worst form of learning my children have ever experienced. And the first student commenter, I believe Katie was her name. Wow, what a great summary of how my kids also feel. So thank you, Katie. And lastly, on a quick note, I believe Jacob Hall is his name. He did a fantastic job in his presentation. The kid is a bright future, in my opinion. And while we care what our children think and try our best to empathize with their feelings, and in no offense to students, in-person school is a necessity. And whether or not my 14-year-old wants to stay online is of little relevance to me. I'd love to work from home in my pajamas the rest of the year, but my boss said, no, sir. So tomorrow I get dressed and go in and do the job I'm paid for. So anyway, appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Shannon McNulty, and then B. Ryman. Shannon, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, Shannon, please go ahead.
So first of all, my children will not fail, no matter what decision you guys make, because my wife and I won't let them fail. Secondly, the first hour of this board meeting, I heard nothing but how safe our children are within the schools and going to school and doing the distancing and wearing masks. And that gentleman from the CDC or Tri-County Health and saying how safe they are being in schools along with others. As well as what I also heard was the board members patting themselves on the back saying, congratulating your guys selves on how well you guys were doing on being successful at what you guys have done. And from my eyes, you guys haven't been successful. You guys won't be successful until our children are back in school 5 days a week and them getting the education that they need to be getting. I've also heard teachers that have come on and already pretty much giving up on the school year, saying that they can't be successful, which is a shame because they've gotten into this because of the children. And no matter what, they should be successful for our children. So until our children are back in school 5 days a week and the teachers being able to make it happen for our children and being successful for our children and stop putting themselves first and putting our kids first, we should not be patting ourselves on the back. So I am, again, one of those that supports the recall and supports children being in school 5 days a week and having that decision for parents and students.
Thank you, Mr. McNulty. B. Ryman, and then Mandy Oster. B. Ryman, are you there? Mr. Ryman, if you are speaking, you are muted if we can't hear you. One more time, Mr. Ryman, we cannot hear you. If you're muted, please unmute. Okay, we'll go on to Mandy Oster. Mandy Oster, are you there? Mandy Oster is there, but is also muted. Mandy? So Mandy, you are connected and you are unmuted. We just don't hear you. Okay, so Mr. Blair, according to my notes, do you have anybody else in the waiting room? Okay, so one more time, Mr. Ryman or Ms. Oster, we unfortunately aren't able to hear you. So we will at this time then bring public comment to a close. And again, we will thank all our public commenters. All your voices were important to us. They're valued. They come from strong convictions and beliefs, and we appreciate you taking the time to engage with us as we move forward to discuss our next steps. Board directors, I just want to check with you. Are you needing a break? So let's do about a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 11:15. Reconvening our board meeting at 11:15. Directors, we got a few quick items to take care of. First of all, we have a consent agenda item that consists of just one item, which is our monthly personnel changes. A motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. That passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is the approval of our unofficial minutes. A motion to approve.
Move to approve.
That
Second.
was motion made by Director Meek, seconded by Graziano. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. And that passes unanimously. So board, next on our agenda now is just to have an opportunity now that we've heard from Interim Superintendent Wise, we've heard for several hours of public comment. Now just to spend some time to process. I do want to read though, first of all, the motion that we made at our last meeting, because I think there's still some active parts of that motion that we want to capture, and that it may also shape whether we need to actually make an additional motion or not. But last week, or 2 weeks ago, our motion was made by Director Hanson, seconded by Meek, and it stated that the middle and high schools would remain in remote learning until February 2nd, and then at the February 2nd meeting, Interim Wise would provide an update to the board on the feasibility of a return to hybrid learning with synchronous learning for middle and high schools. And that motion was also further amended to say that pending acceptable feedback, action be taken for the implementation of the return to hybrid learning for middle school and high schools on February 8th. So really, because we have that motion that was approved, really our discussion should just focus on whether or not what we've heard from Interim Superintendent Wise is acceptable for us to move forward with returning students to hybrid on February 8th. So I'm going to open it up with a question, because I don't think we necessarily need to do a new motion because that motion has been approved. So with that, I will just ask you to weigh in. Do you feel like that we have received acceptable feedback in order to move forward with sending students back to hybrid on February 8th? Who wants to start? And if no one volunteers, Director Graziano, go for it.
I'll just answer very simply and succinctly, and I'll say 100% yes.
All right, so Graziano feels 100% yes. Other directors, I'm going to actually ask you all to weigh in. So Director Lung?
Well, as I said a while ago, there's a reason why we have our interim superintendents. We rely on the expertise of trying to do the how. And 2 weeks ago, he said that he's ready. And this time, not only he said that he's ready, and all the principal that shows up said that they are ready. Again, I trust their promise. And I think it's the board's responsibility to hold our superintendents accountable. And if he or she is not doing their job, but we need to give them a chance to demonstrate what they told us. And I think there's a good business model to follow. And if he's not doing the job, it's us to hold them responsible. So I 100% support his recommendations this time. It turns out it's not true, then I'll be the first one to stand up and tell him that, you lied to me.
Very good, Director Lung. Director Holtzman?
I mean, yes, the short answer is yes. I think that the presentation was excellent. Really appreciated leading off with Dr. Douglas and Tri-County Health Department, just confirming for our community that our numbers are at a place where he and his expert council tell us that this is a time when our secondary students can return. So I appreciate that all of those questions were answered, and I think, so appreciate having all our secondary principals here. showing the support that they show for our students every day. And so I just, I didn't get a chance to thank them then, but I thank them. I thank all the people they're supporting at their buildings. And then I think Interim Superintendent Wise and our leaders that they have worked on that plan, and I think it looks great. I would just ask for clarification of slide 11, just because we had a public commenter that asked for clarification on slide 11 says students marked present whether they attend in person or remotely synchronously on their designated in-person cohort day would be present. So maybe just a little bit more clarification for our community on that point, but irregardless, that does not deter me. I think that the presentation was very good. Thanks.
Mr. Wise, go ahead.
So that's a great point on that. I think when you look at attendance, and you heard from our principals with each school, our goal is to have more live each and every day with all of our students. How they build in attendance, build with their students and their schools of what's present and engaged and working. We'll continue to build that common consistency. I'd also say we're building towards that version of in-person hybrid 3.0 of even more synchronous, working for any seat anywhere. So I think on those ends, it's starting to define that out, and we'll continue to build that consistent practice.
Very good. All right, other directors, don't make me call on you. All right, Director Chancha Shore, go ahead.
Yes, with me hearing, and please, if I am incorrect in what I am saying, please let me know, but I think I heard that with the modicum of social distancing, the modicum of masking, seat assignments, quarantine changes, accountability to mitigation structures, safety protocols, following state health department recommendations, teacher preparation, technological availability, student choice availability now in place, asynchronous ability for students to connect to teachers a minimum of 4 days a week, and appreciate the science guidance given to us by Dr. Douglas. All that to say, I thought that the presentation answered our questions and appreciate it. Answer is yes.
Very good. Thank you, Director Chancha Shore. Director Hanson, do you want to jump in there? Or, yes, go ahead.
I am very comfortable moving forward based on the presentation that we had this evening. I felt like personally, I had asked our district leadership to provide 3 very specific things: an update on how we were going to work toward providing synchronous learning, what we were going to do for our students who were not interested in attending school 5 day or attending school in person for even the hybrid option, and what we were going to do to address the concerns of teachers that we were hearing. And I feel very confident that Interim Superintendent Wise and team have addressed those. I think what I would like to do with my time, if I may just have a minute, is to make a plea with our community. Our teachers are doing the very best that they can in circumstances that they have never had to navigate before. They did not take a class in college. They did not have a 10-year learning curve of how to teach during a pandemic, how to teach students in a classroom, students learning from home, and it will not be perfect. Every single person who works in our district is doing their absolute best, but it will not be perfect. I just want to ask our parents to just take a deep breath before you fire off a hurtful email. These people, our employees, have been through many would say the worst year of their entire career. And we have an opportunity as a community to rally behind them and to support them. And I'm just begging you all to understand that for now, this is the best option that we have, but it's not going to be perfect. And we need your tolerance and your grace for our teachers to make this succeed.
Very good. Thank you, Director Hanson. Director Meek, go ahead.
Sure. I certainly appreciated the update today from both Dr. Douglas with Tri-County Health. That was really important for me to hear. And definitely appreciated hearing from our district leaders, from building leadership as well as interim Superintendent Weiss. I think our questions were answered, and I very much appreciated that. Just kind of the tag on to, we have so many exceptional, hardworking individuals in this district, from teachers to building leaders, our district leaders. And I just thank you all for making this year as positive as it has been. And I think when we hear commenters talking about how much they value their teachers, our teachers are in there every day doing their best, just like Director Hansen said. And I just want to acknowledge that. I very much appreciate all of the work that's underway and feel really comfortable with moving forward.
What do you think, Director Meek? And certainly I would concur with everyone's comments thus far. I think I do want to just say that I don't think our motion last time was about trust. And I appreciate Director Lung's advocacy that we trust the people that are doing the job. I really think it was Grace that said, we want to make sure that before we pivot our students to a whole nother way of learning, that it's done well, and that we want to give our staff time to be able to do that. I think our staff would have done it 2 weeks ago, but I think they will do it better now that we've had a chance to put all our leaders together and to have some kind of consistency across the district that says, this is what 2.0, this is what the desired state is. I think it was helpful to hear from Dr. Douglas that really said that hybrid is he recommended that that's a good next step to kind of put our foot in to kind of test the waters again with this in-person learning before we go full force, and knowing that the vaccinations are on our horizon and hopefully closer than ever. So I think that he was convincing as well to really reassure us that that is the correct progression, even though I think we've heard that hybrid is probably one of the hardest models to implement. And I do think that, the comments about our teachers, truly very concerned and really, I think I'm hearing reassurance from Mr. Weiss that we have some teachers that we really need to continue to support, that this is not the end, that we don't just say, okay, good luck. We have some teachers that are fearful, and I know I talked to Mr. Weiss about that, and he assured me that there's still an avenue for teachers to work with their building leaders to make sure that they're in an environment where they can thrive. So, and I think we answered the question that parents had about going back to hybrid, and if my child needs to stay home, do we still have an option for that child? And now we do. I think we've been reassured for that. So it just seems to me that we've covered every possible pathway that we can cover in terms of making sure that there's as many choices as possible. And again, I would also applaud Interim Superintendent Weiss, our 18 leaders that we talked to tonight for a job well done. And so I would concur that I think we're ready for the February 8th return of our students to the hybrid model. So with that, I would just say that I believe we are in consensus that our motion that we made from 2 weeks ago is still supported, that we still believe that we have received the acceptable feedback that we were seeking, and therefore we want to move forward with students returning on February 8th. So I'm just going to pause to say if anybody is not in agreement, speak now, or I will assume that we are in consensus to support the motion that we made 2 weeks ago. Director Lung?
Well, I support that, but can I also make one more comment?
Sure.
Well, today we have 79 people registered for public comment, and there's two survey or signature, one from a student who showed us several hundred people that are supporting to go to online learning, and the other one is from Krista that send it to the board that there's 1,000 parents that is support online learning and 300 students, plus 300 students that's also supporting that. So it's always that the community is divided. And it's a very passionate issues for many people. I hope, I'm just asking the community that most of the people come over to talk to us are genuine, and they are so passionate. They all try to do their best for themselves or for their children, and for the community. And please be a little bit more tolerant, of each other's ideas. And different people have a different way and have different thought. And all of those are valid thought based on their own circumstances. I just ask the community to just listen to the other, and then I'm sure that we can come up with the best solutions, both to open up the school and protect the mental health and protect the health and safety of our teacher and staff. Those can accomplish if we could just sit down and listen to each other and talk to each other. And that's what I want to say.
Very good. Thank you, Director Long. All right. Any other remarks regarding this topic as far as returning to hybrid on Monday? All right. Seeing none, we will move on then to quick reports. Agenda planning meeting is this Friday at 10 o'clock for our next meeting on February 16th. I will just quickly update that we will have a final copy of the survey that we want to use to engage our community around the superintendent search. That should be ready by tomorrow, as well as a landing page our communications department has worked on with our search firm consultant to have a landing page, not only that will be able to launch those surveys to all those different constituents, but also to keep our community up to date as far as where we are with our superintendent search timelines. So that's all I have. Director Holtzman?
Sure. I'm going to ask for your indulgence for just a couple minutes. There were many public commenters tonight. I appreciate everybody's coming out and enduring with us. But there were a few things that I took away about our students. And I just wanted to make sure that that's where I ended. So I really appreciated that one of our teachers reminded us that it takes a village. And it especially takes a village in the middle of an unprecedented pandemic, especially when each village member has been impacted and we don't even know in what ways. One of our principals indicated that, when he thinks of his students, he actually thinks of them as each one of them could, at this point in time, be a vulnerable student because of the pandemic's impacts. So as we think about it takes a village to truly put our children and young adults first, we need to work together on their behalf and especially to support their mental health. And I think this is something that we heard a lot tonight and that our board has focused on. And whether it's an adult in the classroom or an adult at home, providing encouragement, modeling positive, productive ways of navigating challenges, teaching resiliency is needed by our students. It's needed by our students. We're the adults in the room. So when we ask for grace for adults, I'm asking for it on behalf of our students. We need to be those people that are encouraging and modeling and working to support them. So I just want to thank those DCSD leaders and teachers and counselors and staff that are already doing this every day. And I want to thank the families and the community members who join us in this endeavor.
Thank you, Director Holtzman. Board directors, any other reports from committees or any other statements you'd like to make? Just go ahead, Director Hansen. Director Hansen, go ahead.
Thank you. I should have jumped in front of Director Holtzman so we could end on such a positive note, but I just wanted to follow up to our community again. It's been a while since I shared some general guidelines for communicating with the board, but I have seen several emails lately that have said that you are not getting a response. I just want to let you know that I am the sole person responding to your emails as our board secretary. I am spending hours and hours and hours a day trying to keep up with them, but quite frankly, it isn't possible. So I want to apologize to anyone that I may have missed. I also just want to share that just a gentle reminder, if you send a cut and paste email, I will respond to the first person who has shared that email, and I will not respond to the rest. If you email multiple times a week or a day, thank you for your patience, and I will keep working through the inbox.
And we all appreciate, Director Hanson, all your efforts in keeping up with with all those communications. So thank you, and thank you for sharing some of your thoughts regarding those. Any other board director statements, comments, committees? All right, seeing none, a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Holtzman motioned, Graziano second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, meeting is adjourned.